Dreamscape presents The House We Grew Up In by Lisa Jewell. Narrated by Karina Fernandez.
Chapter 1. Tuesday, 2nd of November, 2010. Hi, Jim. Well, I must say, I didn't think for a minute you'd be called something earthy like Jim. The barber and natty waistcoat in your profile photo make you look more like a Rupert or a Henry. Something serious with 2 syllables, you know. And talking of syllables, and since you asked, no, I'm not really called Rainbow Bell. Of course not. I'm called Lorelei, and my name has 3 or 4 syllables, depending on how you say it. My parents named us after mythical maidens. My sister is called Pandora. There was an Athena, but she was stillborn, so you know. Anyway, Lorelei, or Lorelei, I'm not fussy, really. I'm 65 years old, and I live in one of the prettiest villages in the Cotswolds, in a big, crazy old house full of what I call treasures and what my children call crap. We're probably all right. I have 4 children. Megan is 40, Bethan is 38, and the twins, Rory and Reese, are 35. Oh, and thanks mainly to the frantic reproduction of my eldest daughter, I am a multiple grandmother too. Do you have any children? You didn't mention them, so I assume not? People usually tell you about their children before anything else, right? I don't see them very much, unfortunately. They're all so busy, and I'm, well, I suppose you could say insular these days. I lost my partner about 4 years ago, and things kind of unravelled from there, you might say. Anyway, what can I tell you about me? I love nature. I love the countryside. I love children. I love to swim. I'm fit for my age. I've kept my figure over the years, and I'm grateful for that. I see some women I've known for many years just turn to woolly mammoths once they've passed menopause. And as you can see from my picture, I've kept my hair long. Nothing ages a woman faster than a haircut. Anyway, that's enough about me. Tell me more about you. You say you are a widower. I'm very sorry to hear that. And whereabouts in the north do you live? I can see from your photo that you have a dog. That is a very beautiful retriever. What is it called? We had a dog when the children were growing up, but once they'd all gone, I could never quite see the point of animals. I will see what I can do about photographs. I'm not really very techie beyond my laptop, but there must be something else I can send you. I'll check it out. Well, thank you, Jim, for getting in touch. The internet really is a marvellous thing, especially for old codgers like us, wouldn't you say? I'd be lost without it, really. I'd love to hear back from you again, but please don't feel you have to if you think I sound dreadful. Yours with best wishes, Lorelei Bird. April 2011. The damp heat came as a shock after the chill of the air conditioning that had cooled the car for the last 2 hours. Meg slammed the door behind her, pushed up the sleeves of her cotton top, pulled down her sunglasses, and stared at the house. Jesus Christ. Molly joined her on the pavement and gawped from behind lime-green Ray-Bans. Oh, my God. They stood together for a moment, side by side, the same height as each other now. Molly had caught up last summer, much to her delight. They both now stood at 5'8". Molly long and lean as a fashion drawing, tanned legs in denim hot pants, honey-dusted hair bundled on top of her head in an artful pile, white Havianas, a chambray shirt over a pink vest, tiny ankles and wrists layered in friendship circlets and rubber bands. Meg, on the other hand, solid as a quarterback, sensible in 3/4-length navy chinos and a Breton-striped long-sleeved top, a pair of silver-sequined fit-flops and a last-minute pedicure, her only concession to the unseasonal heat wave. Mother and only daughter, in the late stages of a nightmarish, cliched teenage disaster that had lasted more than 3 years. Almost friends now. almost. Someone had once told Meg that you get your daughter back when she's 19. Only 4 more years to wait. This is worse than I thought. I mean, so much worse. Meg shook her head and took a tentative step towards the house. There it stood, brick for brick, exactly as it had been the day she was born 40 years earlier. 3 low windows facing out onto the street, 4 windows above, 2 front doors, 1 at either end. On the right, by the side entrance, a plaque made by a long-dead local craftsman, an oval with the words, "The Birdhouse," painted on it and a pair of lovebirds with their beaks entwined. The green-painted gate to the left of the house that opened up onto a gravelled path to the back door. The stickers in the windows declaring membership of Neighbourhood Watch. Whatever happened to Neighbourhood Watch, Meg wondered idly. Allegiance to the RSPB and an intolerance towards people selling door-to-door. All there, just as it had been forever and ever. Except... "This is the worst house I've ever seen," said Molly. "It's worse than the ones on the TV shows." "We haven't even been inside yet, Moll. Hold that thought." "And my nose too, right?" "Yes, probably." She sighed. The windows, which to her recollection had never been cleaned, were now so thick with grime that they were fully opaque. In fact, they were black. The pastel yellow Gloucester brick was discoloured and damaged. The green gate was hanging off its post by 1 solitary nail, and the gravelled pathway was piled high with random objects. 2 old pushchairs, a rusty bike, a dead Christmas tree in a broken pot, a box of magazines, swollen and waterlogged to twice their original size. The flat-fronted style of the house meant that it held most of its personality within and behind. But even on such scant display, it was clear that this house had a disease. The village had grown more and more gentrified over the decades. All the old houses scrubbed to a gleaming yellow, doors and window frames farrow and bald to the nth degree, and there, lodged between them, like a rotten tooth, sat the birdhouse. "God, it's so embarrassing," said Molly, pushing her Ray-Bans into her hair and wrinkling her tiny nose. "What must everyone think?" Meg raised her eyebrows. She said. "I'd say that judging by our local reputation, this is probably no more than anyone in the village would expect." "Come on, then." She smiled at her daughter nervously. "Let's go in, shall we? Get it over with." Molly smiled back grimly and nodded. April 1981. Megan pulled back the ivy and pushed her fingertips inside a small crevice in the wall. "Got another one!" she shouted out to Bethan and the twins. "Oh, well done, Meggie!" her mother called from the back step where she stood in her strawberry print apron watching proceedings with a contented smile. "Bravo!" Megan pulled out the small foil-wrapped egg and dropped it into her basket. "It's pink," she said pointedly to her younger sister. "Don't care," said Bethan. "I've got 3 pink ones already." Megan looked up at the sky. It was cloudless, densely blue, hot as July. Mum had said they needed to find their eggs quickly, otherwise they might melt. Her eyes scanned the gardens. She'd found all the eggs in the woodpile, gingerly plucking them from next to rubbery woodlice. There'd been more in the beds of daffodils and hyacinths that lined the pathways around the greenhouse, and she'd come across a big gold one sitting in the branches of the cherry tree outside the kitchen door. She counted up her eggs and found she had 12. Bethan and the twins were still searching close to the house, but Megan suspected that the top garden had been all but stripped of its eggy assets, so she skipped down the slate-covered steps to the lower garden. Suddenly, the sounds of her siblings and her mother faded to a murmur. It was warmer down here, soft and hazy. The grass had stripes in it, for my dad had mown it yesterday, this way and that. and little piles of shaggy grass trimmings already turning pale in the burning sun. A camellia bush, confused by the early summer, had already bloomed and spilled its fat blossoms onto the lawn where they lay browning and sated, halfway to ugly. Megan headed to the lichen-spotted sundial in the middle of the lawn. 3 more foil-wrapped eggs sat on top of it, and she brushed them into her basket with the side of her hand. She heard Bethan tripping down the steps behind her in her flamenco shoes. Megan turned and smiled. Sometimes, when she looked at her little sister, she felt overcome with love. Her worst enemy and her best friend. Meg and Beth looked identical. They both had what her mother called the bird face. It was the same as her dad's, and the same as her Auntie Lorna's, and the same as Granny Bird's. Apple cheeks, high foreheads, wide smiles. The only difference was that Megan's hair was brown and curly like Mum's, and Bethan's was straight and black like Dad's. Rory and Reese, the twins, looked like their mum. They had Douglas faces. Low foreheads, long noses, neat bee-stung lips, and narrow blue eyes peering curiously from behind curtains of long blonde hair. People always said, "Oh, such lovely-looking children." They said, "You must be so proud, Mrs. Bird." They said, "What perfect angels." And Mum would say, "You should see them when they're at home," and roll her eyes, with one hand running through Rory's hair, the other wrapped around Reese's hand, and her voice full of love. "How many have you got?" Meg called out to her sister. 11. How about you? 15. Their mother appeared at the bottom of the steps with the twins in tow. "The boys have got 9 each. I think we're almost there," she said. "Think yellow," she added with an exaggerated wink. The boys let go of her hands and ran towards the slide at the bottom of the garden that had yellow handles. Bethan ran towards an upturned bucket that was actually orange. But Megan knew exactly where her mother meant. The St. John's wort bush right in front of them. She walked towards it and let her eyes roam over the clouds of yellow flowers abuzz with fat bumblebees before they came to rest on a row of terracotta pots underneath, overflowing with eggs and small yellow puffball chicks with glued-on eyes. She was about to scoop up the eggs and chicks when her mother touched her on the shoulder, her soft, dry hands firm against Meg's sun-freckled skin. "Share them," she whispered softly, "with the little ones. Make it fair." Meg was about to complain, but then she took a deep breath and nodded. "Here," she called out to her siblings. "Look, there's millions." All 3 hurtled to the St. John's wort bush, and their mother divided up the remaining eggs into 4 piles and handed them to each child in turn. "Already starting to melt," she said, licking some chocolate from the edge of her thumb. "Better get them indoors." The cool of the house was shocking after the heat outside. It draped itself over Meg's bare skin like a cold flannel. Dad was pouring squash into beakers at the kitchen table. The dog was dozing on the window seat. The yellow walls of the kitchen were entirely covered over with the children's art. Megan ran her finger along the edges of a drawing that she'd done when she was 4. It always amazed her to think it had been stuck to the wall there, in that very same place, with the very same piece of sellotape, for 6 whole years. She could barely remember being 4. She certainly could not remember sitting and drawing this portrait entitled Megan and Mummy, composed of 2 string-legged people with crazy hair, split-in-half smiles, and hands twice the size of their bodies, suspended in a gravity-free world of spiky blue trees and floating animals. The wall of art was a conversation piece for anyone coming into the house. It spanned all 3 walls, spread itself over cupboard doors, over door frames, around corners, and even into the pantry. Dad would try and take some down occasionally, to update the wall, as he'd put it. But Mum would just smile her naughty little girl smile and say, "Over my dead body." If Dad ever saw one of his children producing a piece of art, he'd snatch it away the moment it was shown to him and say, "That is so very beautiful that I shall have to put it in my special folder," and spirit it away somewhere, occasionally tucked inside his clothes, before Mum saw it and stuck it to the wall. "Now," she said, pulling her tangly hair back into a ponytail and removing her apron, "you can eat all the eggs you like, as long as you promise you'll still have room for lunch. And remember, keep the foils for the craft box." The craft box was another bugbear of Dad's. It had once been a small plastic toolbox neatly filled with sequins and pipe cleaners and sheets of gold leaf. Over the years, it had expanded into an ever-growing family of giant plastic crates that lived in a big cupboard in the hall, filled with an impossible tangle of old string lengths, knots of wool, empty sweet wrappers, toilet roll middles, old underwear cut into rags, packing chips and used wrapping paper. Megan didn't really do crafts anymore. She was nearly 11 now, and Bethan had never been as creative as her sister, while the boys, of course, would rather be roaming the gardens or charging about the house than sitting with a tube of Prit and a handful of old ice lolly sticks. No one really used the craft box anymore, but that didn't stop Lorelei constantly topping it up with all sorts of old junk. She pulled the egg foils eagerly from the children now as they discarded them, smoothing them flat with her fingertips into delicate slivers, her face shining with satisfaction. "So pretty," she said, piling them together, "like little slices of rainbow. And of course they will always make me think of today. This perfect day, with my lovely children, when the sun shone and all was right with the world." She looked at each child in turn and smiled her smile. She ran a hand over Rhys's hair and stroked it from his eyes. "My lovely children," she said again, her words encompassing all four of them, but her loving gaze fixed firmly upon her last-born child. Rhys had been the smallest of all of Lorelei's babies. Megan and Bethan had both weighed over 9 pounds. Rory had been the first twin out, weighing in at a healthy 6 pounds and 15 ounces. And then, as her mother often recounted, out popped poor Rhys like a plucked quail, a little under 4 pounds, blue and wrinkled and just about able to breathe on his own. They'd put him under lights, or lightly toasted him, as Lorelei also often recounted, and declared him fit to go home only after 3 long days. Lorelei still worried about him more than the other 3. At just 6 years old, he was smaller than Rory, smaller than most of the children in his class, with a pale complexion and a tendency to catch colds and tummy bugs. He clung to his mother whenever they were out in public, wailed like a baby when he got hurt, and, unlike his brother, didn't like playing with other children. He seemed happy only when he was here, at home, brother on one side, mother on the other. Megan didn't know what to make of him. Sometimes she wished he'd never been born. Sometimes she really thought they'd be better off without him. He didn't match. All the birds were fun and gregarious, silly and bright. Rhys just dragged them down. Megan unthinkingly squeezed her fist around the gold foil that she'd just unpeeled from the big egg she'd found in the cherry tree, and jumped slightly as her mother's hand slapped down against hers. "Foil!" Lorelei cried. "Foil!" She immediately let her fist fall open, and her mother took the crumpled foil with a smile. "Thank you, darling," she said sweetly. She let her gaze fall on the foil and said, "Look at it. So pretty. So shiny, so happy." The Easter holidays stretched out for another week. The heat wave continued, and the bird children came indoors only for beakers of squash, slices of bread and butter, and desperately needed visits to the toilet. Friends came and went. There was a day trip to the beach at Weston-super-Mare, and on the last weekend of the holidays, they had a visit from Lorelei's sister Pandora and her 2 teenage sons. Dad filled the paddling pool, and the adults drank glasses of Pimm's with fruit-shaped plastic ice cubes bobbing about in them. Megan's cousin Tom played David Bowie songs on his heavily stickered guitar. Rory burst the paddling pool with a stick, and the water seeped heavily onto the lawn, leaving it waterlogged and boggy, and Dad said, "Well, that's that then." Lorelei scooped the floppy remains of the punctured pool into her arms like an injured child and carried it into the garage, murmuring, "Dad'll fix it up." Dad said, "You and I both know that Dad won't fix it up. I have no idea how to fix paddling pools, and I still haven't fixed the one that got burst last year." And Lorelei smiled and blew him a kiss across the garden. Dad sighed and said, "Well, we now have 3 punctured paddling pools sitting in our garage. This house is just a dumping ground," and raised his eyebrows heavenwards. Pandora smiled and said, "Just like our dad. He could never throw anything away." Megan's other cousin, Ben, smiled and said, "Tell us again about what Lorelei used to collect when she was a child." Pandora frowned and then smiled. "Autumn leaves, ring pulls, tags from new clothes, cinema stubs, the silver foil from Mum's cigarette packets, and hair," Ben said gleefully. "Don't forget the hair." "Yes," said Pandora. "Any time anyone in our family had a haircut, Lorelei begged to keep it. She had a shopping bag full of it under her bed. It was quite gruesome." The adults and teenagers laughed, and Megan looked at them curiously. They'd had this conversation before. Every time they were together, it sometimes seemed, and whenever she heard them talking about her mum like this, it sounded different. The older she got, the less she found it funny, and the more she found it peculiar. Because she was now the age that her mother had been at the time of these strange childhood collections, and she could no more imagine herself collecting old hair than she could asking to go to school on a Saturday. "Are you laughing at me?" her mother asked good-naturedly as she returned from the garage. No, said Ben. "Absolutely not. We're just talking about you affectionately." Said Lorelei, wiping her damp hands down the length of her long denim skirt. "I strongly suspect not." And then she spread her arms upwards, revealing unshaved armpits of lush brown curls, and declared, "Look at that sky! Just look at it! The blueness of it makes me want to snatch out handfuls of it and put it in my pockets." Megan saw a look pass over her father's face at that moment. Love and worry, as though he was aching to say something unspeakable. The look softened as Megan watched, and then he smiled and said, "If my wife had her way, her pockets would be full of pieces of every single thing in the world." "Oh, yes," beamed Lorelei. "They would be, totally and absolutely bulging." Pandora had brought homemade butterfly cakes with fluffed-up cream and more tiny yellow chicks atop. Lorelei served them in the garden, with tea from a pot and scones and cream. There was more Pimm's and a plastic bowl of strawberries. The twins ran barefoot back and forth from the hosepipe to fill their water pistols, which, after countless tellings off, they were using to squirt only each other. Tom and Ben had retired to the bottom of the garden to smoke cigarettes in the hammock and share secret jokes together. Megan and Bethan sat side by side, listening to the grown-ups talk. When Megan herself was a grown-up and people came to ask about her childhood, it was afternoons such as these that would impel her to say, "My childhood was perfect." And it was. Perfect. They lived in a honey-coloured house that sat hard up against the pavement of a picture postcard Cotswolds village and stretched out beyond into 3/4 of an acre of rambling, half-kempt gardens. Their mother was a beautiful hippie called Lorelei, with long tangled hair and sparkling green eyes, who treated her children like precious gems. Their father was a sweet, gangly man called Colin, who still looked like a teenager with floppy hair and owlish, round-framed glasses. They all attended the village school. They ate home-cooked meals together every night. Their extended family was warm and clever. There was money for parties and new paddling pools, but not quite enough for foreign travel. But it didn't matter because they lived in paradise. And even as a child, Megan knew this to be paradise. Because, she could see with hindsight, her mother told her so. Her mother existed entirely in the moment, and she made every moment sparkle. No one in Megan's family was ever allowed to forget how lucky they were, not even for a second. A cloud passed over the sun just then, and Lorelei laughed and pointed and said, "Look at that cloud! Isn't it wonderful? It looks exactly like an elephant." April 2011. The keys were where Lorelei had always left them, under a cracked plant pot behind a water pipe beneath the kitchen window. Meg pulled them out and dusted the sticky cobwebs from her fingertips. Yuck. The house had been impenetrable by either of its front doors for many years now. The family had always come in and out through the kitchen door at the back, and for the last few years, Lorelei had been using both hallways at the front as bonus storage areas. "Right," Meg said, rejoining Molly by the back door. "Let's go." Deep breath. She threw her daughter a brave smile and was gratified to see her smile reflected back at her. "You okay, Mum?" Meg nodded. Of course she was okay. Meg was always okay. Someone had to be, and she'd been the one to draw that straw. "I'm fine, love, thank you." Molly peered at her curiously, and then took one of her hands in her own and squeezed it gently. Meg almost flinched at the tender power of it. Her daughter's touch. Until recently, her last memory of her daughter's touch had been the sting of a palm across her cheek, the jab of toes against her shins, the drag of fingernails down her arm. It had been that bad. Truly. Everything she'd been warned about teenage girls squared and squared again. But lately, things had started to change. Lately, it seemed as though her daughter had started to like her again. "Thank you, love," she said again. "You know you can talk about it, don't you? You know I want to listen. I want to help. You've lost your mummy. If I lost my mummy, I'd—" Molly's eyes filled with tears, and she smiled through them. "Oh, God, well, you know." Meg laughed. "I know, baby, I know. But honestly, I'm good. Really." Molly squeezed her hand one more time before letting it go. She pulled in her breath theatrically and then nodded at the key in Meg's hand. Meg nodded back and fitted it into the lock. She turned the key. She opened the door. March 1986. The sky was dark with rain clouds, and in the very far distance, thunder was starting to rumble. The York stone paving slabs were still stained charcoal grey from the last downpour, and fat droplets of rain clung tremulously to the edges of leaves and spring blossoms. Behind the cloud was a strip of blue, and there, on the horizon, the faint beginnings of a rainbow. Lorelei stood barefoot just outside the kitchen door, wrapped in a long, multicoloured Angora cardigan. Her waist-length hair was twisted and held on her crown with 3 large tortoise-shell combs. "Look, Meggie," she said, her head appearing round the door. "Look! A rainbow, quick!" Meg glanced up from her revision, spread before her on the kitchen table, and smiled encouragingly. "In a minute," she said. "No!" cried her mother. "It'll be gone in a minute. Come and look now." Meg sighed and rested her pen on her notepad. "Okay," she said. She joined her mother outside, feeling the wetness of the flagstones seeping through her sheepskin slippers. "Beth!" her mother called back into the kitchen. "Boys, come quickly!" "They're watching telly," said Meg. "They won't be able to hear you." "Go and get them, will you, darling?" "They won't come." "Of course they will. Quick, darling, run in and tell them." Meg knew it was pointless to argue. She sighed again and headed towards the sitting room. Her 3 siblings sat in a row on the grubby sofa with the dog lying listlessly between them. They were watching Saturday Superstore and eating carrot sticks. "Mum says there's a rainbow," she said defeatedly. "She wants you to go and look at it." No one acknowledged her, so she returned to her mother with the bad news. Lorelei sighed melodramatically. "That's a terrible pity," she said. "And look," she gestured at the sky. "Now it's gone. Gone for good. Forever." A small tear rolled down the side of her nose, and she wiped it away with a bunched-up fist, the way a small child might do. "Such a pity," she murmured, "to miss a rainbow." Then she forced her face into a smile and said, "Oh, well, at least one of you saw it. You can always describe it to the others." Meg smiled tightly. "As if," she thought to herself, "as if I will sit with my siblings and regale them with descriptions of the red and the yellow, the pink and the green, the awe and splendour of the purple and the orange and the blue, the miracle of distant prismatic stripes. Yes," she said, "maybe later." It was still raining the next day. Lorelei insisted on the egg hunt taking place regardless. "Let's do it indoors, darling," Colin had suggested gently. "No way, Jose," Lorelei had countered. "Easter Sunday is egg hunt in the garden, rain or no rain. Isn't that right, kiddies?" Meg looked out towards the garden, through the rain-splattered panes of glass, and thought of her hair, lovingly backcombed that morning into a fat quiff and sprayed hard with Elnet. She thought of the muddy lawn and the cold, wet grass and her canvas pumps, and she thought of her drain-pipe jeans that she'd had trouble squeezing into this morning, and the date she was going on next week for which she planned on being able to wear said jeans, not to mention the troublesome spot forming on her chin. The twins jumped into their Wellington boots and cagoules, while Lorelei ran around in the rain, planting her eggs in the garden. Meg watched her through the window. She looked like a wraith, long and lean in a cream muslin smock, faded jeans, green Wellingtons and a floppy-brimmed straw hat, her long hair sticking wet to her back, her small breasts growing visible through the fabric of her top as it dampened. Her face was shining with joy as she hopped from spot to spot, plucking eggs from a straw basket held in the crook of her arm. The boys stood in the doorway, bristling with anticipation. At just turned 11 years old, they could still be held rapt by Lorelei with her enthusiasm and childlike charm. Her babies, still. Just about. "Ready? Steady? Go!" she called out a moment later, and the boys haired out onto the lawn, followed more sedately by Bethan, in a pink polka-dot raincoat and rubber boots. "Meggie?" Her mother stared at her curiously. "No eggs?" "I'll leave them for the others," said Meg, hoping a suggestion of sibling-oriented kindness might prevent further urging. "There's lots to go round, tons and tons." Meg shrugged. "I don't want my hair to get wet." "Oh, for goodness sake, that's no excuse. Put on a rain cap, here." She pulled a clear plastic hood from a drawer and forced it into Meg's hands. Meg stared at it aghast. "I'm not wearing that." "Why on earth not?" "Because it's an old lady's hat." "It's not. It's my hat." "Exactly." Lorelei threw her head back and laughed hard. "Oh, darling," she said, "one day, God willing, you'll be 42, and I promise you, you will not feel a day over 18. Not a day. Now, put the hat on and come and have some fun with the little ones." Imagine, she said, her face turning serious for a moment. Imagine if something happened to one of us, and there was no Easter egg hunt next year. Imagine if everything stopped being perfect. You would wish so hard that you'd taken part today. Megan stared into the depths of her mother's eyes, the greeny-blue reservoirs of a million fervent emotions. They were set firm. She forced a smile and said, "Okay," dragging out the second syllable to demonstrate her sacrifice. She found 11 eggs that morning and gave them all to her siblings. Pandora and her husband Lawrence arrived at midday, without either of their now grown-up sons, but with a new puppy in tow. Shortly afterwards, Colin's sister Lorna turned up with a carrier bag full of Easter eggs. Some neighbours were next to arrive, Bob and Jenny and their 3 young children. Lorelei roasted a leg of lamb in the Aga and served it with far too many honey-glazed carrots. Aren't they the most glorious shade of orange? And not nearly enough roast potatoes. The children sat at a plastic picnic table at one end of the kitchen, while the adults sat together around the antique pine table in the middle. Megan felt lost amongst the 2 parties. Too old for the children, too young for the adults. Not one person in the room to appreciate her perfectly applied eyeliner, or her new Aran cardigan with leather buttons, or the fact that she'd finally got down to 8.5 stone. She didn't like carrots, and was toying with the idea of vegetarianism, so she picked daintily at the one roast potato she'd been allocated by her mother. "FHB, darling," and stared through the window at the incessant rain, fantasizing about her escape. Megan imagined it to be a glorious explosion of glass shards as she slammed her fists through the invisible walls around her. She imagined fresh air and bright light and dizzying amounts of space. She saw a room with 4 flat bare walls, a square bed dressed in plain white sheets. A tall window hung with a simple pair of white curtains, like the ones in Demi Moore's apartment in St. Elmo's Fire. She saw a shiny kitchen, gleaming pans, a white bathroom, and a quiet man with clean fingernails and a silver guitar. Then she looked around her own kitchen, at the 15 years' worth of children's art lovingly hung and tacked and stuck to the walls, and the thought of escape soured in her heart. She left the children's table and went and sat herself on her father's knee at the grown-ups' table, hoping for a return of the sense of the sugary days of her childhood. He wrapped a gangly arm around her waist, and Megan smiled across the table at her mother. "You know, Laurie," their neighbour Jenny was saying, "your kitchen really is the loveliest place to be on a grotty day like today." Lorelei smiled and put an arm around her friend. "No, it really is. So warm, so welcoming. If I ever found myself stranded on the side of a snowy mountain, freezing to death, I would probably hallucinate about this place, about Laurie's lovely kitchen." "Thank you," said Lorelei, kissing her on the cheek. "Meggie thinks this house is a mess, don't you, my darling?" "It is a mess," she replied. Lorelei laughed. "Different strokes for different folks, darling, isn't that right?" Meg raised her eyebrows and rolled her eyes. "I just don't know why you have to keep so much stuff. I mean, I understand all this," she gestured at the artwork, "but why, for example, do we have 19 tea towels?" Lorelei snorted. "We do not have 19 tea towels. We absolutely do have 19 tea towels, Mother. I counted them the other day. Just as an experiment. Look." She leapt to her feet and yanked open a kitchen drawer. She pulled out examples and held them up as evidence. "We have tea towels with holes in them, tea towels with burn marks, stained tea towels, threadbare tea towels, but look, we also have brand new tea towels. Look, nice ones." Pandora laughed. "I must confess, Laurie, I bought you that one because I was a bit alarmed by the elderly appearance of the existing tea towels last time I came." "Yet still," Meg continued theatrically, warming to her theme, "do we throw the old ones away? No, we do not. We wash them and we dry them and then we fold them and we return them to this drawer, which now has 19 tea towels in it. Well, darling, her mother replied dryly, I must say, given that you'll be sitting your O-levels in less than 3 months, I'd have thought you might have better things to do with your time than count tea towels. Please let me throw one away, Mother, please, I beg of you. How about this one? She held up a limp grey cloth with a rent running down the full length of it. No, exclaimed Lorelei. Absolutely not. It'll do for rags. Mother, said Megan in exasperation, we have a black bag on the landing bulging at the seams with rags, which we never use. We do not need any more rags. Put it back, said her mother, her joyful eyes clouding over for a moment. Please, just put it back. I'll do a clear out another day, when you're all back at school. But you won't, will you? You know that, and I know that. If I came back here in 10 years' time, there'd be 30 tea towels in that drawer, including this one. She hurled the tea towel down on her mother's lap. Oh, now, Megan, come on, said Jenny nervously. Stop bullying lovely Mummy. Meg sighed and groaned. She looked around and realised that everyone had stopped talking and that they were all staring at her with varying degrees of discomfort. Beth looked at her in an accusatory way from the other table, and her father stared at his shoes. Then Meg looked at her mother again, who was smiling nervously and rubbing at the pointy nibs of her elbows. It's only tea towels, said Rhys. Yes, said Lorelei brightly. That's exactly right, Rhys. It's only tea towels. Now, who's for more carrots? Absolutely heaps left. Megan went up to her room and listened to the top 40 on Radio 1, letting the clean, sweet melody of Simple Minds rub away her frayed nerves. April 2011. It was not a kitchen. Not in any traditional or easily recognisable way. It was a structure, a form, an entity, like the guts of a living creature. It was dark, eerily dark, no sense of the bright spring day outside, just a white stripe of light strafing through a gap in the piles in front of the windows. Meg felt around the wall to her left for the light switch. The lights did not come on. She was unsurprised. She switched her mobile phone to its torch function and swept the beam around the room. Sweet Jesus Christ. Molly stood behind her mother, a hand clamped over her mouth, her darkly cold eyes wide with horror. She grabbed Meg's arm with her other hand and gripped it. Megan sighed. Oh, Mum. Molly relaxed her grip on her mother's arm and let her hand drop from her mouth. I remember eating breakfast in here, she said. There was a big table. There, with benches. And the cereal was in jars, over there, with cork lids. And there was a view through the window of a tree. They both turned to look at the place where the windows had been. But it was hard to place them behind the wall of things. It was disorientating. The house no longer made any sense. Molly turned back to her mother. How are we going to get through to the rest of the house? Meg sighed and swung the torch beam to the area at the back of the room that should, in theory, contain a door leading to the hallway and the rest of the house. All that the beam picked out was more walls. Walls within walls. There was no sign of the back of the room, and no immediate sense of how to locate it. But then the light picked up a gap, a foot wide. She shone the light down onto the floor and saw flagstones. The flagstones of her childhood. The only familiar feature so far. I think, she said, shining the light back onto the tiny gap, we'll have to go this way. "You're kidding me," said Molly. "I'm afraid not." "I'll have a panic attack if I go through there." "Yes, me too. Although, Christ, I'm not even sure I could squeeze through. I mean, look, it's so narrow." "Well, I'm not going there on my own. No way." Meg set her shoulders. She'd lost 3 stone 6 years ago. She was no longer a size 16, but still, she was a solid woman, not a waif like her mother and her teenage daughter. "Fine," she said, sucking in her stomach. "Fine. I'll lead the way." "Oh, Jesus," whimpered Molly, holding on to the back of Meg's t-shirt. "Mum, I'm scared." "Don't be daft," said Meg, holding back her own primeval monsters. "There's nothing to be scared of. It's just Grandma's house. That's all." "But we're the first people to set foot in here for years. I mean, shit, Mum, there could be anything in here." "Rats! Mum, what about rats?" "It's going to be fine, love. There won't be any rats. Grandma didn't really eat at home, so there was nothing for them to dine on. Come on, just hold on to me and breathe in." The walls compressed Meg firmly from both sides. They felt solid and uniform against her body, but the light from her phone picked out details. A shirt cuff, a shred of netting, the corner of a book, the knot in the top of a black bag, all smoothed to a formless corridor by the passage of Lorelei's body over the countless days she'd lived here alone, refusing to accept visitors or help. "You okay, love?" she whispered into the muffled darkness. "Yes, I think so. Are we nearly there yet?" Meg could feel her heart contracting and throbbing with a deep-seated sense of unease. "Pretty much," she replied cheerfully. "What's at the other end?" "Not sure yet. Hoping for a door." The corridor turned through a 45-degree angle a moment later. She aimed the light ahead and saw an opening. "We're there," she said. "We've made it." She expected a cool rush of light and freedom as she pulled her body from the claustrophobic crush of her mother's corridor. She expected to be able to shake out her bones and feel released. But she saw immediately that this corridor led directly into another one. The doorway from the back of the kitchen into the front hall was merely a pit stop. She suddenly saw the rest of this journey unfurl in her mind's eye. She saw herself squeezing through smaller and smaller apertures into deeper and deeper corners of the house until she was squashed into a ball and unable to turn around. She swallowed back an urge to scream and said, "Right, well, at least it's not quite so dark in here." The window on the landing was only partially blocked, allowing a wash of dusty blue light across the tops of the towers. At least here Meg could ascertain height and perspective. Ahead of her was the door into the snug. To the left, the door into the living room, and to the right, the foot of the staircase. She only knew this from memory, because no such things were visible from where she stood. She'd been told that Lorelei had lived mainly in her bedroom, so she decided that they should aim to get there, that it was probably less cluttered. Ha! Cluttered. What an entirely insufficient word that was, than the rest of the house, and that they were both less likely to die getting into it. "Right," she said, encouraging her daughter. "Next one. Are you ready?" Molly nodded uncertainly and grabbed the back of Meg's t-shirt again. They slithered sideways through the tunnel which, almost like a well-planned road system, had a junction halfway down where they turned right. Meg felt for the first runner with her toes, and then gingerly walked up, subconsciously counting them as she'd done countless times as a child. 11 to the landing, then a dogleg, and another 12 to the first floor. As she emerged at the top of the stairs, she turned to Molly and smiled. "It's quite bright up here," she said. "Look, the top of the landing window. You can see out into the garden." Molly stood at her side, and they drank in the view from the window as if it were water in a desert. Dust motes sparkled in the midday sun like clouds of glitter. Furry cobwebs hung from the wooden beams in the ceiling and from the old paper light shades. It smelled mustier up here. Meatier. Downstairs had carried a smell of dead paper and dust. Here, it smelled of old flesh and unwashed things. Molly put her hand to her mouth again and shuddered. "Gross," she said. "It's just as well you can't actually smell these places on TV. No one would watch those shows otherwise. Seriously."
"It's not as bad as I thought it would be, given how long she lived like this."
"It's disgusting."
Meg shrugged. She couldn't argue. This is like hell.
"It's worse than hell."
It's hell on actual Earth. There were no words. No language sufficient to convey this experience. For years, Meg had lain in bed awake at night imagining this, picturing it, hearing about it second-hand from social workers and the council. This could be the most extreme case of hoarding we have ever encountered. Her life is at risk every moment of every day. Listening to her mother on the phone, playing it down.
"Oh, it's all such a fuss. Such a fuss about a few things. I'm all alone now. I can live how I choose."
Meg would try to argue.
"You'll kill yourself. It'll bury you. They'll have to pull the house down to get your body out."
And Lorelei would laugh lightly and say,
"That's fine with me."
But none of her imaginings had brought her to this place, to the meaty stench and the gothic horror of it. A low corridor of objects brought them into Lorelei's bedroom. Meg remembered vividly the last time she'd been in her mother's bedroom. 6 years ago. The last time she'd come for Easter. She'd arrived with Molly and the boys and found the house already halfway to the state it was in today. Her mother had been sitting in the middle of this room, hillocks of junk piled up around her like a spider in the middle of its web, painting her toenails periwinkle, and smiling at Meg as though all in the world was as it should be. The memory brought a sudden lump to her throat. She remembered how cross she'd felt to see her mother like that, buried up to her elegant neck in her own shit, letting her beautiful home fall into decay, cooking up yet more fodder for the neighbours to get into a sweaty lather about. She'd been so cross that she'd almost hated her. But now, as she edged her way into the room, she saw the armchair where her mother had been, a fat, flowery thing padded out with cheap cushions, tables at either side holding bottles of nail polish, paperbacks, rice cakes, the oversized headphones she'd wear to listen to the radio, and instead of filth and junk, all she was aware of was the empty space at the centre of it all. Molly crunched uncertainly across a rocky pathway of scattered ephemera. Empty packaging, discarded clothing, old newspapers, and joined her mother at the centre of the room.
"I remember her sitting there when we came that time," she said breathlessly. "Right there. I was scared of her."
Meg turned to her daughter and said, "Scared? Really?"
"Yes,"
said Molly.
"She just looked so bizarre, sitting there so thin and scrawny. Her eyes were kind of like wild. She wasn't like anyone I'd ever seen before."
"Poor Mum," Meg sighed again. "Don't you remember the hot chocolate, though?" Molly glanced at her blankly. "She made you all hot chocolate. At bedtime. You were all so excited. Don't you remember?" Molly shrugged.
"No recollection at all," she said. "I just remember that."
She pointed at the chair.
"Her. There."
Meg felt overwhelmed with sadness.
"I still don't understand," said Molly. "I mean, you're like, just so normal. You're like the most normal person I've ever met. And you're such a clean freak and everything. How did you come from this?
Meg shook her head. Well, obviously it wasn't always like this. Once upon a time, Moll, this place was actually relatively normal.
But your mum? Grandma? Was she ever normal?
Meg smiled sadly. Well, she said, that's a good question. And I think, with Mum, it really was all just a matter of degrees. She took 2 more steps towards the armchair and touched it with the very furthest tips of her fingers. And then, before her inner clean freak could tell her that she'd catch fleas, that she'd never get the smell out, that it was filthy dirty and full of germs, she lowered herself right into it, right into her mother's armchair. She let her head fall back against the greying upholstery, and she looked up at Molly and she smiled. Tiny, tiny little degrees. Chapter 2. Friday, 5th of November, 2010. Hello again, Jim. I am delighted to see that I didn't scare you off, and thank you for your reply. It was fascinating to find out more about you, and of course I can see now that you would have started out as a James. You look more like a James than a Jim, but I agree that Jim is a much friendlier name, particularly up there in Gateshead. You wouldn't want to stand out too much, I suppose. Do you have a lovely accent? I don't have much of an accent. I suppose you would say that I am posh. I was brought up just outside Oxford, went to the local girls' grammar. Mum and Dad were both writers. My father wrote about medicine, my mother wrote about gardening. It was all very ramshackle and left-wing middle class. Nobody ever looked in a mirror, nobody ever hoovered. But at the heart of it was a deep, deep sadness. Probably about the baby, Athena. And other things that happened. Things I can't really talk about. So even though it should have been a happy childhood, it really wasn't. And then they both died young, my parents. Pretty much one after the other. I was 20 when my father passed, 23 when my mother did, and there was all this stuff we'd never talked about. Stuff I really do rather wish we had talked about. But you know what it's like when you're that age. You think you have all the time in the world, don't you? I would say I was a rather strange child. A bit like you say you were. I was very introverted and lived quite a colourful, imaginary life. I collected things, obsessively, and wet the bed well into my early teens. I was almost feral in some ways. Quite wild, yet also excruciatingly shy. I was forever being carted off to therapists, but none of them had a clue. And then I left home at 18, went off to university, and I completely changed, blossomed into something quite different. It was as if my childhood had never happened, like I'd shed a skin. So there you go. That's me. Well, the early stages of me. And I suppose, in a way, it was having such an odd and uncomfortable childhood myself that made me so utterly, utterly determined to give my own children the best childhood possible. It remains to be seen whether or not they would say that I succeeded. So tell me more about your son. Do you live with him? How old is he? What's his name? I'm glad you have a child. It will give us more to talk about. Oh, bang, bang, bang! The fireworks are starting already here in the village. I hope you're watching a lovely display somewhere, wrapped up warm and cosy. I'll be making do with listening to it from here in my chair. I can't really find the motivation to get out there and stand about in the cold with a bunch of strangers. All the very best to you, Jim. Take care. Lorelei. April 1987. Bethan had grown breasts. Huge ones. Quite suddenly, and as if from nowhere.
One minute she'd been a bony little thing in a training bra from Woolies, the next she was off to the shops with Mum looking for something in a 32C. Megan was both alarmed, her baby sister, and jealous, her baby sister, but mainly fascinated as Bethan now possessed the only substantial pair of breasts in the family. "Let me see, then," she badgered as Lorelei and Beth bustled into the house on a dry April afternoon halfway through the Easter holidays. Beth looked embarrassed as Meg snatched the bag from her. "Oh," she said, fingering the cream lace thing with its solid underwiring and its unlikely capacious cups. "Nice," she said, trying not to sound jealous. "Did you get anything else?" "No," said Beth, snatching back the bra and shoving it into the carrier bag before one of her little brothers saw it. "I did, though," said Lorelei, her high cheekbones flushed pink, her green eyes flashing with something chemical and profound. "Look! There's a new shop opened in town. What was it called, Beth?" Beth rolled her eyes and said, "Pound Stretcher." "Yes! Pound Stretcher. Everything's a pound. Can you imagine? Look." She emptied a bulging carrier bag onto the tabletop and let her eyes roam over her booty with a hunger and a joy that were almost tangible. "Look," she said, "hangers. 10 for a pound. Aren't they lovely? I just love the colours, especially this blue one. And pan scourers, a pound for 20. Meg, too, stared at the items on the tabletop and said, "Why have you bought 3 packs?" Her mother's smile froze for a split second. Then she laughed and said, "Always good to have stockpiles." "Oh, yes," said Meg. "Just think how smug we'll be when we're living in a post-apocalyptic wilderness and we're the only family in the village with pan scourers." Meg saw Beth's face cloud over then and noticed a tiny, barely perceptible shake of her head. She tutted loudly and said, 60 pan scourers, Beth. We have 60 pan scourers." Beth smiled apologetically and Lorelei stood there, her shoulders slightly slumped, the light gone from her eyes. "Why do you always have to spoil everything, Meggie? Why?" Her eyes filled with tears, and she hurriedly returned her treasures to the carrier before leaving the room. "What?" snapped Meg, looking at Beth's accusing face. "Oh, come on. Why do you have to be so hard on her?" "Don't you see?" Meg hissed. "It's because of you lot, everyone in this fucking family, that she is the way she is. You encourage her." "But what does it matter?" said Beth. "Who cares if we've got too many pan scourers? Who cares if funny things make her happy? Why does it bother you so much?" "Because," she began, the rage starting to separate in her mind into manageable chunks of theory, "because I think she's ill." Beth laughed, and then stopped dramatically. "Ill?" "Yes," said Meg. "Mentally. Ill in the head. Oh, don't be so ridiculous." "I am not being ridiculous. I mean it. All this. All these collections and obsessions with colours and tea towels and rainbows." Beth shrugged. "And think of what she was like when she was a child. You know, collecting hair. Everyone acts like that's normal. It's not normal. It's crazy." "What are you two whispering about?" asked Rory, passing them in the hallway. His long blonde hair hanging into his eyes, long skinny legs like his dad's in baggy jeans. The best-looking boy in his class, apparently. Not that he was interested in what the girls in his class thought of him yet. He was only 12. "Nothing," snapped Meg. "You're talking about the pan scourers, aren't you?" Meg said nothing. Beth said, "Don't you start." "I'm not starting anything," he said nonchalantly. "I think it's great. You can never have too many pan scourers." "Where's Reese?" asked Beth, delicately changing the subject. "Outside," said Rory. "Staring." The 3 children laughed at the predictability of this reply.
Megan looked from Beth to Rory, her siblings, and, for their many differences, her soulmates. And then she thought of Rhys. Tiny, unknowable, inexplicable Rhys, lying in the garden, staring into empty blueness, all alone. She thought, for a moment, of going out to find him, to ask him what he was thinking about. But then the phone rang in the hall, and it was Andrew Smart wanting to take her to a gig on Saturday night, and no sooner had it arrived than the thought faded from her consciousness. Easter Sunday dawned warm and gold. Meg's eyes struggled to open against the dazzling morning sun. Her radio alarm told her it was only 8:29. She stopped struggling to open her eyes and let them fall closed again. As she waited for sleep to return, her thoughts reeled through the pleasing events of the previous night. The screech of tyres on tarmac as Andrew Smart and his friend Nick pulled up outside the house to collect her. The metallic smell of vodka in a hip flask being passed back and forth between the three of them. The sun setting behind the tall trees as the countryside flashed past in a copper-hued blur. Andrew Smart's fingers absent-mindedly tickling the small of her neck. The wonderful, grown-up, easy sense of it being no big deal. The feeling of escape from the house and the village. The buzzing queue wrapped tantalizingly around the venue. The smell of congealed beer. The feel of strangers' clammy T-shirts against her bare skin. Andrew's arm across her shoulder. The music. The roll and swell of the mosh pit, and then the cool air on her flesh as they drove home again, too fast, down winding roads, spiky shadows of trees thrown across the road by the headlights, and then a quick kiss on the lips outside her house. Nothing more. It hadn't been a date, not in that sense. Nick had watched fondly from the back seat and said, "Oh, sweet." Andrew had thrown a rolled-up paper bag at him, and Meg had slipped from the car and into the dark of the sleeping house, light as air, smelling of other people's cigarette smoke, smiling. She'd jumped when she'd seen him sitting there. "Rhys! Shit, you scared the crap out of me. What are you doing up so late?" He was sitting at the kitchen table, in his pyjamas, his blonde hair lank around his face. His hands were spread open on the tabletop, bathed in a bluish light from the moon through the window. He shrugged. "Couldn't sleep," he said. Meg frowned. "Couldn't you, read a book or something?" she asked. He shrugged and pulled his open hands into fists. "Come on," she said. "I'm too wired to sleep. Come and watch some telly with me." The living room was dark, apart from the embers in the fire basket. The remnants of her parents' evening were still strewn about the room. 2 empty wine glasses, jar of olives, the mail, slippers and a cookbook held open at a recipe for chicken masala. The sofa still bore the imprints of both parents and the dog. No cushions had been plumped, no debris removed, as though they had faded away rather than actively gone to bed. It was the end of some film, an old-fashioned American thing with women with flicked hair and men in nonsensical flared trousers and a plinky-plonky soundtrack. Megan brought through a carton of orange juice and 2 beakers. "Meggie?" She heard her father's reedy voice emanate from somewhere above. "Is that you?" "Yes." "Just checking. Sleep tight, darling." "You too, Dad." Meg and Rhys looked at each other and smiled. "How long had you been sitting there?" said Meg. Rhys shrugged again. "Dunno." "Do you do that often?" "Not really." "What were you thinking about?" "Not much." An American lady on the TV was shouting at an American man who was wearing aviator glasses and a gold necklace. They were standing underneath a palm tree. Usually Meg would have given up at this point.
But her mind was soft with vodka and music and the first tentative outposts of falling in love. So she moved closer to her brother and stared at him thoughtfully and said, "You happy, Rhys?" He looked at her sideways. "Of course I am." "Is school all right?" "Yeah, it's fine." She paused, then continued, "It's just, you know, Rory seems to have made so many friends already, but you—"
"There's more to life than friends,"
he snapped back. Megan nodded. "Of course," she said. "But is there anyone at school? Anyone who you hang out with? You know, at lunchtime and stuff?"
"Sure,"
he said.
"Loads of people."
"Are people kind to you?" Rhys spun round and fixed her with a black look.
"Let's just watch the film, shall we?"
he said. "I don't want to watch the film. I want to talk to you. I never talk to you."
"Talking's overrated."
"How can you say that?" He turned away from her then and rearranged himself on the sofa. Megan stared at him for a moment, the delicate set of his features, his sinewy arms hanging from a baggy grey t-shirt, his sharp kneecaps pushing through the denim of his unfashionable jeans. He seemed so angry, so sad. She sighed, and when the film finished 5 minutes later, she ran her hand gently over the crown of Rhys's head and made her way upstairs to bed without saying good night. When Megan finally arose, 2 hours after first waking up, she found her mother in the kitchen in rose-print pyjamas, her long hair twisted into a bun. "Oh, good," she beamed. "You're up. Bob and Jenny are sending their little ones over in half an hour for an egg hunt. I need your help." "The gig was fantastic, thanks for asking," Meg replied. "Andrew Smart kissed me on the lips and we've arranged to go out again on Thursday." Her mother blinked at her in surprise. "Oh," she said vaguely. "Good. That's good, then?" "Of course it's good. Not that I expect you to care when there's vitally important things like egg hunts to arrange." "Oh, Meggie." Her mother folded her arms together and pouted. "No one's saying it's vitally important. It's just, this is us. The birds. This is what we do. Easter Sunday, rain or shine. It's a tradition." "Yes, but Mum, your youngest children are now 12 years old. It's a tradition that needs to end."
"Nonsense."
"I mean, Bob and Jenny have got their own garden. Why can't they do their own egg hunt for their own children?" Her mother's eyes started to brim with tears. "Because," she said, "we've better nooks and crannies in our garden. They're all laid to lawn next door. You know, very flat." Megan nodded sagely. "Oh, yes," she said. "Very flat, poor wee things." "So?" Her mother ignored the sarcasm and brightened herself. "I need to go up and dress myself. Can I leave you to open the packets?" Megan sighed. "Yes, sure." "Good," Lorelei beamed. "Thank you, darling girl." Bob and Jenny and their 3 children arrived at just after 11 a.m. Rory and Rhys agreed to join in with the little ones, and by 11:30 all the eggs had been found. Lorelei's eyes shone with a mixture of satisfaction and, Megan couldn't help but notice, a hint of panic as the children handed the eggs to their mother to save for after lunch. "Don't forget to save the foils," she trilled. "All such lovely, lovely colours." Megan tutted and said something mean about her mother under her breath, which thankfully she didn't hear. "Such a shame you can't stay for lunch," said Lorelei as their neighbours made their farewells half an hour later. "Yes, well, Bob's mother's over from Ireland, so it's a big clan reunion." Pandora was in the Bahamas with Lawrence, and Lorna was in Devon with friends. For the first time in living memory, the Bird family were alone on Easter Sunday. "So," said Colin, closing his cutlery together and scrunching up his paper napkin after lunch, "I've had an idea. Slightly crazy. But listen. How about next Easter, since it might well be the last Easter everyone's still at home, we go away somewhere? We haven't been away as a family since before the twins were born. There's some amazingly cheap package deals around these days. And I've always wanted to go to Greece." Megan could feel Lorelei's expression change without even looking at her. It was like an ice floe passing through the room, steady and foreboding. She laughed first, as Megan had suspected she might, a menacingly girlish sound. And then she said, "What a silly idea, Colin. How on earth could we afford to go away with 4 children?" "Well," said Colin, beginning rather nervously to stack together dirty plates, "I was thinking, with the girls growing up now, we don't really need the big car anymore. I mean, when was the last time all 6 of us went anywhere together?" "So we could sell it." "Oh, come on," snorted Lorelei. "Who on earth would buy our dirty, disgusting old car?" "We could sell it to the Millers," he continued patiently. "They're expecting their 4th child any day. They've offered 1,500 for it." "Ha!" said Lorelei. "More money than sense, those Millers. And then, if we've only got the 1 car, we won't need the double garage anymore. And I was just talking to Bob, and he said he'd buy the other half of our garage off us for 5 grand. Megan had not drawn breath for almost 30 seconds, watching this almost comically doomed conversation unfold. 5 grand? Ridiculous. Well, yes, but he wants to build an extension at the back and use the garage as a workshop, so it's worth it for them. But all our things. I mean, we have so much stuff stored in there. Well, yes, indeed we do, like several burst paddling pools, my sweetheart. It's overdue a clear-out. In the absence of anything logical to say, Lorelei merely flapped her bony hands about and said, "Oh, it's all just silly. And a package deal to Greece sounds quite ghastly." Colin smiled gently and turned his gaze to his 4 children. "Kids, what do you think? Easter in the sun? Calamari and chips for lunch? Swimming pools with slides? On-site disco?" He aimed this last at Megan and Bethan. Lorelei laughed again, that high-pitched schoolgirl thing she did. "Sounds like someone's been doing their homework." "Just some brochures," said Colin, "from the agents on the high road. Want to have a look?" He smiled and glanced at each child in turn. "Oh, Colin, honestly," said Lorelei, piling up the plates from her side of the table. "This really is about the silliest plan I've heard. And even if we can afford it. And who's to say that the Millers and Bob won't change their minds, leaving us with a stonking great unpaid debt to some tacky holiday company? If it's going to be our last Easter all together, then it has to be here, at the birdhouse. Isn't that right, kiddos?" A terrible silence fell upon the table. Rory cast his gaze down to his lap. Bethan nibbled her fingernails, and Rhys stared at the ceiling. Megan looked intently through the kitchen window at a magpie bouncing on the branches of a tree outside, and tried not to read too much symbolism into its presence at this precise moment. "I'd like to go away," said Megan, taking the lead as the firstborn child. "I mean, I know we'll always be able to come back here as the years go by, but once I leave home, who knows if we'll ever get the chance to go on holiday together again." She shrugged and left her words hanging. There was a small shard of silence, during which Colin nodded encouragingly, and Lorelei raised her eyebrows exasperatedly. "What about you?" he asked Beth. She smiled apologetically and said, "I want to do whatever everyone else wants to do." Rory. Cool, said Rory. Yeah, brilliant. Then he looked slightly embarrassed by his betrayal and turned away. Rhys? Rhys blushed and shrugged. Don't mind, he said almost silently. Well, there you go, said Lorelei triumphantly, holding the pile of plates out in front of herself. Looks like nobody's particularly interested. And I'm sure we can think of better things to spend all that money on. I mean, Meggie will be off to college next September. That'll be an expensive enterprise. Colin frowned and said, You know my mother's offered to help us out with all that, so that's not an issue, darling. Well, she said, landing the pile of plates into the butler's sink with a deafening clatter, I still don't see the point of spending all that money on a holiday that nobody's really interested in. Meg stared at the shape of her mother, rigid and too thin at the kitchen sink, her shoulder blades protruding through the chambray cotton of her smocked tunic, and she swallowed the urge to walk over to her and hit her with her cutlery hard around the back of the head. Instead, she inhaled and said, I think I recall saying that I wanted to go. Mother? And me, said Rory. Lorelei's shoulders slumped and she sighed. And then, very slowly and deliberately, she left the kitchen, sobbing quietly under her breath. On the 25th of July that same year, while Lorelei was out at the shops and Megan was violently kissing Andrew Smart on a blanket in a field in the middle of nowhere, and the twins and Bethan were alone in the house, 2 16-year-old boys wearing hooded jackets broke in and took, after a leisurely exploration, the video player, 2 television sets, a watch, some jewellery, and a leg of lamb and a joint of beef from the chest freezer in the utility room. They did all of this without disturbing any of the 3 children in the house. And it was only when they let the kitchen door bang shut behind them that Rhys peered over his window ledge just in time to see them running down the garden path and onto the street. He rushed then to a window overlooking the street and saw them pile into a matte black Ford Escort and screech away through the village, whooping and hollering through the opened windows as though they thought they were in Harlem. Rhys found the whole episode thrilling beyond words. He called 999 before he even told the others for fear that someone else would want to do it. And for a few days afterwards, he dined out on the whole episode, to the point of being boring. But Lorelei couldn't see the harmless drama of the thing. She could only see it as, in her own melodramatic words, a violation akin to rape. She kept stalking desolately round the house, peering into corners and touching things. And at the merest sound of footsteps on the pavement outside the window, or the whine of a car driving too fast, or the rumble of a car driving too slow, or the crack of a twig under the paws of a squirrel, or the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze, Lorelei would gasp and run to the nearest window, her arms wrapped defensively around herself. They were only kids, Megan would say, just a pair of spotty dweebs. But Lorelei would not be assuaged. Well, you can all go to Greece next year, she said self-righteously, but I'm going to stay here to protect our home. So, of course, nobody went to Greece. April 2011. Meg's phone rang. She picked it up from the arm of Lorelei's chair, expecting it to be Bill telling her that he and the boys had checked in, that everything was going to plan. But it was an unknown number. She stared at it for a moment. "Who is it?" asked Molly, anxiously nibbling a fingernail. "Don't put your fingers in your mouth," hissed Meg. "Seriously, you have no idea what you've been touching." Molly let her finger drop from her mouth and wiped it absent-mindedly against the denim of her hot pants. "Who is it?" she asked again. Meg pressed decline. "Unknown," she said. "I'm not sure I can face talking to a normal human being right now. Maybe they'll leave a voicemail." "You look weird sitting there," said Molly. "I feel weird sitting here." "Can I have a go?" "Sure,"
Meg stood up and eased herself into a corner to let Molly sit down. Molly leaned her head gingerly against the back of the armchair and rested her delicate hands upon the arms.
Hi, just a quick pause. Take a moment to relax and breathe. Here's a short musical interlude, and remember, this audiobook is completely free for you. Thanks for listening.
She looked up at her mum. So this was like where she spent all her time? Just here, in this chair? Pretty much. According to the social worker, she went into the village a couple of times a week, had something to eat, chatted to the neighbours, went to the charity shop, bought a paper or two. Sometimes she went for a swim at the pool in town, mainly so she could have a shower, I suppose. And every weekend she'd get in the car and go to the cash and carry to pick up some bits. She groaned under her breath. Pick up some bits. Infuriating, ridiculous woman. And then she'd get home, push her way through metres of pitch-black corridors and emerge up here, like a rat out of a drain cover. Oh, don't talk about rats. And God knows what she did then. Meg looked about her for any evidence of activities. She saw her mother's laptop. It was tiny. State of the art. Must have cost a fortune. She had no idea where it had come from. She knew that her mother, despite her twin loves of the internet and shopping, had never developed an internet shopping habit, mainly because it would have taken her too long to get to the front door to collect any packages. So she must have bought this in a shop. She could not picture her mother in a shop, buying a laptop. But still, there it sat, covered in a thin layer of dust, untouched for the 4 days since Lorelei's death. There'd been talk of an online lover, a man in Gateshead called Jim, whom she'd never actually met, but with whom she'd declared dramatically she was crazy in love. It sounded, from what Meg had managed to glean from between her mother's very skewed conversational lines, as though Jim might have issues of his own. She wondered if Jim knew about Lorelei's death. And then she realised that of course he didn't. He probably thought he'd been dumped. Dumped by Lorelei from the Cotswolds, without so much as a by your leave. Poor Jim. Her phone rang again. Still unknown. This time she pressed answer. Hello? Meg? Meg's flesh wriggled slightly at the familiar tone of the caller's voice. Yes, speaking. It's me. Beth. Meg breathed once down the line, and then twice. Hello? Meg hung up. March 1991. Megan and Beth sat side by side in a subterranean concrete room off Shaftesbury Avenue. The room was a bar called Freud's. Someone had told Megan that it was the place to be, and it was certainly unlike anywhere she'd been before. Industrial was the word. Unfinished walls, beaten copper bar, cubist seating, chalked lists on blackboards, everything very dark and very uncomfortable. It was hard to concentrate on her sister sitting hunched up beside her, sipping a lemonade through a black straw, because there was a constant, overwhelming sense that something terribly exciting was about to happen over her shoulder. It wasn't, of course. Everyone else here was just like her.
20-something, office worker, new in town, earning peanuts, looking for love, expecting everything to be a lot more exciting than it actually was. Megan felt proud to sit here with Beth. Her little sister was a full 2 inches taller than her and, she imagined, a full double take more beautiful. Not that Megan was plain. Megan was far from plain. But Bethan was the one with the long mane of sleek black hair and the kissable mouth and the blushing cheeks and the legs that spoke their own language. And the boobs. Bethan was the one with the boobs. Someone once said to Megan that sisters always feel more beautiful when they're together, and ever since, Megan had found it to be true. Without Beth, Meg felt reasonable. With her, she felt exceptional. Beth was dressed in black jeans, black Angora cardigan with the sleeves pushed up her arms, black lace vest, black ribbon in her black hair. "Remember your polka-dot raincoat?" said Megan, returning to the place they always came back to eventually, their shared childhood. "The pink one? How could I forget? It was literally the most important thing in the world to me. She's still got it, you know." Meg groaned and said, "Of course she has. I think that could probably apply to any random item of clothing you care to mention." "So," said her sister, her expression growing serious, "are you coming?" Meg groaned. Easter weekend. She'd told her mother she'd let her know, that she wasn't sure what her plans were yet, and her mother had tried to sound as though she didn't mind either way, even though it would be the first Easter Megan hadn't spent at home, and therefore something that Lorelei would find traumatic even to contemplate. "I don't know," she said. "It's such a long way." "I know," said Beth, "but please come. It'll be shit if you're not there." "No, it won't," scoffed Meg. "It'll just be exactly the same as it is every single year, except with one less person around the table." "Yes, exactly. And you're the only normal person in the family." "Dad?" "Well, yeah, just about. Although I think that 25 years living with Mum are finally starting to grind him down." "He doesn't seem quite himself lately." "What do you mean?" "I don't know. He just seems distracted. And thin. He looks very thin." Megan considered her father, all 6'1" of him, his floppy hair, his pixie face, his almost absurd patience with his highly strung, immature wife. He could not afford to be distracted, or thin. He needed to be solid and sensible and fully engaged, or the whole structure of things would just come apart. "How are the twins?" "Oh, they're fine. But Rory's got some rather dodgy new friends." "Hasn't he always had dodgy friends?" "Well, yes, but these are slightly dodgier than the last lot." "Drugs?" Beth shrugged. "Probably." "Oh, God." Megan dragged her hands through her brown curls. "And what about Reese?" "Reese is Reese. No dodgy friends. No friends at all, from what I can see. Just sits in his room listening to grunge music, very loud, until really late. That boy does not get enough sleep." "No, I know. It's affecting his schoolwork. You know, Rory can just flip through his revision in half an hour and he's done, but Reese needs to really concentrate, and because he doesn't really sleep, well, Dad thinks he's going to fail all his GCSEs. And he's just a bit, you know, weird." "What, weirder than usual, you mean?" "Yeah, a little bit. He got hauled in front of the head teacher at school the other day for hanging around the girls' changing room." "No." "Yeah. It was horrible. We only found out about it because Dad knows the geography teacher and it was all round the school. And they couldn't prove he'd done it, so he wasn't punished, but now apparently all the girls hate him and they call him a creep and a pervert." She shuddered lightly. "It's horrible.
she said, almost silently. Christ, said Meg. What does Mum say? Ah, well, you know, she's taken his side, obviously. Closed ranks completely, her precious baby, etc., etc. And as she says, there is no proof, just one girl's word against his. But to be absolutely honest, she paused and lowered her voice, it really wouldn't surprise me if it was true. He's the oddest boy I know. Come down and live with me, said Megan, suddenly fearful for her soft-hearted younger sister who had barely spent a night away from home since the day she was born, and who tiptoed around the characters in her house as if they were the leading men and women, and she was just a lowly extra. Come and live in London. Seriously. There's space for another bed in my room. We could split the bills and everything. I could ask around for you for a job at my place. They've always got vacancies. Beth smiled. Yeah, she said. Right. What? Can you imagine me telling Mum that? Why not? Because... Her sister looked flustered for a second. I don't know, she said. She smiled. Maybe I could. Of course you could. You finish college in June, you'll be a qualified secretary. London will be your oyster. Beth's face went from uncertain to quietly excited. Yes, she said. I mean, it would be fun, wouldn't it? Megan nodded. 10 different types of fun. And Mum would still have the twins. Stop worrying about Mum. I know, you're right. I just can't help it sometimes. You need this, said Meg. You need to get away from her. From all of it. It'll swallow you whole otherwise. I mean it. It really will. And you won't even realise it's happening until it's too late. 2 days later, Beth returned home from London. The birdhouse sat quiet and dusty, filled with sunlight and distant sounds. She rested her weekend case at the foot of the stairs and called out once or twice. No one replied, and she presumed herself alone. She felt coated with the grime of the big city. Although she'd had a shower in Megan's immaculate little ensuite shower room just that morning, she couldn't shake the feeling of it all over her skin. She made herself a mug of tea and took it up to her room. She stood for a while in the middle, imagining herself not in it any more, imagining herself instead in her sister's room in Wood Green, with its high ceilings and its views over a parade of shops, its shared kitchen and flatmates from foreign countries. It didn't seem possible, although in every practical way, of course, it was. She went to her window and took in the view across the rambling gardens, down to the old green hammock at the far end and the fields beyond. Memories fluttered about her mind, of days that had passed and died and were never to return. But when she turned her thoughts to the future, there was nothing there, just space. She sighed and sat on the window ledge, pondering her lack of ambition, of forward propulsion. She'd only signed up for the secretarial course because the college was 10 minutes away and she knew she wouldn't muck it up. She assumed that at some point soon she would probably end up being a secretary, but through fatalism rather than design. She began to take off her clothes, feeling the sweet release of her breasts from the ill-fitting bra she'd been wearing since Friday morning. She looked at her body in the foxed mirror inside her wardrobe. She saw the loveliness of it, and blanched slightly, thinking of the things she hadn't told Meg in the bar that night. The looks from her brother, the sense of someone outside the bathroom door. She'd watched Rory become interested in women, but with him it had been like the unfurling of a bud. Something natural, inevitable, almost adorable. Something separate, entirely unconnected to her. But with Rhys, it was like a dark shadow spilling over everything he touched.
including her. She wrapped her body in a towel, tucked her hair inside a shower cap, and made towards the bathroom. A strange sound made her stop outside the door of her parents' bedroom. "Mum?" She clutched her towel closer to her chest and gently pushed at the door. Rhys was lying in his parents' bed, the satin eiderdown pulled up to his armpits, naked as far as Beth could tell, staring straight at her. "Jesus!" he said, surprised to see her. "When did you get home?" She held the door half against herself, shielding her body from his strange, angry gaze. "About 10 minutes ago," she said. "What are you doing, Rhys?" He shrugged. "Sleeping." "But why are you sleeping in Mum and Dad's bed?" "Electric blanket." She nodded once, but then grimaced at him. "It's 16 degrees out there. What do you need an electric blanket for?" He shrugged. "I like it." She nodded again. "Why are you naked?" "I'm not," he said, flipping back the eiderdown to reveal his pale body in underpants that were too large for him. She turned away and grimaced. "Fine," she said. "I'm going to have a shower." "How was London?" he asked before she could go. "It was good." He nodded. She moved her gaze away from his body again and said, "Anyway, how was Meg?" "Fine," she said. "She's fine." She wanted to go now. She did not want to have a conversation with her brother lying there in his parents' bed in his underpants. She locked the bathroom door behind her and leaned against it for a moment, listening to his footsteps passing down the corridor towards the bathroom. They slowed down outside the door, and she heard his breath. And then she heard him turn and leave, and the gentle click of his bedroom door closing behind him. Meg did come home for Easter. She slept on a mattress on Beth's floor, because her own bedroom, since her last visit, had been rendered virtually uninhabitable by yet more towers of paperbacks and boxes of household goods bought in bulk from a cash and carry that Lorelei had recently signed up to. "It's not that bad," said Lorelei, peering around the door over Meg's shoulder. "Plenty of room for you." "Not that bad," repeated Meg. "Jesus. Mother, why are you stockpiling?" She brought her gaze down to the box nearest her feet. "Insect repellent." Her mother rolled her eyes. "We live in the countryside," she said pointedly, as though Megan were no longer a member of this exclusive country-dwelling club. "We get a lot of insects. I mean, this is a fire hazard, isn't it? Can you imagine that lot going up? It would blow the roof off the house." "Jesus." "It's economics, darling," her mother replied, all sing-song disingenuousness. "Saving the family money." "Well, yes, but the family won't actually need money if we all burn to death in a massive fireball." "I get through a lot of it," her mother snapped, "and there won't be any fire." "Mum, this whole house is a fire hazard. It's 50% paper." Her mother tutted. "You know," she said, "it's quite interesting to me that I'm perfectly happy living in this house until you come home and start criticising everything." "That's because I'm objective, Mother. I see things that you lot don't. I see what you're doing here." "And what exactly am I doing here, Megan, apart from looking after everybody and doing the best job I possibly can to look after our lovely house?" Megan didn't bother to reply. It would have been too cruel. Bob and Jenny had moved out the previous summer, and the house next door was now inhabited by a young couple with a baby who'd swapped a flat in Clapham for the picture postcard Cotswolds Cottage. They were called Vicky and Tim, and their baby was called Madeline. And of course Lorelei had invited them over for Easter lunch. Megan could only imagine that the invitation had taken them unawares, leaving them no time to form a polite excuse. She could see it with her mind's eye. Vicky stuttering and clutching her throat and saying, Oh, well, yes, that would be lovely, with a terrible fake smile and a gulp. The baby was only 6 months old, but still Lorelei planted her foil-wrapped eggs and brought out the battered wicker baskets, and they all followed Vicky and Tim and the baby round the garden, trilling and oohing every time somebody found one, the baby in her mother's arms looking entirely nonplussed. The lamb was cooked and carved, the eggs were eaten, the foils were smoothed out, commented upon and put aside, the sun shone, there were too many carrots, not enough potatoes, the yellow walls ached under the weight of children's art, the conversation sagged under the strain of nobody really knowing what to say any more, and Megan wished she'd stayed in London. At 4 o'clock, Vicky and Tim took their sleeping baby back home to bed, and then, rather surprisingly, Vicky reappeared 5 minutes later with a bottle of Beaujolais, and she and Lorelei secreted themselves away in the snug, where they sat and drank and laughed and talked for a full 3 hours. Meg and Beth raised their eyebrows at each other as the sound of raucous laughter drifted from the window into the garden where they sat together in the last rays of the evening sun. "Well," said Beth, "not everybody thinks Mum's as awful as you do, you know." "I don't think she's awful. I just think she's ill." Beth tutted. "She's eccentric, that's all." "Course she is," laughed Beth. "Honestly, she's a sweetheart. So much energy, so much character. She means well." "She does not mean well. You know she hasn't asked me one single question about my job since I got back. Hasn't even noticed my haircut." "Maybe she's cross with you for leaving home." "Well, that's not normal, is it? What sort of mother gets cross with a 20-year-old for leaving home?" "OK, maybe not leaving home as such, but living in London." "What's London got to do with it? Half the teenagers in this village end up living in London. It's what normal people do." "And what about Reese?" "What about Reese?" "Well, she just seems to have given up on him. She didn't even make him come down for lunch. It's like she doesn't care." "She did try. I heard her. He just refused to come down." "Well, if that was my child, I would not be able to sit at that table with those virtual strangers going, tra-la-la-la-la-la, egg hunt, like there was nothing wrong. I would have dragged him down. I mean, he hasn't even eaten anything. And it's," she glanced at her watch, "it's nearly 7 o'clock. It's nearly 7 o'clock, and she's sitting in there getting pissed with some woman she barely knows, and her son has been on his own all day and she hasn't even been to check on him." She got crossly to her feet and headed indoors. "I'm going to make him a sandwich," she said. She piled offcuts of cold lamb and mint sauce between 2 fat slices of bloomer and smothered it with Hellmann's, then found a bag of crisps and a can of Coke and grouped them all together on a tray. She felt furious to be mothering her little brother while his real mother sat drinking red wine, delighting in the attention of a new and unsuspecting admirer. As she made her way through the house, she cringed at the cardboard boxes that lined each and every part of the staircase and hallway, the piles of unopened post, the paintings waiting to be hung, and the unwashed laundry. Everything was halfway to being where it needed to be. Everything was a work in progress, with no systems, no logic, no sense of organisation about any of it. Everyone who came here, including Tim and Vicky, gushed and cooed about the charm of the place. "It's so cosy, so welcoming." But they did not see the truth. That this house was the work of a disordered mind, and all the enablers she lived with. Megan paused for a moment on the landing and watched the birds in the trees outside. A cluster of tits and sparrows all jostling about for space. She put the tray down on the window ledge and sat. From below, she could hear her mother and her new friend squawking and shrieking, and from above, she could hear Alice in Chains blasting from her brother's room in the eaves. But outside, there were only the sounds of nature, the trilling of the tiny birds, the rumble of a distant tractor heading back after a day in the fields,
a dog barking somewhere out of sight. She inhaled deeply, holding it in. She missed this when she was in London. Not this mad, claustrophobic house and its piles of stuff. Not her crazy mother or her passive father, her troubled brothers and her too nice sister. But this. The peace and the purity of life outside these windows. She breathed it in again and held it inside her for a beat. Then she picked up the tray and carried it up the 8 steps that took her to the door of her baby brother's bedroom. 8 small steps between now and then. Between what she knew and what she'd grow to wish she'd never known. Between the past and the future. Between a small moment of peacefulness and the worst moment of her life. When her brother didn't open the door on the 4th knock, Megan felt a tightness in her gut, an overwhelming wave of foreboding. She put the tray down on the floor and kicked the door in. It gave way relatively easily under her amateur karate kick, just a badly screwed-in bolt, fixed by Rhys himself because Lorelei didn't believe in children having locks on their rooms, on the back of the door. The music was so loud that Megan could feel it through her feet, through the ancient buckled floorboards hammered in place 300 years ago by craftsmen who would not know what to make of this cacophony, who would imagine it to be some business of the devil. And there he was. Her baby brother. The one she'd never felt fitted in. The one she resented and failed to bond with. The small one, the worrisome one. The one she couldn't talk to. There he was, hanging by his thin, pale neck from the beams high above his single bed. Long dead by the look of him. His protruded tongue swollen and obscene. The crotch of his jeans stained wet. His eyes wide open. Chapter 3. Wednesday, 24th of November, 2010. Hi, Jim. Can you believe this weather? They've put out flood alerts in some parts of the country. What's it like in Gateshead? I always check the forecast now for you when I listen to the weather. Looks like you're ankle deep too. Yuck. Luckily, we're not in a vulnerable area and there's never, fingers crossed, been flooding here. My God, just the thought of this house going under with all my things in it. Oh! I have an awful lot of newspapers. Oh dear, does that make me sound like a mad old hag? And they would swell up, wouldn't they? Like a cork. Plug me in here. Oh, anyway, not worth thinking about, I suppose. I was so sorry to hear about your son. Bloody hell, Jim. So awful, even if he had been a drug addict for all those years. 31 is absolutely far too young, and the old cliché about parents outliving their children is one of the truest. It subverts the order of everything, and nothing ever makes sense again, does it? And you see, I should know. Because, since we're becoming so intimate so quickly, I feel able to tell you this now. But I have lost a son too. My baby one. Little Rhys. He died just after his 16th birthday. He hanged himself in his own bedroom on Easter Sunday. Sorry. I had to take a break there. You know, I've never really spoken about it to anyone. But then I never met anyone who'd lost a son too. Apart from my husband, of course, but that's different, isn't it? I did such a good job of dealing with it at the time that I was always too utterly terrified to pick at the scab, as it were. Do you understand what I mean? I don't really expect you to. I suspect you were more normal about it all. Thrashed about and screamed and wailed, etc. Anyway, so, yes, there you are. We have even more in common than we first thought. And in case you're wondering,
No, Reese left no note, no explanation. It's an infinite mystery. Terrible mystery. Although... Well, I've never told anyone this before, Jim, but I think I know why he killed himself. And I've never told anyone because he would have hated anyone to know, and so would I. But anyway, can't go spouting all my deepest secrets too soon. You'll run screaming for the hills. So, on to less grisly things. Are you interested at all in horoscopes? In case you are, I'm a Cancerian. I would say I'm very typical. Home-loving, nurturing, sensitive, creative, etc., etc. How about you, Jim? What star sign are you? I'm guessing at... Virgo. Am I right? All the very best. Lorelei. Kiss, kiss. April 2011. So did Grandma, sleep here too? Said Molly, stroking the lumpy arms of the chair. Meg glanced around the room. Lorelei's bed was entirely buried beneath a landfill of clothes and bags. There was a duvet on the floor at the foot of the chair, patterned with fuchsia and lavender stripes, and a matching pillow. I suppose she must have, she replied. God! Meg nodded. If there was one luxury that Meg never took for granted, it was the sensation of lying herself down at the end of every day upon a king-sized mattress, stretching out her limbs, stroking the soles of her feet against the silky bedsheets, laundered, pressed, sprayed with expensive scented water, changed every 5 days and not a moment longer, kissing her pillow, submitting to it all. When she saw homeless people, it was that, more than the constant threat of violence that they lived with, the poverty and the loneliness, that made her heart bleed for them. No bed. And here had been her own mother, in a 5-bedroom house, curling herself up every night, small and tight, her back a crooked arch, her neck a cricked right angle, in this shabby, lumpy chair, the same chair she'd sat in all day. Never lying flat, never stretching out. My God, she thought, did she really hate herself that much? Come on, she said. Let's go and see what else has been going on up here. She put out a hand to help Molly out of the sagging pit of the armchair. Can we see your room? Meg grunted. There hadn't been a your room since roughly a week after she'd left home at the age of 20. Her mother had turned it over to junk storage even before Meg's first visit home. For what it's worth, she replied. Meg turned left out of Lorelei's room and forced her way through another junk-filled corridor to the door of her former bedroom. She pushed at it and then turned to Molly and grimaced. Jesus Christ, she said. I think this one might actually be totally blocked up. Let me try. Molly pressed her slight body to the door. She pushed against it with her back, with each side, and then with her arms. She turned to Meg. It's blocked, she said. How is that even possible? I mean, how did she get that stuff in when you can't even open the door? Meg shrugged. None of this really stands up to any kind of right-thinking analysis. None of it. Your grandma was a very strange woman. Which one was Beth's room? Round here, said Meg. Round this corner. She felt her way with her hands, trailing her fingertips against the damp wallpaper. Laura Ashley's finest pale green leaves against a magnolia background, still bearing the marks of the childhoods lived here, felt-tipped trails, half-ripped stickers. And there, Beth's door, still with its plastic plaque bought from a gift shop in Weston-super-Mare. Beth's room. They'd each had one. Both the girls.
Meg still remembered the excitement as they spun the carousel around and found that, yes, there was a Megan. Although no Rory and no Reese, but the twins had been too small to feel hard done by. They'd stuck them to their doors with sticky felt pads. Meg had eventually taken hers off at some point during her teenage years, and it had broken apart in her hands. She'd tipped it into a bin, never thought of it again. Until now. A sudden, searing reminder that they'd once been happy. All of them. Even Reese. Impossible, she thought. Impossible. Beth had never taken her plaque down, stuck in the past as she'd been for so long, half-formed and amorphous, like an embryo in a jar. The door was half open, and peering through the gap, Meg saw, without much surprise, more generic, formless piles. The curtains across the window were drawn and dirty, drooping from the runner at one side, letting in a half-moon of daylight. Beth's wardrobe sat to the left of the door. Its doors were wide open, revealing Beth's clothes, her old clothes, the clothes she'd worn when she was still a person who made sense to Meg, when she was still her sister. Meg's phone rang again. She looked at the display. Bill. Thank God. Hello, darling. We're here. Oh, good, said Meg, crossing one thing off her list of dread fears. The other half of her family had failed to die in a plane crash on an Air France flight from Gatwick to Bern. How was the flight? It was good, great. How are the boys? Boys, she heard her husband call out. Mummy wants to know how you are. Meg smiled as she heard the oddly high-pitched sound of her 3 boys loudly exclaiming that they were well. A bit of a scene at Outsize Items, Bill was saying. Only 3 pairs of skis came through. Had to hang around for half an hour. Had to, shout at people. Oh, God, not at Swiss people. You shouldn't do that, They don't like it. Bill laughed. Meg's heart calmed at the sound of it. How far away it all seemed now. Soft, warm, shouty Bill. Her 3 wild red-haired boys with their freckles and their hugs. The whiteness and glare of a Swiss airport. 4 immaculately packed suitcases full of clothes that smelt like home. Her home. Do you want to talk to Daddy? Meg mouthed to Molly. Molly shrugged and then said, Yeah, all right. Molly wants to say hello. Hold on. No, I'll tell you later. Yes, we're here. I'll tell you everything later. Love you. Love you all. I'll call you when Molly and I get to the hotel. Yes. Yes. Love you. Bye. She passed her phone to Molly and felt shocked by the transition from one world to another, from cleanliness and love and chaos to dirt and loneliness and death. Her ears rang, and the silence ate her up. Not just the silence of the countryside, but the unsettling, muffled silence of this house, where every wall was buffered and every surface was covered. The muted silence of a pillow over your head. April 1995. An alarm wailed from somewhere. It was not an alarm that Megan recognised. Hers made a high-pitched buzz. This was more of a drone. She opened her eyes and forced them to focus. Boxes. Dozens of boxes. A bedsheet pinned over the window because they didn't yet have curtains. A large bevelled mirror that was not hers, balanced against the far wall, in which was visible a tableau of 2 people on a brand-new divan bed. One sitting up, looking back at her. The other still asleep. The person looking back at her was dishevelled and confused.
Megan flattened down her hair and yawned. The droning alarm seemed to grow louder as it went on. It was not her alarm. It was his. Bill's. She nudged the man sleeping by her side and said, "Bill, wake up. Your alarm's going off. You need to unpack it and turn it off." Bill opened one eye and then closed it again. He smiled and snuggled himself into Megan's rounded tummy. "Bill," she said again, "it's driving me nuts. Please do something." He groaned and unpeeled himself from her body. "Are you sure it's mine?" he asked raspily. "Yes, of course it's yours. I'd know if it was mine. I'm amazed you don't recognize it." "I'm pretty sure mine's set to radio," he said. "I've definitely never heard it buzz before." He swung his legs out of the bed and Meg watched him stumble naked through the city of unopened boxes that surrounded the bed. She smiled at him in amusement as he put his ear to each box in turn. "You look completely mad," she said. "I'm sure I do," he replied. "You could help, if you wanted." Meg threw back the duvet and pointed at her swollen belly. "I am exempt from everything for the next 2.5 months. "Everything?" "Yes," she said. "Absolutely everything." The baby was not planned. Definitely not. She was only 24. She and Bill had only been together for 6 months. It was ridiculous. But Megan had always wanted a big family. At least 4. Getting an early start was a good thing. And from the moment she'd seen the test results held in her shaking hand in a toilet cubicle at work, it had felt right. Meg wasn't a young 24. She'd partied hard throughout her teenage years, had 2 long-term relationships and 10 previous lovers. She'd experimented with drugs and decided she preferred alcohol. She'd drunk herself sick and decided she preferred moderation. She could cook a roast dinner, write to her bank manager, run her own car and drive on motorways. She had no overdraft, and most of her friends were older than her. And then there was Bill. Bill was 32. Bill ran an art gallery. He had an ex-wife and a mortgage. He was losing his hair. In some contexts, 24 sounded young to have a child. But in the context of Meg and Bill, it was just perfect. So Bill had sold his little post-divorce love shack with blood-red walls and zebra-print furniture above a barber's on Chalk Farm Road and bought them a 2-bedroom flat in Tufnell Park with a garden. He'd done this unquestioningly and happily. And this morning, a bright Easter Sunday morning, they were waking up here together for the very first time. Bill stood up triumphantly. "Aha," he said in a stupid Russian accent. "I have located the device. I have 30 seconds to dismantle before it detonates." He peeled the tape from the box and plucked the clock from it. "There," he said, hitting a button and bringing instant peace and quiet to the room that rang out like a high-pitched chime. "Sorry about that." Meg smiled. "Not your fault," she said. "Ah, there you go. You see, my ex-wife would have told me that it was my fault. You are so wonderfully sane and reasonable. Please don't ever change." Megan loved it when Bill mentioned his ex-wife, because he never had a good word about her. Megan had never met her, but in her head she looked like Cruella de Vil. Her name was Michelle. She'd married her boss and lived in Spain, and was of little consequence in Megan's world. The phone rang, and Bill and Meg looked at each other. "Our first phone call," she said, leaning across him to reach it. "And I bet I know who it'll be." "Happy Easter!" "Happy Easter," replied Meg, leaning back into the pillows and cupping the phone into the crook of her neck. "It's Beth," she mouthed at Bill, who nodded knowingly and headed to the bathroom. "How are you?" "Fine," said Beth in her sing-song voice, a vaguely irritating facsimile of their mother's. "How are you?" "We're absolutely fine," said Meg, stroking her big bump and stretching out her toes. "How did the move go?" "Brilliant," said Meg. "I just sat on my big fat bum and let everyone do everything. Now I've just got to unpack, hang some curtains, mow the lawn, take up the carpets, sand the floorboards, redecorate, and have a baby." "Oh, I can't wait to see you all," said Beth longingly. "Well, you know, any time," Meg replied dryly. Beth was becoming as difficult to prise out of the birdhouse as her mother. Yes, maybe next month." "Yes," repeated Megan, "maybe next month." "How's Mum?" "She's good. You know. Do you want to talk to her?" Meg sighed. "Yeah," she said. "Okay, put her on." The phone line sounded muffled for a moment, and she could hear her mother through the flesh of Beth's hand, complaining gently about something. But then a moment later she came on the line. "Hello, darling." "Hello, Mum." "Happy Easter. We're just about to head into the garden for the egg hunt. Maddie's here, and little Sophie, and Vicky, of course. Say hello, Vicky." Meg rolled her eyes and heard Vicky in the background calling out, "Hello, Meggie." In the aftermath of the terrible Easter of 1991, Lorelei and Vicky had become inseparable. It turned out that Vicky's first boyfriend had hanged himself at the age of 18, so they had more in common than a taste for Cotswold houses. According to Beth, Vicky popped over every day at about 10:30 with her two little ones and would then spend the rest of the day at Lorelei's, giggling with her over Chardonnay when the sun went over the yard arm, and not leaving until she heard her husband's car pulling up on the pavement outside, at which point she would hastily down the last dregs of her wine and head next door to greet him. "It's nice," Beth would say. "I'm glad she's got a friend." And Meg would say, "Just fucking weird if you ask me," which Beth hadn't. "When are you going to see Reese?" she asked impatiently. "Oh," said her mother. "Well, now, I'm not sure we'll have time today, will we?" She asked this supposedly of the other people in the room with her, not of Megan lying prone in her new bed in Tufnell Park. "Can you put Beth back on for me?" "Okay, darling." Her mother sounded relieved and happy to end the conversation with her eldest child. "Beth," Meg snapped as her sister came back on the line. "What's going on? Why isn't Mum going to see Reese?" Beth sighed. "I don't know. She says she's moving on." "Moving on? He's only been 4 years. You don't move on from visiting your son's grave on the anniversary of his death." "Well," ventured her sister nervously, "you're not going to see him either, are you?" "No," snapped Meg. "Of course I'm not. I'm nearly 7 months pregnant, 100 miles away, and I've just moved into a new flat. I would love to be going to see Reese. I've been to see Reese every chance I've had these past 4 years. Please tell me Dad and Rory are going." There was a brief silence on the end of the line, long enough to alert Megan that all was far from well at the birdhouse. "Tell me, Beth. Tell me the rest of you are going." "Well, the thing is, Dad's not here." "Where is he?" "I don't know." "And Rory?" "I don't think he came home last night. As far as I know." Meg groaned. "You're all fucking useless," she yelled. "The whole fucking lot of you." And then she hung up. He bought her an egg. Just a cheap one. Purple foil and full of chocolate buttons. And then he pulled some daffodils from a well-stocked bed outside someone's house. The sun was high and bright, and it felt like the beginning of everything. For the first time in his life, Rory Bird was in love. Her name was Kaylee, and she was waiting for him now, in her bedsit. He'd met her 3 nights ago at his local pub. She was the cousin of one of his mates, just moved across to England. 2 years older than him, bleached blonde hair cut into a bob, Irish accent, her own guitar, a tattoo on her left breast, and a livid scar on her wrist that she said she'd tell him about one day when she trusted him. He hadn't left her side since that night, until now. She'd sent him out for milk and cigarettes, and now he walked fast through the morning streets of Cirencester, desperate and aching to get back to her. It was the strangest feeling. In fact, just feeling anything at all was strange. He'd been numb for the past 4 years. "I'm back," he called out, taking the steps 2 at a time to the front door. She was still in bed, lying stretched out and naked. Her flesh was deathly white, her eyes fixed on a tiny portable TV on the chest of drawers at the foot of the bed. She smiled at him and arranged herself onto her elbow. "I missed you," she said. He grinned at her and pulled the egg and the daffodils from his carrier bag. "Happy Easter," he said, joining her on the bed and presenting them to her. "Oh, you sweet fool," she said, taking the egg and sniffing the daffodils. "I didn't have you down as the religious type." "What's religion got to do with Easter eggs?" "Everything, from where I come from." She smiled and started to take apart the packaging. "I'd love a cup of tea," she said, "to go with my, non-religious chocolate egg." He cupped her face with his hand and kissed her on her soft lips. "Coming right up." She pulled the egg out of the box and unwrapped it. Rory watched her and resisted the temptation to say, "Save the foil." He smiled at the thought, and Kaylee glanced at him affectionately and said, "What are you smiling at?" He said, "Nothing, just, They'd talked about his mother, about his family, about Reese. Of course they had. You don't go falling in love with people unless you've talked about the things that matter. My mum's always had this thing about foils. Every Easter it was always, save the foils, save the foils. Your mum sounds like a fruit." He grimaced and filled the kettle from the tap. "Yeah," he said absent-mindedly. "She is a bit. A lovely fruit, though. I'd love to meet her. One day." "You could meet her today," he said rashly, "if you want." She laughed. "Nah, thanks all the same, though." He nodded, relieved. This was just for him. He wanted to keep it to himself for as long as he possibly could. But even so, it felt wrong not being at home today. Megan wasn't coming back for Easter. She was moving house or something, and Dad was on one of his mysterious writing courses, so it would just be Mum and Beth and the stalker woman from next door. Mum had insisted that Easter would be what Easter always had been, a day for fun and chocolate and lamb and family. She'd said, Reese wouldn't have wanted to have spoiled Easter for everyone. Reese would want it to carry on. Rory had no idea what Reese was thinking that day, but he didn't suppose for a second that it had anything to do with what might happen on Easter Day after he'd gone. Little fucker hadn't even left a note. He supposed there might have been a clue in the lyrics of the Alice in Chains song he'd left playing on repeat, but Rory was buggered if he knew what it was. He'd given up having a clue what made his twin brother tick a long time before he killed himself. Kaylee sank her teeth into a splinter of chocolate and let her eyes roll back into their sockets. Yum, yum! You could tell by looking at Kaylee that she didn't really eat much chocolate. She was the type of person who forgot to eat, who had toast for dinner, who would lose weight absent-mindedly. Want some? She waved the egg at him. No thanks, he replied. He suspected that he might never eat an Easter egg again. The particular flavour of chocolate, moulded into a thin curve, and it did absolutely have its own unique taste, would always throw him into some Proustian hellhole of bad associations. "Will you do something for me?" he asked nervously. "Today?" She narrowed her eyes at him. "That totally depends," she began, "on what it involves." "Will you come to his grave with me?" "Your brother?" He nodded. "You want me to come to your brother's grave with you on the anniversary of his death?" He nodded again. "I mean, sorry, I know it's macabre. I know you never met him. I know it's a big deal. "I would love to come with you," she said simply. "'Twould be an honour." The graveyard was canopied with pink and white cherry blossom. The sky was cobalt blue. The sun was warm. Kaylee wore a black vest, ripped jeans, Ray-Bans and a sombre expression. She held Rory's arm in its crook with one hand, and with her other she held a small posy of wild flowers she'd pulled from the nooks and crannies of the cemetery. She appeared to be in her element. "This takes me back," she sighed, looking around herself as they walked towards the dark corner where the incinerated remains of Rory's brother had been interred almost 4 years ago. She sighed, and Rory felt impelled to say, "Back to what?" "Oh, nothing. You know, just death. Me granny, me granddaddy, the lady who lived next door who got hit by a chimney stack." She sighed dramatically, and Rory tried not to think too deeply on her rather tenuous allusions to a shared experience. For all her wan melodrama and mysterious scars, it struck Rory momentarily that maybe she was putting it all on a bit, which oddly enough made him love her all the more. He squeezed her hand in his and said, "This is it." A small slab of granite marked the spot. It was carved with the words, "Rhys Arthur Bird, 1st of March 1975 to 31st of March 1991. Sweet 16 forever." Lorelei had chosen the wording without consulting anyone in the family. Rory had always thought it was stupid. There had been nothing sweet about Rhys. Rhys had been all vinegar and angst, all "it's not fair" and "it wasn't me" and "fuck off and leave me alone." They'd begun to grow apart when they moved on to the big school. Before that, they'd always been in the same class, and a kind of intimacy had been forced upon them. But then they were put in separate classes, and, to put it bluntly, Rory was in the cool class, and Rhys was in the nerdy class, and Rory didn't really want to cross over. He had it good where he was. All the prettiest girls were in his class, guys he was still friends with even now. His kind of people, basically. For the first time in his life, he'd had some distance from Rhys, and suddenly he'd been able to see his brother objectively. And, objectively, he was a loser. None of which meant to say that he hadn't loved him desperately, passionately, and none of which meant to say that Rory didn't miss his little brother with an agonizing ache every minute of every day. His twin. They'd shared a womb, then a bed, then a room. He would never be closer to another person, not as long as he lived. But still, he was weird, had been. Weird. And Rory wasn't weird. And that, frankly, was life. "So that's your birthday, is it? March the 1st? He nodded. "You're a Pisces." He nodded again. "Me too," she said, falling to her haunches in front of Rhys's grave. "Were you similar then, the two of you?" He shrugged and sank down to her level. "Not really. We used to be, when we were little, but then we kind of grew apart." "I heard about that kind of thing before," said Kaylee.
Girl twins, though it was. Inseparable when they were wee. Worst of enemies now they're grown. So sad, you know.
Sad is an understatement.
Yeah. They sat side by side on the grass bank. It was still so warm. It reminded Rory of an Easter day years ago, when they were about 5 or 6, and it had been hot enough for a paddling pool and water pistols. It felt, in retrospect, and possibly not entirely accurately, like the last really happy Easter at home. The last Easter before Megan had got all grown up and stroppy, when it hadn't rained, when Ben and Tom had still been young enough to come too, when his mum and dad had seemed as if they liked each other, before that woman from next door had come and taken over everything, and before, of course, Rhys had spoiled Easter forever. Rory felt a roll of anger thunder through him, and he breathed it in, hard. "So," said Kaylee, putting together a spliff on the shelf of her bony kneecaps, "what about the rest of the family? Don't you usually all come together?" He sighed.
"There's no such thing as usual in my family," he said. "Not anymore. Rhys kind of stopped usual in its tracks."
Kaylee nodded knowingly. Rory could tell she wasn't used to being upstaged in matters of tragedy and life experience. He could also tell that she was gripped by it all, but far too cool to show it. "You know, when my granddad died, my granny wore black for the rest of her life. Proper mourning she went into. You know, the widow Doherty, that's what everyone called her. Went to his grave every day, polished it all up. Fresh flowers, the works. It's almost like it was her job, you know, her professional occupation." She tailed off, and they both stared for a moment at the unkempt grave. "So it was actual anniversary," she said. "It was 2 weeks ago."
"Yeah, but we always come out on Easter Sunday. Feels like an anniversary, not just an arbitrary date. You know."
"Well," she said pointedly, "doesn't look like anyone came out to see him on the 31st either." She finished making the spliff, and then she lit it, held in the corner of her mouth, her eyes slanted against the first rush of smoke. She passed the spliff to Rory, got to her feet, pulled the dead flowers from the grave and arranged the meadow flowers in their place. She brushed some dirt away with the palms of her hands, and then wiped them clean against her black vest. "Have you got a tissue?" she asked, turning back to Rory. He patted himself through his clothes.
Yeah, actually I do."
It was a paper napkin from Spudulike. He had no idea how it had got into the pocket of his jeans, which spoke many volumes about the nature of his existence in recent years. She used the napkin to polish up the dull granite of the headstone until it shone. Then she sat down next to Rory on the grass bank and took the spliff back from him. "There you go," she said. "That's a whole lot better." Rory turned and glanced at her from the corner of his eye. He was struck, as he'd been roughly every 30 seconds since the first time he laid eyes on her in the pub 3 days ago, by her extreme and almost vulgar beauty. But now he was struck by something else. She loved him. He could see it. It was blinding and incredible. He stared at her in wonder and awe. "What?" she said.
"Nothing."
He smiled. "Not nothing," she said. "Why are you staring at me like that?" He touched the ends of her home-cut hair with his fingertips, and then stroked the dip of her cheekbone. "Because I love you," he said. "Oh, you daft bastard." "And you love me." She put her hand to her throat and looked at him in fake horror. "Outrageous!" she squeaked.
"But true."
She dropped her hand from her throat and let her shoulders go soft. And then she held his hand against her cheek and said, You got me. He smiled and brought her to him, pressed his lips up against hers. Forever and ever, he said. Forever and ever. He took her home the following week. It was a moment he'd been both looking forward to and dreading. Looking forward to bringing these two enormously important elements of his life together, dreading the shock of objectivity that this would bring about. He did not want to know what Kayleigh looked like to a person who was not insanely in love with her. And he did not want to know how his family and their peculiar home would appear to someone who had not grown up there and seen how things had come to be that way. He could feel excuses forming in his subconscious already. I know she looks a bit rough, but she's a sweetheart, I promise you. I know my mum seems a bit distracted and disengaged, but she really loves us underneath it all. I know our house looks like a tip, but it's actually quite clean. It was the last day of the school holidays, and Vicky was there with her little ones. Of course. She came upon them in the hallway, all bouncy dyed blonde hair and scrubbed cheeks, wide hips in stretchy jeans, and huge piles of breast under a too-tight t-shirt. Rory! Hello, stranger! We've missed you! She kissed him extravagantly on both cheeks, swathing him in a blanket of milky perfume. She peered at Kayleigh standing behind him, her hands stuffed into the pockets of a tight denim jacket, thin, blue-white legs dangling from a matching miniskirt, chewing a piece of gum and looking for all the world like a call girl he'd just plucked off a street corner. You must be Kayleigh, she tweeted. I'm Vicky, hello. Come through, we're all in the kitchen, making banana cake. Bit of a mess, I'm afraid. Rory and Kayleigh exchanged a look and followed her into the kitchen. He'd already warned her about the ever-present Vicky. Hi, Mum. He kissed his mother on the cheek, and she smiled delightedly. Hello, darling boy, she said, gripping his arm and looking into his eyes, searching for some kind of change in him. And this, she said, this must be... She'd forgotten her name, either by pure scattiness or deep-seated lack of interest. Kayleigh, he said, taking his girlfriend's hand and leading her forwards. This is Kayleigh. Kayleigh, this is my mum, Lorelei. Call me Laurie. Everyone just calls me Laurie. This wasn't quite true. Vicky called her Laurie. Everyone else called her Mum, or Lorelei. Lovely to meet you, said Kayleigh, her hands still tucked firmly inside her jacket pockets. Rory watched his mother's face as she took in the detail of his rough and ready love. She looked at first surprised, and then mildly amused. Likewise, she said, and turned away to assist one of Vicky's small daughters with slicing an overripe banana with a blunt knife. Rory blanched. It had been a slight. Barely perceptible, but without doubt a slight. He hoped to God that Kayleigh hadn't noticed. Wow, said Kayleigh. Look at all of this. It's totally crazy. She was standing in the centre of the room, staring wide-eyed and gorgeous at the walls of artwork. Is this all your stuff? She asked Rory. He laughed. No, not just mine. All of us. All four of us. Oh, look. She stepped forward to examine a picture of a Dalek, collaged over with pieces of tin foil and old buttons. The word exterminate written below, and the words Rory Bird above. Look what you made, you little cutie pie. She pulled him towards her by the crook of his arm and leaned into his body. I had no idea you were an artist. He smiled at her, and Lorelei turned and said, They all are. All my children. Natural artists. Rory saw her clock Kayleigh standing up against him and witnessed a cloud of something fearful pass across her eyes. Can I get you a drink, Kayleigh? Said Vicky, plugging the gap in Lorelei's hostessing duties.
Sure, she said. That'd be nice. Do you have any squash? Just Ribena, I'm afraid, Vicky replied apologetically. I love Ribena. Kaylee beamed, snapping her gum between her teeth. Vicky beamed back at her and poured her out a glass. So, she said, passing it to her, you're Irish? How'd you guess? Vicky's smile faltered for a second while her brain played catch-up with Kaylee's humour. Then she said, "Ah," and blushed. Whereabouts are you from? She continued. I'm from County Clare. Kaylee pulled the gum from her mouth and dropped it into the waste paper bin. Been here for less than a month. It's all taken a bit of getting used to be honest. Oh, said Vicky with widening eyes. Yes, I'm sure it is. And what brought you here then? Kaylee noisily gulped down half her Ribena, then wiped her mouth. Too many enemies, she said, back home. Everyone hated me. Fancied a fresh start. Vicky stared at her uncertainly, clearly having no idea what to make of her. She laughed again, and then looked blank. And what about you? What's your story then? Vicky's face softened as some kind of normal order was applied to the conversation. Well, usual story. Brought up in the countryside, ran away to the city, fell in love in the city, had a baby in the city, decided to bring the baby up in the countryside. Kaylee looked at her blankly. Clearly not a story she'd heard before. And Rory tells me you've all but moved in. Rory stiffened and threw Kaylee a look. Vicky laughed. Well, not strictly true, you know. More, I think, found a new friend. What's wrong with your own house, then? Rory clutched his forehead and dropped his head. He'd half known this would happen, but hadn't been expecting it to happen quite so soon. Well, there's nothing wrong with my house. It's just, when you've got small children, it's nice to get out of the house with them, you know. Can make you go a bit screwy being stuck in your own house all day, and I know, well, at least I think, Laurie enjoys the company. Wouldn't you say, Laurie? Lorelei looked up from the mixing bowl she was helping one of the children to stir cake mix into and said, I was just saying to Kaylee, I think you like the company. You know, when I bring the little ones over. Oh, yes, said Lorelei, stroking the child's hair. Yes, I certainly do. Don't know where I'd be without them. I'd be lost. Completely lost. Oh, well then, said Kaylee. That's nice. Her face spoke volumes, but no one was looking apart from Rory. Oh, she said busily, as if she just remembered something. By the way, me and Rory, we went to visit Reese at Easter. You know, at the cemetery. Lorelei's shoulder twitched slightly, but she didn't turn round. That's nice, said Vicky brightly. Yeah, Kaylee continued. We had a bit of a tidy up, you know, said a little prayer, left some flowers. It was a bit sad looking, you know. Looked like no one had been there for a while. Well, said Vicky, her voice pitched at a new place, no longer bright and shiny, but deep and forbidding. It's hard for Laurie. It's hard for all of us. She forced a sour smile. Yes, said Kaylee, in a voice full of fake empathy. I'm sure that's true. I'm sure it is. So, she said brightly, changing the subject, you have a beautiful house. It reminds me of my own home, except, she laughed in anticipation of her next comment, my own mother isn't anal retentive. You know, the house is like an actual operating theatre. Not a speck of dust anywhere. And everything put away. Mugs snatched away before you've had the last sip out of them. She tutted good-humouredly, and then stared round the room again. This, she said, is quite the opposite. You have a lot of stuff, Laurie. Yes, said Vicky, interjecting again. Laurie likes shopping. Wow, said Kaylee. You know, I don't think I can recall ever seeing so many plates in one home before. Rory looked at the shelves, hanging, heaving and bowed from the kitchen walls. His eyes roamed over the dinner plates. He estimated around 100. Then he looked at the bowls, teetering arrangements in every colour of the rainbow. Melamine, china, clay. Beautiful in some ways, but obviously, it was now clear to him, completely excessive. There were 3 shelves of colourful tumblers and glasses that caught the afternoon light like votives, and more shelves loaded down with pitchers, jugs, vases, pots, tins, jars, platters, gravy boats, and condiment sets. It occurred to Rory suddenly that there were 10 different salt and pepper mills, and he suspected more buried away in the cupboards. "Can I see the rest?" Vicky looked at Lorelei, who appeared to be either ignoring Kaylee or oblivious to her, and said, "I'm sure that'll be fine, won't it, Laurie?" "What's that?" "Kaylee wants to see the rest of the house." Lorelei beamed, showing all her unkempt teeth, and said, "Of course. Excuse the mess, though." She had cake mix smeared across her cheek and looked slightly unhinged. "Christ," said Kaylee, following Rory through the house. "This place is pure chaos. How can y'all live like this?" Rory looked around and sighed. The delicate, tissue-thin layers of his own lack of objectivity were being ripped apart, just as he'd known they would be. "You get used to it," he said, stepping over a pile of bin bags marked "For Oxfam," which had been sitting at the bottom of the stairs for roughly 2 years. "I mean, that's not to say it's without its charms," she continued, taking his hand and stepping over the bin bags herself. "It's a lovely house, but it's kind of nuts. Wouldn't you say?" "My mum," he began, not quite knowing where he was about to head. "She's kind of excessively nostalgic, sentimental. Always has been. It's like she's scared that if she lets go of things, she'll never think of them again. And that if she never thinks of them again, then they were just kind of worthless." Said Kaylee, joining him at the top of the first flight of stairs. "And yet—" She stopped and looked pensive. "And yet what?" "Well, and yet she doesn't come to visit the grave of her beautiful dead son on the anniversary of his death." The words hung there in the space between them, like a bullet suspended on its trajectory. They both turned to look through the window on the half landing at the gardens beyond. "Pretty," said Kaylee, cupping the glass with the side of her hand and peering through it. "Very pretty." Rory showed her his bedroom, his parents' room, Beth's room, Megan's room, now turned into a storage space for piles and piles of books and paperwork. And then she said, "Will you show me his room?" "Reese's room." Rory shuddered. He never went into Reese's room. He shrugged. "Sure," he said, "if you want." He stood just on the threshold and watched Kaylee walk in. "Are you coming?" she said. He shook his head and she threw him a tender look. "Come on," she said. "It's just a room." He shook his head again and smiled. She stopped in the middle of the room and looked up. "So this is where it happens, yeah?" He nodded and smiled, embarrassed. He'd never had this conversation before. "Jesus," she said, staring at the beams overhead. "How fucking tragic." "Did he leave a note?" No. No clues. Nothing. Selfish bastard. God, that really is, Ultimately selfish." Rory smiled with relief. It was the first time he'd ever said that out loud. And the first person he'd said it to had agreed with him. "But it's a sickness, right?" she continued. "You can't try and pin logic and rationality onto the thing. It's gone way beyond that by the time someone sticks their neck in a rope." "Yeah," said Rory. "I know that. I do know that." He sighed. 4 years he'd spent wondering what had really happened in this room when they were both 16, and he still had not even half an answer. So who was it that found him? Was it you? No. It was Meg. Ah, the infamous Meg. How old was she when that happened then? She was 20. Christ above, what a holy mess. She left the room and joined him on the landing outside Reese's room. It was best it was her. She's the sanest one in the family. Might have tipped anyone else over the edge, but Meg's handled it really well. Kaylee raised an overplucked eyebrow at him and said, Well, she doesn't seem the only one who's handled it well. He threw her a questioning look and then said, Ah, as realization of her meaning dawned. His mother. He opened his mouth to defend her, and then closed it. There was no point. You couldn't explain his mother in mere words. You had to live his mother, breathe his mother. And even then she didn't always make sense. Come on then, he said, putting his arm around Kaylee's shoulders. Let's go look at the gardens, shall we? They had sex up against the wall at the very bottom end of the garden. It was easy, logistically, given the length of her skirt. A sheep approached from the neighbouring field to see what they were doing. Kaylee laughed and called out, Fancy a threesome, sheepy? And then she laughed again and said, You'd have to give your ass a clean first, though. It's terrible shitty. They both laughed, and Rory thought he'd never known it was all right to laugh during sex. He'd always thought it was supposed to be serious. They hung together in the hammock after, sharing a spliff, their legs entangled. They could hear Vicky's children laughing and shrieking nearer the house, and Rory felt the roughness of the smoke inside his lungs, and the stickiness inside his jeans, and the love of the woman in his arms, and he smiled. His childhood was behind him. Kaylee had walked into his childhood home an hour and a half ago and untied all the ribbons that had held him to this place for so long. We should go away, he said suddenly. She laughed. Like where? I don't know, he said breathlessly. I've never been anywhere. I haven't even got a passport. She looked at him agog and laughed again. You're kidding me. He shook his head. None of us have. But that's... She paused to find the right word. That's diabolical. He shrugged, and then he laughed. Nearly went to Greece once. You nearly went to Greece? She rolled her eyes. Good God! I want to get a passport, he said, sitting upright and grasping her hands in his. I want to go somewhere. With you. She smiled. That's a superb plan, it really is. But neither of us has 2 pennies to rub together. I can get hold of money. She eyed him suspiciously. How? I don't know, he said. I'll sell something. I'll ask my dad if I can borrow some. I'll get a job. I'll do all 3. Seriously. I want to go somewhere. I really, really want to go somewhere. And then, unexpectedly and overwhelmingly, Rory began to cry. He cried for his lost brother, his mad mother, his distant father, his sweet sisters. But mainly he cried for himself, for all the time he'd spent in stasis, waiting to want to go. Kaylee held him in her skinny arms and kissed the top of his head and told him that everything was going to be okay. And he believed her. A week later, Lorelei stood with her hands against her hips in the middle of Megan's old room, looking from one side to the other. Gosh, she said. Now. Well, this is tricky. Rory groaned. Here was a woman with 10 salt and pepper sets,
A woman who had kept every last mark on paper made by 4 different children over the course of 15 years or more. A woman who never threw away anything colourful, eye-catching or shiny. A woman who bulk bought cleaning products and household gadgetry. A woman who accumulated stuff on a grand, almost baroque scale. Yet she could not locate a simple birth certificate. "But, Mum, I don't understand. How can you lose a birth certificate?" "I haven't lost it, darling. I just haven't found it yet. Just give me a minute. Please?" Lorelei now referred to Meg's old room as her office. It was not an office. It was a room of piles. Mainly paperback books that Lorelei picked up at charity shops and jumble sales and never got around to reading. She didn't sit still for long enough to read a book. And filing boxes and lever arch folders and wallet folders and piles of loose, unfettered paperwork that made Rory feel dizzy just looking at it, trying to imagine what lay within. Meg's bed itself was now invisible, swamped by piles of old coats and bin bags full of clothes headed vaguely, unconvincingly towards charity shops. Meg's old dressing table, a piece of furniture that had once been her pride and joy, white with a triptych mirror and gilt edging — Rory seemed to recall it had been a special birthday present or a reward for doing something brilliant at school — was now in use as Lorelei's desk, and again, virtually invisible under more piles of paperwork, random selections of stuffed animals, snow globes, mugs, paperweights, and, for some unknown reason, a pile of deflated pink balloons still tied with curled nylon ribbon. A couple of years back, Lorelei had bought 2 filing cabinets from Ryman's, with which to apply some order to her paper. Yet these were now so overstuffed that the drawers hung open, spewing out their contents. "I mean, how the hell do you ever find anything in here? It's a nightmare." "Oh, I know." Lorelei dragged a bony hand through her still long hair and sighed. "I'm going to sort it out. Vicky says she'll help me." "When?" "Oh, I don't know. There never seems to be enough time." "That's ridiculous, Mum. Of course there's time. You don't work, all your children are grown up." "Yes, well, there's the little ones. They're so time-consuming." "They're not your little ones. They're not your responsibility. They're Vicky's. Just ask them not to come over for a few days. You'd easily get this room sorted. I can help you. I mean, for example, this pile of old magazines. We could get rid of this right now, eh?" "Well, yes, of course we could. Except we'd have to search through it first to make sure there's nothing important buried away between them." "Like your children's birth certificates, you mean?" "Precisely, darling." She sounded almost relieved. Do you see my problem?" Rory nodded. He saw many problems. "Right." He clapped his hands together. "Let's start looking, shall we?" His mother smiled apologetically. "Maybe we should wait for Daddy to get home." Rory groaned. "No, Mum," he said. "I need it now. I need to get my application off like yesterday. We've booked our flight. We're going in 2 months. "Going?" she said absent-mindedly. "Spain. I told you, me and Kaylee going to Spain for a month." "Oh, yes, of course." She tutted loudly. "Why are you tutting?" "Oh." She wrapped her hand around the back of her neck. "I just don't get it. I don't understand what the attraction is." "Going away." She tutted again and laughed under her breath, as if going away was some kind of oddball pastime. "Everyone does it, you know. It's perfectly normal." "Oh, I know that, silly. Of course it's normal. It's just when you've got this." She gestured around her. "And that." She gestured at the window. "And all the people you love. Why would you want to go anywhere else? All that faffing and packing and unpacking and sleeping in a strange bed and not seeing the people you know when you go to the shops." She shuddered delicately. Then she looked around the room again and said, "Well, darling, you're welcome to see what you can unearth in here, but frankly, I'd rather wait for Daddy. He's much more organised than me. And, you know, it might not even be in here. It could be anywhere. Anywhere at all. And I really need to get back to the little ones now. We're making pasta necklaces." Her body language was all directed away from Rory, and away from this hellhole of a room. He was about to move out of the way to let her past when he felt something rise up through him. A question he'd never realised he wanted to ask before, but one that suddenly felt like the most important question in the world. "Why do you never want to talk about the past?" "What?" "You. You never talk about the past. Or the future." "I live in the moment, darling. Didn't you know that? It's the secret of true happiness." "Yes, but..." He paused. "But you're not happy." "Not happy?" She blinked at him with her big, owlish eyes. "No, not happy." "What on earth are you talking about, darling? I'm deliriously happy." "How can you be?" he asked, a hint of anger in his voice. "How can you be happy?" "Because of everything I have. All my blessings. But... Reese..." Her smile froze. "He was your baby. Your special one. You didn't cry at his funeral. You don't visit his grave. You don't even have any photos of him on display. It's like he never existed." She narrowed her eyes at him and growled. "This is her, isn't it? This is that girl. Kaylee? Yes, her. She's changed you." "Yes, she has. For the better." "No, I mean she's made you hard, like her." "She's not hard." "Oh, darling, sweetie boy, of course she is." "What, because of the way she looks, you mean?" "Well, partly, yes. But it's her aura, too. She has no soft edges. None at all. Vicky noticed that, too." "Oh," said Rory. Vicky, bloody fucking Vicky. Darling, horrible language. I thought we were having a civilised chat. Don't be base. I assume that's more of her influence. No, I've always used bad language. Just not in front of you. Because I had too much respect for you. And now?" He shrugged. "I can't respect someone who doesn't respect the memory of her dead child." She looked at him then. A terrible, haunted look. A look that Rory would never forget as long as he lived, and said, "Don't you ever talk to me like that again." For a moment, he thought she was going to slap him. But she didn't. Instead, she shoved him roughly out of her way and left the room. Rory's dad found the birth certificate 2 days later. It was in a carrier bag full of disposable bendy straws in fluorescent colours that Lorelei had bought in bulk from Pound Stretcher. The receipt in the bag was from 1989. "Oh!" she'd exclaimed with pleasure, taking the straws from her husband. "I was wondering what had happened to those. The little ones will love them." All 4 birth certificates were together, in a pale blue folder marked Kiddies. There were other things in the folder. Medical papers about the first few days of Reese's life, GP certificates, notes on vaccinations, and 4 little plastic wrist bracelets with the words "Baby Bird" on them, which struck Rory as rather charming. His father suggested they meet in the pub. Said he could do with a change of scenery. Rory had never been to a pub with his dad before. He'd never even considered the possibility. "Well," said Colin, handing him the certificate, "I'm really, really happy you're doing this. It's been a long time coming. I feel like we've all been set in aspic these past years, pickling ourselves in grief. And Mum would never let us go away when you were all young, so good on you." "Remember Greece," said Rory, picking up his pint.
His dad laughed dryly and rolled his eyes. How could I forget? Took me years to get up the nerve to suggest it in the first place. Then those bloody burglars. Mum hates her, he replied. Who? Kaylee? Rory nodded. Oh, I doubt it, Colin said dismissively. I doubt it very much. She just resents you spreading your wings, finding charms outside her tightly controlled little world, and she finds it easier to blame that on an outsider. Rory nodded again. He was probably right. Do you like her? He said. I barely know her. No, I know, but from what you've seen. His father narrowed his eyes at him and took off his glasses. I think, he began, rubbing the lenses of his glasses against the hem of his shirt, that she is just what you need. Right now. But what? But maybe not what you need for the rest of your life? Why not? Because she's a drama queen. And drama queens are difficult to live with. They don't want a quiet life. You'll be left gasping in her wake. Rory absorbed this pronouncement. There was something thrilling about the concept of gasping in someone's wake. It sounded better than being set in aspic, or pickled in grief, at least. What was Mum like when you met her? Colin replaced his glasses, picked up his glass of wine, and smiled. Incredible, he said. Joyful, glamorous. She looked like a model, hair down to her waist, always smiling. Hundreds of friends, always dancing, turning somersaults, doing cartwheels, hair everywhere, laughing, vibrant. It was like going out with summer. Rory had stopped breathing. His father's face was candescent. He'd never seen him look like that before. And then, Colin continued, well, you know, babies, more babies. Takes the edge off a bit. She thinks she's still happy, you know? I know. Even though Reese is dead? His father sighed. I know. What are we going to do about it? Colin looked at him curiously. I have no idea. How the hell do you help someone who insists on believing that she's happy? He blew out his cheeks and sighed again. To be honest, to be totally and entirely honest, he paused, then looked Rory directly in the eye. I've kind of given up. He glanced away then, quickly, but not too fast for Rory to see the look of guilt and regret that passed across his face. Colin drove them both to the airport 2 months later. Lorelei had said she was far too busy to come. Rory hadn't even wanted to know why. She'd hugged him hard the last time he'd seen her and told him to have an incredible time, that she loved him, that she'd miss him, that she couldn't wait to hear all about his adventures. It had been a perfectly reasonable enactment of a mother and son farewell scenario. Any casual onlooker would have sighed and found it charming. But Rory had felt the distance in her body language, the need to be getting on with something else, to be elsewhere, otherwise occupied. Hurry up, said her body language. Hurry up and go. Kaylee and Colin were sitting in the front of the car, chatting about Andalusia. Kaylee flicking through her rough guide, pointing things out to him. Her hair was short now and white blonde. She looked like a beautiful little boy. From behind, it occurred to him in an uncomfortable wave of realization. She looked like Reese. He turned his gaze to the window and watched the countryside pass him by. It was high summer. The world was vivid green, with wide stripes of yellow where the rape fields grew. Everything was so familiar to him.
the soft butterscotch of the Gloucestershire bricks, the evocative names of the villages, the peaty smell of the air, the solid feel of British tarmac beneath the tyres of his father's car. It was all he'd ever known. "Oh, by the way," his father turned to address him, "don't forget to call on your mother's birthday, will you? And Beth's too, if you can remember." "Oh, God, yeah, when is that?" "July the 19th. She'll be 23. "Poor Beth," Rory sighed under his breath. "What's that?" said Kaylee, picking up on the tiny, rising bubble of family discord. "Oh, nothing," he said. "Just feel sorry for her. Stuck at home on her own for her birthday. Seems a bit of a pitiful way to turn 23, that's all." "I'm going to be 23 next year," said Kaylee, "and I've been living away from home since I was 16. She needs to cut the apron strings. You know what I mean? And remember to give us a phone number so we can let you know when Meg's baby comes." "I'm pretty sure there won't be a phone there," said Kaylee. "I kind of think that's supposed to be the idea. You know, a retreat." They were going to stay with a guy called Ken, to whom Kaylee had lost her virginity when she was 17 and he was 49. She'd met him at a festival in Limerick and stayed in touch with him. She referred to him, rather charmingly, as her pen pal. He now lived in a kind of informal commune in Andalusia with 3 girlfriends, some goats, some donkeys, and half a dozen children. He sounded both hideous and mesmerising in equal measure. But he was giving them free board and lodgings in return for some light farming, building, decorating and childcare, and given that Rory had exactly £200 to last him the month, it was an offer he couldn't reasonably refuse. "Are you still in love with him?" he'd asked. Kaylee had thrown him a withering look and said, "Are you mad, Rory Bird? You think I would take you across the world with me to stay with a man I'm in love with? What kind of a person do you think I am? I may be a lot of things, but a polygamist is not one of them." Which was kind of reassuring to hear. "Well then," said Colin, "be sure to get to a phone if you can around about the due date. Meg will be livid if you don't get in touch somehow." "Leave it with me, Colin," said Kaylee, gently touching his arm. "I'll make sure your son does all the right things. I promise you that." Colin turned and smiled at her and said, "Good girl." Rory still saw ghostly little Rhys's everywhere. He could barely remember Rhys as a teenager, but he vividly remembered him at 9, freewheeling down this hill on his BMX. He remembered Rhys at 6, trying to keep up with him as they chased through those woods together looking for the wild pigs that someone at school had said they'd seen there. He saw Rhys sitting on the steps with him outside the chemist on the high street, with his chin on his hands, waiting for Mum and the girls to come out with bags of things that were of no interest to either of them. And he remembered Rhys sitting there, in the boot of the hatchback where he always wanted to sit, facing backwards, his legs stretched out and the dog in his lap. And now Rory was going somewhere that Rhys had never been. He wondered if the ghosts would follow him there. And if they didn't, he wondered if he would miss them. Chapter 4. April 2011. Rhys's room was just as it always had been. The sheer volume of empty space before her almost took Meg's breath away. "My God," she muttered. She kept it. She kept it as it was. "That's freaky," said Molly. "Totally." "It really is. I mean, how could she have controlled her impulses? It's like, I don't know, if she could stop herself hoarding in this room, why couldn't she stop herself doing it in the others? If she could control part of herself, then why not the rest?" The ancient floorboards creaked and complained beneath their feet. Rhys's bed sat stripped bare in the far corner. His wardrobe was empty. His desk piled with just a few objects. An encyclopedia,
a pot of pens, some folders, deodorant in a rusting 90s designed aerosol can. There was his stereo, a huge thing, designed for CDs and records that had never heard of MP3s or iTunes. And posters on the wall. Dozens of them. Pearl Jam, Nirvana, NWA, Alice in Chains, Courtney Love. "It's like a museum of the 90s, said Molly. Meg nodded and smiled. It was. Untouched. Just clothes and bedding taken out. Everything else as it had been that day, when she'd put down that tray of food and kicked down the door. She ran her hand around the inside of the door and felt it there, the lock still hanging off the door by uprooted nails. "And is that where he, did it?" Molly nodded toward the buttress beams in the high ceiling. "Yeah," said Meg. "With rope?" "Yes. A very long piece of rope." "Where'd he get it?" "What?" "The rope. Where did he get a very long piece of rope?" "Christ, I don't know." "What, like the village rope shop or something?" Meg threw her daughter a look of only half-formed outrage. "And how did he get it up there?" She nodded again at the beams. "It was there," said Meg, the image coming to her clear as the present moment. She pointed to a lower section of the beam. He stood on a chair. That chair. Molly paced across the room, her arms outstretched. She put a hand on the chair and said, "Same age as me." "Nearly." She let her hand fall from the chair and turned to her mother. "Isn't that crazy? He was the same age as me. I mean, what was he like? Would I have liked him?" Meg smiled sadly. "No," she said. "You wouldn't have liked him. You would have called him sad and a loser, and you'd have stood and stared at him pityingly every time he walked past you at school, assuming you'd even noticed his existence in the first place, that is." Molly looked affronted for a moment, and then her face softened. "That's really tragic." "I know. He was really tragic. It was. I remember when Alfie started secondary school. God, I was terrified for him." "What about me?" "You? Well, I knew you'd be fine. Alpha female that you are. That you have always been. But Alfie reminds me sometimes of Reese. So quiet, So few friends. And that was when it all went wrong for Reese. The day he started at the big school. That was the beginning of the end." "But Alfie was fine." "Yes, Alfie was fine." Meg smiled. "Is fine." "Best boy out there." Molly blushed. Meg gazed at her in surprise. "Really? You think that?" "Well, yeah. Alfie rocks. He's brilliant." Meg's stomach rolled pleasantly. "Good," she said. "I like that very much." She absorbed the wonder of Molly's pronouncement, took it as a compliment on her parenting, on her mothering, as a certificate of excellence. But then she felt her pride fade away at the thought that if Reese had had a big sister like Molly, maybe he would have thought that he was worth more than 16 years of life. Her phone rang again and she sighed. It was unknown again. It might be her. But then again, it might be any number of people who needed to talk to her in the wake of the death of the county's worst hoarder. She inhaled. "Hello? Meg, please, it's me. Please don't hang up." Meg waited just one beat, listened to the sound of her sister's urgent, panicked breath down the line, and then she ended the call. March 1997. Beth collapsed into the sofa and caught her breath. "You're a natural," said Meg, scooping wooden blocks back into a drawstring bag. "I'm absolutely not," she replied. "I have no idea how you do it, and in your condition." She pointed at the enormous bump straining the fabric of Meg's t-shirt. "Well," said Meg, pulling herself with some effort to a standing position and throwing the bag of bricks into a plastic crate, "it's not as if I have a lot of choice." "Sit down, for God's sake," urged Beth, patting the cushion next to her. "Not quite yet, I'm afraid. I've got a wash to hang out and a shirt to iron, and then I can sit down. Here." She threw Beth the remote control. "Enjoy." Beth watched Meg leave the room. From behind, you could not see her bump. She was all out the front. But it was obvious from the duck-like roll of her gait that she was heavily, urgently pregnant. Her second baby had been due 4 days ago. Beth had come down to help out with Molly while Meg was having the baby. But the baby was still not here. And now Beth was rather concerned that she was not going to make it home for Easter. Rory and Kaylee were still living in Spain. Their 1-month holiday had extended itself into several months, and they'd been living on a hippie commune with this guy called Ken for nearly 2 years now. Having made it home for Easter last year with baby Molly in tow, Meg and Bill were once more out of commission due to reasons of imminent confinement, and Dad was going to be away on business. Again. So it all came down to Beth. She'd promised her mum that she'd be there, and she had no intention of letting her down. Good old Beth. She heard the key turn in the lock and stiffened slightly. She touched her hair and cleared her throat. Then she rearranged her legs, crossed them, and then uncrossed them again. "Hi," she said as Bill walked into the room. All thick, shaggy hair, trendy trainers, and soft, smiling, careworn face. "Hi there, Beth," he said, dropping a flight bag onto the dining table and flicking through a pile of letters. "Where's Meg?" "She's hanging up washing and ironing a shirt." Bill grimaced. "She's a lunatic," he said. "What the fuck is she doing ironing shirts in her condition?" "You know Meg. Never could sit still." "Well, yes," he said absent-mindedly, sliding his finger under the flap of an envelope. "But sometimes you really do just have to." He looked up and glanced around. "Molly gone to bed?" Beth nodded. "Oh," he sounded disappointed. "Must be later than I thought. Might just go in and have a look at her." "No, you won't," they heard Meg call through from the kitchen. "You'll wake her up." He smiled indulgently. "No," he called back. "I won't wake her up, darling, I promise you." "Well," Meg called back, "if you wake her up, then you have to get her back to sleep." "Deal," said Bill, throwing Beth a conspiratorial smile that turned her stomach to milk. Then he put down the letters and headed back into the hallway. Beth let herself relax. It was terrible. Truly, truly terrible. This crush on Meg's partner. It had come from nowhere. From out of the blue. For 2 years he had just been Bill. Just this nice bloke who lived with her sister. Just this amiable, fluffy-haired guy with an easy smile and twinkling eyes. She was sure the change had come from him. She was sure he'd started it. She hadn't even packed any pretty clothes to come down to stay. If she'd already suspected she had feelings, however subliminal, for him, she'd have packed something nice to wear. Pretty pyjamas, that kind of thing. But she hadn't. So clearly this, whatever this was, had not been started by her. No. It was him. It was the way he looked at her. This complicity that had developed between the two of them. He and Beth against Meg. Sort of. Vaguely. I mean, it was clear to Beth, blindingly clear, that Bill adored Meg. He adored Meg, and he adored Molly, and he adored his flat and his family and his life. But still there was something there when he looked at her. Something that had definitely not been there before. And, Beth was pretty certain, that thing was sex. Meg went into labour very early the following morning. Meg and Bill left Beth at home with a still sleeping Molly and instructions for how to get her to her childminder at 9 a.m. It was the first time Beth had been alone in their flat. She sat at the breakfast bar in her ugly pyjamas and sipped at a cup of tea and stared at the clock on the kitchen wall as it ticked over from 6:32 to 6:33. It was so quiet. She thought about phoning home, to let her mother know what was going on. But then she envisaged her mother's slightly panicky journey from deepest sleep to the phone that sat on the landing, and she knew, anyway, that her mother would only have the most passing interest in something that might not, in theory, happen for another 2 or more days, and would probably be a bit cross about being woken up. So she decided to wait until 9 o'clock, or until there was some news, whichever came first. In the meantime, she stared around at the silent kitchen, taking in the details she hadn't picked up on before, when the place was full of Meg and Bill and Molly and all their loud distractions. It was built into the corner of a large living room from shiny white units with brushed steel handles. There was not a fingerprint or a splash of dirt on anything. A small collage of neatly arranged family photographs hung on the wall in a white frame. A glass vase of yellow gerbera daisies sat on the immaculate windowsill. Knives, forks and spoons all sat in soldier-like rows in the cutlery drawer, and there were exactly 8 white plates, 8 white bowls, 8 white side plates, 8 white egg cups, and 1 salt and pepper cellar. Even in a state of labour, Megan had left the house pristine. Fluffed cushions, tidied toys, remote controls neatly arranged in a row on the clutter-free coffee table, clean shoes set in straight pairs in the hallway, a wash hung to dry on a plastic dryer, coats hung in size order from pegs on the wall, not a speck of dust anywhere, not even on picture rails, not even on light bulbs. Like a show home. Lorelei would hate it. Beth sighed and carefully, almost reverently, placed her teacup in the showroom shiny dishwasher. Then she tiptoed to the door of Molly's little room and peered in. It was as immaculate as the rest of Meg's flat. The only thing in the room that lacked order was Molly herself, buried within her little duvet, which she had gathered around herself in twisted clumps. Her reddish-brown hair was tangled over her face and across her mouth, and one of her plump arms was dangled through the bars of her cot, her fat fingers trailing against the unstained cream carpet. Beth felt overwhelmed for a moment with love for her niece, and her insistence on subverting the lines of Meg's strictly ordered world. Good girl, she thought. Good girl. Not that Beth blamed Meg in the slightest for being the way she was. How could she be otherwise, given how much she'd always railed against her mother's ways? But a little bit of give, a little bit of flexibility wouldn't have gone amiss. She saw it in Bill's glances sometimes, little twitches of his eyebrows, little half-formed smiles or grimaces. Bill hadn't signed up for this. He hadn't signed up for not being able to kick off his trainers and drop the remote control absent-mindedly down the side of the sofa. He hadn't signed up for there being a right way and a wrong way to hang up a tea towel or open a carton of orange juice. He hadn't signed up for tiny, aggressive, handheld vacuum cleaners that sucked away crumbs before he'd even noticed them, and newspapers being folded away and disposed of before he'd even read them, and half-eaten packets of biscuits being thrown away because a new packet had been purchased. He really, really hadn't. But he was a good sport. He didn't like it, but he put up with it. Because Meg was Meg, and he loved her. She tiptoed away from Molly's room and then peered into the tiny little box room that had once been an office, and now housed a shelving unit full of carefully arranged baby accoutrements.
a pile of tiny nappies, already out of their packets and stacked just so, a pile of ice-white muslin squares and nipple pads and baby grows and soft animals and jars of cream and fluffy towels. They didn't know what they were having. A strangely laissez-faire attitude, mainly down to Bill, who would clearly appreciate a few more surprises in his life. Everyone thought it would be a boy, just because everyone always thought it would be a boy. But Beth thought it would be another girl. She could see it in the extra bloom on Meg's skin. The clock ticked round to 6:37. Beth decided to take a very quick shower. The only shower in the flat was in the ensuite to Meg and Bill's room, so she hadn't used it before. She took the soft blue towel that had been left folded just so for her at the foot of the little put-you-up bed in the box room, and she checked once more on Molly, and then she walked through Meg and Bill's bedroom. Bed made, slippers in pairs, coordinated cushions, and into their shower room. She showered fast, mainly because she didn't want Molly to wake up and find herself alone, but also because she felt she shouldn't be in here, in their little sanctuary, in the place where Bill and Megan took their clothes off, in the place where they brushed their teeth together every night and had private conversations and made plans for their future. She didn't use any of their products for fear of messing anything up, and after her shower she sprayed the inside of the cubicle with the spray that had been left for that purpose, and she cleared all the glass walls with the window scraper, and then she wrapped her blue towel about herself and dashed back to the little box room, where she dressed and put on a tiny bit of makeup. It was now almost 7 a.m. She wondered if they were at the hospital yet. She wondered what they were doing. She wondered how this day was going to pan out. She wondered how the next few days would pan out. The baby would be in a Moses basket in their room at first, and Meg had said she could stay in the box room as long as she liked. In fact, she'd said, "Please stay, please, I need you." But there was Easter to think about, and Mum. There was also the lack of space in this tiny flat, and the stress of living with a newborn. And more than any of that, there was this thing between herself and Bill. If the baby came home tomorrow, she could stay another 24 hours and then still be home in time for Easter lunch. Beth knew, on a fundamental level, that her sister needed her more than her mother did. She knew that Easter lunch was not as important in the scheme of things as spending time with her new niece or nephew. But the sheer, ground-in pull of it, of her mother's emotional neediness, was virtually impossible for her to ignore. "Mama?" said a small voice in the hall outside her room. "Mama?" "Hello, sweetie." She quickly got to her feet and went to Molly. "Where, Mama?" She looked dishevelled, almost Neanderthal. Her hair was a puffball of knotted curls and her cheeks were blotchy with sleep. "How did you get out of your cot, sweetie?" "Mama?" "Mama's gone to have the baby. To the hospital. With Daddy." "Mama have a baby?" she asked thoughtfully. "Yes, at the hospital." "Beth make a toast?" "Yes." Beth breathed a sigh of relief that the news had not been met with tears or anxiety. "Beth make a toast. Come on, sweetie." She took her niece's small hand in hers and led her to the kitchen, where she sat her in her high chair. Molly looked just like Meg, just like her, just like Dad and Auntie Lorna. She had the bird face. It still took Beth by surprise that this child existed. It felt like only a few minutes ago that they had all been children themselves. And, in fact, in most respects, Beth still was. She still lived at home, she still slept in a single bed, she still used the same face flannel and stared at the same face in the same mirror in the same bathroom. She still had breakfast with her mum and dad every morning, and drove her dad's car and ate food bought and prepared by her parents. She was, to all intents and purposes,
17 years old. Except she wasn't. She was 24. A 24-year-old woman. In July, she would be 25. She had no idea why she was still at home. She had a boyfriend. They'd been together for 4 years. His name was Simon, and he was doing a master's in combined science in York. She only saw him every fortnight or so, and even then he was too distracted and stressed even to contemplate having conversations about their future. Not that she wanted to have conversations about their future. She didn't know what she wanted yet. She didn't have a clue. She'd done a secretarial course just under 6 years ago. She could type a letter in a minute and a half, and take down a garbled conversation in shorthand, and program a word processor to print addresses onto envelopes. She was working for a local building company as PA to the managing director. Her boss said she was the best secretary he'd ever had, and given her 3 pay rises already. She was great looking. Other people told her that all the time. Complete strangers sometimes. She was young. She was hard-working and bright and conscientious, and yet... She gazed again upon her niece, chasing a slippery piece of banana around the tray of her high chair with one chubby finger. The child that her sister and her partner had made together. That her sister had grown in her body, in her womb, had pushed out and fed and nurtured and got to the age of nearly 2 without any harm coming to her, whilst simultaneously washing lots of clothes and plumping lots of cushions and buying lots of fresh fruit and working part-time in a school and making a whole other baby. She just couldn't imagine any of it. How did a human make all those decisions? All the big ones, and all the little ones. How would you know you were doing it right? How could you trust yourself? Beth did not trust herself in the slightest. She felt much safer bobbing about in the same patterns and the same places with the same people. She thought back to the year Rhys had died. She remembered sitting in a weird wine bar near Covent Garden with Megan before Meg had met Bill, when she was 18 and Meg was 20, and they were both still vaguely on a par with each other. And she remembered Meg suggesting that she could come and live in London with her, come and share her bedroom. She'd been half tempted. It had seemed a soft entry into the world of grown-upness. Her sister there by her side to hold her hand. But then Rhys had done what Rhys had done. And how could she? How could she have left them all there? And so she had stayed. And stayed. And stayed. And the only mistake she was currently in danger of making, she realised, was the mistake of leaving it all far too late. Meg was at a hospital called the Whittington in Highgate. It was big and Victorian and scary-looking, and it was hard to believe that something as wholesome and cheerful as the arrival of newborn babies was happening within its mouldering walls. Beth was directed to a labouring room, which put her in mind of a room full of men in dungarees with pitchforks and chisels and sweaty backs, where she found Meg and Bill flicking through magazines and eating tortilla chips. "Was she all right?" asked Meg the minute Beth walked into the room. "Absolutely fine. Honestly. She is one cool customer. She didn't even say goodbye." "Oh, thank God," said Meg, holding her hand against her chest. "That's the first time anyone apart from me or Bill has ever dropped her off. I thought she might freak out a bit." "No, she's been a little angel. Ate all her breakfast, let me change her nappy. Wasn't too keen on getting into her pram, but we managed it in the end." Beth beamed. She was feeling strangely powerful. She had not only cared for her niece single-handedly, she had also successfully navigated the streets of a frankly rather terrifying inner London neighbourhood with a child in a pram, and then found her way, using public transport, to the hospital. "How are you?" she asked, her eyes directed at Meg's stomach. Well, apparently I'm only 5 centimetres dilated and my contractions have slowed right down, so it looks like we might be here for the long haul. The childminder lady, Danielle? Yes, that one. She said Molly can stay extra hours. She said she can keep her until 6, if you like. Meg smiled. Oh, she said happily, that's great. I love that woman. Have you told Mum? Beth gasped. Oh, God, she said. I'm really sorry. I completely forgot. I was going to do it earlier, but I didn't want to wake her. And then Molly woke up and it was all so busy, just getting her ready and everything. And Meg rolled her eyes and sighed. My family is unbelievable, she said. Completely. There's payphones round the corner. I'll go and call her now. Bill counted some coins out of the pocket of his jeans and gave Beth a complicitous smile that made her catch her breath. But there was no reply at home, and Beth went back to Meg's room. You know, said Meg, in other families, in normal families, the mother would have been here right now, holding my hand, helping out. And please, God, don't think I'm not grateful to you, because I really, really am. But you shouldn't have to be doing this. You have your own life to live. My mother should be here. And if she can't be here, she should be on the phone every hour asking for news. You know, she has not called me once since my due date. Not once since... Ah, Jesus, ah! She clutched the sides of the bed and sat up rigidly, her teeth clenched together and her eyes screwed shut. Bill jumped to his feet and took her hand. Another one, he asked. Oh, replied Meg. Jesus Christ! Beth stared at her older sister through wide circles of eyes. She'd never seen another human being make that face before, or the noise that came with it. It was horrible. Shall I call the nurse? She asked, edging towards the door. Meg relaxed the rictus mask of her face and said, No, don't be daft, it's just a contraction. I'll be fine. A contraction, thought Beth. What is a contraction? It was a word that meant nothing to her beyond a vague association with the mechanics of childbirth. What does it feel like? She asked. It feels, began Meg, like a gigantic metal fist squeezing and twisting and pulling all your internal organs until you think you're about to pass out. It is the most revolting feeling imaginable, and, you know, as much as I think our mother is completely and utterly useless in almost every respect, I will always have the greatest admiration for the fact that when she had the twins, she had to do this twice. In the same day. Beth smiled. Meg had said the same thing last time, after Molly was born, and had been terrified during both pregnancies that the sonographer was going to point out 2 babies on the screen. Coming up for 6 years, she said, her thoughts turning to Rhys. I can't quite believe it. Meg nodded. 22, she sighed. I wonder what he'd be doing now. Rhys? Asked Bill, looking over the top of his magazine. They nodded. Poor soul, he said. Has Mum been to his grave lately? Asked Meg. Beth bit her lip and shook her head. You? She shrugged. She kept meaning to. Not really. Not really? I mean, you either have or you haven't. Well, in which case, no, I haven't. Oh, God, Beth, I know, she interjected defensively. It's so scary there. I don't like going on my own. I always feel like I'm going to get raped or something. Can't you go with Dad? I suppose. It's just... he's hardly ever around. And when he is, he's just kind of... busy. Busy doing what? Oh, God, I don't know, just doing stuff. Writing his memoirs, apparently, though I've never seen anything he's written. And catching up on correspondence. Anything to keep him away from Mum and Vicky. She sighed. She hated talking about home. It made it sound all wrong. Whereas when she was there, living there, just getting on with her life, it all felt perfectly reasonable. But Beth was spared the trouble of taking this conversation to its uncomfortable extrapolation by the onset of another contraction, and the sight of her big sister throwing herself back against the pillows and screaming, "Jesus fucking Christing bollocks, let me die!" Meg was still having irregular contractions by the time Beth had to leave the hospital to collect Molly from the childminder. There was talk of doing something to get them coming more frequently, to move labour along, but it seemed to Beth that the baby was not coming any time soon, and that she would be required to stay overnight with Molly and repeat all of today's processes over again tomorrow, which was fine. She had finally got through to Lorelei at about midday, who had said, "Oh, how marvellous! Tell her I'll be keeping my fingers crossed for her all day. And Vicky will too, won't you, Vi?" She'd heard Vicky chirrup something affirmative in the background and made a mental note not to share Vicky's best wishes with her sister. "Well, I'd better be off, darling," her mother had said a moment later. "Time to collect Sophie from nursery. And then we're taking her to get new shoes. Let me know the minute there's any news, though, won't you, darling? And big hugs to Meggie and Bill." It had been as if she'd called to tell her that Meg's car was in for an MOT, or that her cat was having an operation. But she'd dismissed the thought before it grew roots. It was just her mother's way. Lorelei filled her head with the things closest to her, the here and now, not the over there and then. It was how she was. It didn't mean she was a bad person. But still, Beth had waited a count of 5 or so minutes before returning to Meg's bedside, where she'd slapped a joyful smile on her face and said nothing about new shoes for Sophie. She took Molly to a playground on the way home. An old lady admired the little girl and said, "She looks just like you." And Beth smiled and said, "She's not mine, actually. She's my niece. I'm just looking after her while my sister's in hospital having the second baby." The old lady smiled back and said, "You'll have your own one day, then." And Beth's smile stretched out uncomfortably, and she said, "Yes, I'm sure I will. Yes. I'm one of 4, so, you know." "Yes, when you come from a big family, you want it for yourself, don't you? But you shouldn't wait too long, not if you want your children to be close to their cousins." She said this sternly, with a hint of insight, as if she knew. As if she'd looked at Beth and seen inside her soul, seen a clear line to her future. But then her smile softened and she said, "But you're still young. No rush really, is there, dear?" Beth laughed nervously, politely. "No," she said, "no rush at all." But she knew that there was. And it had nothing to do with babies. Before she could even begin to think about babies, she first had to find her way to the starting blocks of life. She was reading Bridget Jones's diary. She found it on her sister's alphabetically ordered bookshelves. It had been published the year before, and everyone had been talking about it and telling her she should read it. But Beth didn't really read. Usually she watched TV with her mum until she was so tired she could barely speak, and then she flopped into bed. But Molly was finally asleep in her cot after a long and rather disordered evening, and there was no one to watch TV with. Hence the book. It was quite funny, although she found it hard to relate to all the talk of weight gain — she never gained weight — and drinking — she never drank — and mad, mouthy girlfriends — she had no mad, mouthy girlfriends, but she was enjoying the bits about the heroine's crush on an unsuitable older man. Although, no, she would not call what she was experiencing a crush. No, it was not a crush, it was a frisson. Just a sort of electrical thing, invisible to the naked eye, like a tripwire. It was in the way he looked at her when there was no reason to be looking at her. The way he grasped her by the waist when he hugged her hello and goodbye. And she still hadn't decided whether she was flattered or appalled. She was going to turn down the corner of the page and then realised that bent corners were probably on Meg's long list of minor domestic misdemeanours, so she inserted a hair clip instead and was about to turn off the bedside lamp when she heard a sound that made her heart beat violently. It was the front door. She heard it first open and then click shut, very gently. She held her breath and put a hand over her racing heart. She envisaged gangsters. She envisaged knives and guns. She envisaged being gang-raped and brutally murdered. She envisaged all the things that she never worried about when she was at home in the Cotswolds. She did not belong here, in the city. It was not the place for her. She wanted to go home. Home to the country. To her safe, cosy room in her parents' safe, cosy house. Why did Meg live here? Why had she had children here, in this terrible place? She glanced around the room, looking for something heavy or sharp, or both. But all she could see was nappies and plush bears. She gulped back a strangled cry and was about to start whimpering when she heard a man clear his throat outside her bedroom door. Bill. She breathed out and smiled. She opened her door and peered out into the hallway. Bill was unzipping his jacket. He turned at the sound of her, and his face softened, and he said, "Hi, sorry. Did I wake you?" She said, "No, not at all. I was awake. I thought you were burglars." "Burglars? Plural?" "Yes, a whole gang of them." He smiled. "Sorry. I'm clearly not as light-footed as I thought I was." "So?" she said. "Any news?" "Well, if you call a 9-pound, 9-ounce baby boy with bright red hair news, then yes, we have news." Beth squealed and then covered her mouth with her hands. Then, unable to find a less noisy alternative, she skipped across the hallway and threw herself into Bill's embrace. "Oh, wow!" she whispered loudly into his ear. "Wow, congratulations! A boy! Amazing!" He didn't caress her waist this time. He didn't hold on to her for that split second longer than necessary. There was nothing within their embrace beyond mutual delight. He had, of course, just watched his beloved wife push an enormous baby out of herself. "Come and have a drink with me," he said, glancing towards the living room. She nodded and smiled and followed him through. She sat cross-legged on the sofa while Bill found something in the fridge for them to drink. "Is she okay? Are they both okay?" He smiled and said, "They are both absolutely fine. Once the contractions started to regulate, it all happened really quickly. Bam, 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 virtually popped out like a champagne cork. Talking of which..." He waved a green bottle at her. "This has been sitting in the fridge, waiting for a special occasion since Molly was born. What do you think?" Her instinct was to say no. She was virtually teetotal. It would go straight to her head, and then she'd have to go to bed, and it would be completely wasted on her. But, on the other hand, a boy, safely delivered. It would be churlish not to. "I think that's a lovely idea. Just a glass, though. Maybe we can save the rest for Meg tomorrow." "Good thinking," said Bill. "I should probably take it easy, too. Big day tomorrow." "When is she allowed home?" "First thing, I reckon. We were waiting for the paediatrician, but she never came. So I decided I'd come back and get some decent kip before the onslaught begins. Again." He smiled wryly. "Easier second time round, though. You know what you're doing." He raised an eyebrow at her sardonically. "You reckon?" He brought the bottle and 2 glasses over and sat down next to her on the sofa. "I called your mum, told her the news." "Oh," said Beth. "Good. Was she suitably thrilled?" He shrugged. "She was reasonably delighted, I suppose." She said something about some 3 packs of baby grows she'd seen last week and how she'd brought them in pink and in blue just in case, and how she'll hold on to the pink ones just in case and maybe get some more and blah, blah, blah. Though she did perk up a bit when I told her what we were calling him. So, what's my nephew going to be called? Alfie, replied Bill. Or Alfred Reese Liddington Bird, if we're being more formal. Oh, said Beth softly. That's lovely. Mum must have been thrilled. And Dad. Alfred Reese. She tasted the name on her tongue. For a moment she felt envious that Meg had got in there first. Had the baby boy to replace the one they'd lost. Got to give him that name. Got to make everyone smile and feel better for a moment. She smiled sadly. It's a gorgeous name, she said. Really gorgeous. And where did the red hair come from? Well, said Bill, putting his hand up, that'll be my lot. I'm the only one without red hair in my family. Seriously, when I was growing up, I felt like the Steve Martin character in that film, what's it called? Where he's the only white kid in the family. The Jerk. Yeah. My mum's auburn, my dad's carrot, and my brothers are both flame red. So, he shrugged, there was always a danger this might happen. I love red hair, said Beth. I can't wait to see him. He passed her a glass of champagne and picked up another one for himself. To Alfie, he started, and to Megan, Beth finished. Absolutely, he said, blowing out his cheeks in a suggestion of awe at Meg's recent exertions. To remarkable Megan. And to you, said Beth, for reasons she could not quite explain. Ha! Not sure what I've done to deserve a toast. Well, you know, it's what you did 9 months ago. He laughed out loud and raised his glass and said, Oh, well, yes, of course. To my amazing ability to impregnate fertile women. Cheers. Beth laughed too. She felt both embarrassed and delighted. And to you. A big thank you for today. For taking care of Moll, holding the fort and keeping the place up to your sister's unfeasibly high standards. Oh, God, don't, said Beth. It's been hell. Every time Molly touches something or moves something, I'm in a total state of terror in case I put it back in the wrong place or the wrong way up. I have to keep making mental notes of where things go. He laughed again. Oh, yes, that all sounds very familiar. Although she'll probably cut you some slack, what with you being her sister and all. I've definitely inherited more of Mum's approach to housekeeping. Ah, said Bill. You're a bit of a hoarder too, are you? Well, no, not in that way. I don't really buy much stuff. Or collect things, like my mum does. But then again, I don't really throw stuff out, either. I don't organise stuff. It's all just in a jumble. Nothing matches. I mean, you can probably tell from the way I dress that I'm not really fussed about, well, you know, being just so. I love the way you dress, said Bill, a little too fast. Oh, said Beth. Thank you. Yes, you always look very feminine. Oh, she said again. I never really thought. I mean, I just kind of throw stuff together, really. Stuff I like. It's organic, he finished for her. I suppose. She found herself mentally picturing Megan then, in one of her impeccably put-together outfits, usually trousers to cover her heavy knees, black and grey and white and cream, slightly masculine tailoring for her job at the school, softer for at home, jeans and T-shirts that flattered her athletic top half, her small breasts and narrow waist. The T-shirts always looked brand new, mainly because she ironed them. Beth had joyfully shared this tidbit with her mother when she'd returned from her first visit to Meg's flat, just before Molly was born. She irons T-shirts! And knickers! No, I'm not joking. She irons everything. And her jeans were always sparkling indigo without a hint of a worn patch or frayed edge. Meg always looked shower fresh, salon fresh, boutique fresh. She always smelled of soap, because she was always washing her hands, and the expensive perfume she bought for herself from Space NK. Her fingernails were always snipped and scrubbed, her trainers always clean and fragrant. She was the kind of statuesque, immaculate, capable woman who, without even opening her mouth, managed to intimidate every other woman in her vicinity. Beth had been in her shadow all her life. She enjoyed being in her shadow. She'd never wanted the spotlight. It didn't suit her. Beth let Meg and her mother do all the loud, look-at-me grandstanding, while she and her dad quietly got on with things without making any fuss. It was the way it worked. It was fine. But Beth could feel a strange, subtle shift inside herself, like the imperceptible movement of tectonic plates, just a millimetre here and there, just enough to open her mind to the possibility of more life, more love, more attention. She smiled at Bill. I mean, she continued, slightly ingenuously, I just don't think about clothes too much. You know, it's not a priority for me. As long as it's relatively clean and it's not completely out of fashion, I don't really care where it came from and whether it, whether it matches my T-shirt. I know, said Bill, just as she'd known he would. And that's something I really, really like about you. You're just so very natural. Bethan got back to the birdhouse at midday on Easter Sunday. She had 2 whole rolls of film in her bag that she would take to Boots on Tuesday to have developed, full of photos of Molly and Megan and Bill and gorgeous fat Alfie, with his thick shock of red hair and his air of vague surprise. Bill had brought Meg and Alfie home from the hospital the morning after she and Bill had drank champagne together. Meg had looked shell-shocked and jubilant with her huge new baby at her breast and her stomach a punctured barrage balloon beneath her striped lycra tunic top. Molly had been wide-eyed and horrified, but then lost interest very quickly, and insisted on Beth taking her for a round of mini croquet in the back garden. And then they had settled down into a lovely unit of 4. 2 parents, 2 children, everything fresh and new and exciting. Beth had quickly felt surplus to requirements, and booked her train ticket home with a sense of relief. At Meg's insistence, Bill had taken her to the train station, and their conversation had been gentle and bland. Apart from a splinter of a moment, just as she was getting out of the car, when he'd said, "We'll miss you," she'd said, "No, you won't, you've got each other." And he'd said, "Well, yes, but it's always nice having you around." And it had been somewhere between avuncular and pensive, with a delicate lace of flirtation around the edges. She'd ignored it and gone, marched into the train station without looking backwards. But the thought of it had rested in her consciousness like a warm, seductive hand the whole way back to the village. Vicky was in the garden with the girls. She was blowing bubbles for them from a plastic bottle, and they were chasing them around with their arms in the air. She kept their hair short. Bethan had never found out why. They wore cords and stripy jumpers and blue Wellington boots, and looked like 2 small boys. Vicky herself was dressed in one of her stretchy dresses, in a bold tribal print that she bought from a catalogue that seemed to sell nothing but clothes in bold tribal prints for extroverted ladies who were a bit overweight and shouldn't really wear bold tribal prints but didn't care and wore them anyway. Her thick blonde hair was cut into a harsh jaw-length bob and was starting to look faded and grey in the brash midday sun. Her breasts were swinging from side to side as she ran girlishly around in circles with her bottle of bubbles. She beamed at the sight of Bethan and said, "Hurrah, you're home!" She greeted Beth with one of her pungently perfumed embraces and said, "Girls, girls, look who's here! Beth's home!" The girls waved shyly at Beth. Maddie showed her stash of pastel-coloured chocolate eggs, and Beth noticed that she had a preponderance of pink. "Do you like pink, Maddie?" she asked. And Maddie nodded and said, "Pink is my favourite colour." "Yes, said Sophie, "and pink is not my favourite colour. My favourite colour is blue." "Oh, yes," said Beth, peering into Sophie's basket. "So it is." "Well, that works out very nicely then, doesn't it?" She smiled tightly and felt herself swimming through a sudden wave of sickening emotion. She remembered herself at Maddie's age, full of unquestioning love for her family, for the world around her, for pink eggs and pink raincoats and pink icing. She remembered how she had adored her big sister, envied her the curl in her hair and her strong physique, and her authoritative position within the family, closer in age to Bethan, but almost on a par with her mother and father. She closed her eyes against the wave and found herself outside Reese's bedroom 6 years ago today, Easter Sunday. She saw her father trying to locate the volume button on Reese's stereo, pulling at his thin hair with his hands, saying, "How the fuck do you turn this thing off?" The first time Beth had ever heard her father use bad language. And then the silence, when he finally turned it off, and the unearthly creak of the rope swinging against the beams. Her mother standing on her tiptoes on a chair, frantically pulling at the knot in the rope with her long, sinewy fingers. Megan trying to help by pushing against his bare feet from below. She remembered her own fingers twisted around the doorframe, holding on to it to stop herself from falling. And Vicky, behind her. This stranger, with her musty aroma and her sour wine breath, and her meaty arms and her kind words, saying, "Come away. Come away with me, lovely, let's go." And turning to look at this woman who she had only just met for the first time today and saying, "Okay, thank you." And turning just one time to see all three of them, Mum, Dad and Meg, finally bring the tiny body down and onto the floor where it landed with a soft thud. And there was Rory, bounding up the stairs behind them, shouting, What's happening?" And Vicky saying, "Come with us, sweetheart, come with us." Which of course he didn't. And the last thing that Beth remembered as she started down the stairs with Vicky's arm heavy upon her shoulder was the sound of Rory seeing his brother dead on his bedroom floor. The excruciated roar of indignation and fury, of impotent incomprehension. She put her hand against Sophie's soft urchin cut and stroked it. "Lucky you two," she said, in a voice fissured with repressed tears. "Having each other. Having it all to look forward to. Lucky girls." She turned to Vicky and smiled tightly at her. "Where's Mum?" she said. She hoped, for one foolish split second, that Vicky would say, "She's gone to see Reese." But she didn't, of course. She said, "She's gone to get more carrots. She said there weren't enough." She rolled her eyes then, affectionately. "She should be back any minute." "And where's Dad?" "Oh, he and Tim have gone down to the pub for the usual pre-lunch pint or two. I suspect they'll be back in a minute too." Beth looked at her curiously. There was a brittleness to her voice, a narrowness to her eyes. Her usual solid demeanour seemed shaky. It was almost, Beth mused, as though she was lying. But the possibility didn't linger long. Why would she be lying? And what would she be lying about? A second later, Vicky rallied and said, "Wonderful news about the baby! So exciting!" And there followed a fairly high-pitched exchange about the red hair and the size of him, the shock of him being a boy, the joy of his being given the name Reese, and the possibility of sibling rivalry. And then Mum came home, and then Tim and Dad came home, and before too long the lamb was on the table, the carrots were buttered, the red wine was uncorked, and it was Easter. Again. Beth toyed with the idea of raising her glass, of proposing a toast to Reese. She grasped her glass between her fingertips and took a breath. She heard herself saying the words, repeated them to herself over and over again. She pretended to be Megan. Megan would just say it. She would just do it, Megan wouldn't even pause to draw breath. But the more she thought about it, the less able she felt to do it. She couldn't be the one to bring him up today, to change the atmosphere, to make everyone feel uncomfortable. Raising a toast to Reese was the job of an adult, and Beth was not yet an adult. So she relaxed her grip on the glass stem, smiled, and instead raised a toast to Alfie Reese Liddington Bird. Chapter 5. April 2011. "What about Rory?" said Molly, sitting on the edge of Reese's bed, clutching the thin, stained mattress with her fingers. "What did he think when Reese died? I mean, he was his, twin. He must have been devastated." "He was very angry," said Meg. "Very, very cross. He cried. A lot. But always with this face like thunder. Always with these red cheeks and these eyes full of rage, like he wanted to hit someone. I kept my distance, to be honest. And he just kind of retreated into his friendships. His friends had always been more important to him than family. His friends were his life. And then he met Kaylee. Yeah. Then he met Kaylee. Molly rolled her eyes. And the rest is history. Oh, yes, Meg agreed. It certainly is. Do you think he'll come? Now he knows your mum's dead? Meg shrugged. It had taken days to track him down. Her calls and emails had ricocheted halfway around Asia, from Thailand to Vietnam, the Philippines to Indonesia, until she'd finally cornered him in an internet cafe in Chiang Mai, where they'd had a very surreal Skype conversation. The webcam kept slipping down so that Rory's face would slide down the screen until she was talking to the top of his baseball cap. Then she'd tell him to push it back up and it would slide down again. A small, cross man on the monitor behind him was shouting at someone else on Skype, and the internet connection had cut out completely just as she'd finally asked him if he was coming home. He looked brown and thin and feral. His accent had been hard to place, somewhere between Essex and LA. He had been shifty and unlovable. A stranger to her. A stranger to her family. Christ knows, said Megan. I've offered to pay for his flight. Who knows? Who cares? I care, said Molly, swinging her long legs. I'd like to meet him. Meg thought of the life-raddled man on her computer screen 2 nights ago and shook her head. I'm not sure you would, darling. But he's my uncle. I'm nearly 16 and I've never met him. Well, you have met him, actually. Once. When you were about 3 or 4. When Alfie was a baby. Here. You met him here. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. I'm totally sure. There's no way I would forget it because it was the last time I ever saw him. April 1999. Vicky pulled the curtains apart and smiled. Darling, she said, glancing at the slumbering figure in the bed. It's gorgeous out. Absolutely beautiful. Lorelei opened one heavy eyelid and peered over the top of the bedspread. In a minute, Vic. Not yet. Then she closed her eyes and turned over. Vicky gazed at her for a moment. Her beauty. Her love. She still couldn't quite believe that she had her. That after all those years of aching and wanting and desiring, Laurie was now hers and hers alone. That she got to wake up with her in the mornings, lie down next to her at night. That they were one. Laurie and Vic. Vicky and Lorelei. Laurie's waist-length hair, streaked with grey and almost grey, was spread about her head on the pillow. One long chiselled arm hanging over the edge of the bed, her bony shoulders in the strappy, silky stuff she wore to bed. Who would have guessed, during all those years of not knowing, of yearnful wondering, that Laurie Bird wore such things in her bed? Peach and ivory, lace and silk, tiny pearly buttons and flippity ribbons, all wasted on her great lanky nonsense of a husband. Vicky had seen it from the very first moment she stepped into their house. The pair of them had that look about them, ashen, cloistered, given up. And that was before their boy had done what their boy had done, and made sure that they would never again feel comfortable laying a hand on each other in this house. And Vicky had known, from the very first moment she set foot in this house, that this was where she belonged. In this charming mayhem, with this charming, peculiar woman with her heaps and piles and colour and passion. Nobody appreciated her. Her older daughter, Megan, so stern and unyielding, so resolute in her disdain for her mother and everything that mattered to her. Rory, unfocused and footloose, disloyal and uninterested, off with his hard-faced Irish princess without a backward glance. He never called, except to ask for money. And even lovely Beth, pretty little thing, soft and pliable. She was only here because she didn't have the guts to be anywhere else. Because she felt like the last guest at an unsuccessful party, too guilt-ridden to leave. Vicky loved them all. She did, almost as though they were her own. But she hated them too, for the lack of love they showed their mother, the looks they threw each other over her head, behind her back, the whispers and the conspiratorial giggles. She'd felt so desperately sorry for Laurie, stranded in the middle of it all, looking for rainbows and seeing only disparagement and scorn. It was just over 2 years ago, their first kiss. It happened when Beth went down to London to stay with Meg when Alfie was born. She'd dropped Sophie at nursery, picked up some Danish pastries from Sainsbury's like she did every Tuesday, pecan for Laurie, raisins for herself, and let herself in with the key that Laurie had given her many years earlier. There they were, just the two of them in an empty house. Colin had been somewhere else, who knows where else. Laurie had stopped wandering a long time ago. They sat in the garden in the spring sunshine, drinking tea from mugs, admiring the new blossoms, discussing the children, her children, Laurie's children, as they always did. And Laurie had begun to cry. It was perhaps strange that after all these years of admiring Laurie's joyful outlook, her sunny demeanour, her ability to skim across the grimy surface of life looking only for the bits that sparkled, she should desire her more than anything for her tears. She'd put an arm across her shoulder, as she would do for any soul who cried in her company, and Laurie had flopped her head against Vicky's soft bosom. There it had been. Something Vicky had forgotten about in all these years of marriage and men and mothering and being what everyone thought she should be. There it was again, like a lovely forgotten object found at the back of a drawer. Laurie had been surprisingly unsurprised. The timing had clearly been impeccable. Vicky could no longer even remember why she had been crying, and neither could Laurie. All they could remember now of that afternoon was the delight of finding each other at last. Well, it was hard to imagine now, 2 years later, how awful it had all been at the time. Telling Tim, telling Colin, telling the children, only the big children, the little children would work it out for themselves sooner or later. Oh, the screaming and the terrible rage-filled voices, the tangible distaste, the venom, the rawness of it all. Awful. Beyond awful. Tim lived in the next village now, in a little 2-bed cottage. He still didn't talk to Vicky at handovers. "You are dead to me." He'd really said that to her, the way someone in EastEnders might do.
Vicky had never suspected him of being so theatrical. Colin had been an easier proposition. He'd left Laurie years ago in reality, and he'd made a show of being terribly cross, but really Vicky thought he'd been relieved. He still lived in the house. They put in a partition wall and a separate front door. The house had originally been 2 cottages, so it had been easy enough to do. And he came and went, civil enough. But Bethan, wide-eyed little Bethan, well, she had thrown up. Not metaphorically, but really, genuinely, spat up some regurgitated food into the sink. Quite revolting, really, but also terribly sad. A grown woman of, 25, 26 she'd been at the time? Still so firmly battened down to the floor of her childhood that she would physically evacuate her stomach at the suggestion of her mother having a female lover. Not that Vicky would ever say that to Beth. She always trod very carefully around her, tried to respect her sensitive nature, make it as tolerable as possible for her to live with them. No PDAs, no overt shows of the way she felt about Laurie. Just business as usual, so far as was reasonably possible. But here, in the sanctuary of their room, yes, the room that Laurie had once shared with Colin, the very bed that she had slept in with Colin, but it seemed an irrelevance to both of them. It was just furniture after all. They could be exactly what they were, without shame or embarrassment. Vicky and Lorelei, Laurie and Vic. She sat down upon the edge of the bed, and she kissed her beloved softly against her lips. The last Easter Sunday of the millennium held secrets. Secrets and surprises. Vicky was keeping them as little gifts for Laurie. The first secret was on its way, right about, she checked her watch again, right about now. Pandora, in a rental car, direct from the airport, a surprise visit from her home in Corfu, with Ben and Ben's son Oscar in tow. The second secret was still unconfirmed. It was nigh on impossible communicating with the weird house in Andalusia, the strange man called Ken who occasionally answered a phone at the bar at the end of his dirt track and promised, unconvincingly, to get a message back to Rory and Kaylee, who had a modem that appeared to run on donkey pee or some such, as reliable as it was. "I sent you an email on Wednesday. Did you get it?" "No, our modem's been a bit temperamental." But, all being well, Rory and Kaylee were also heading back home. Who knew what time they were due? Vicky certainly didn't. Meg and Bill were already here. They'd arrived last night and were staying next door with Colin. Vicky didn't blame them. Less clutter in his place. A big room with 4 beds in it and its own ensuite bathroom. Perfect for a family. Nothing personal, Vicky knew that. Meg, being the oldest and the most pragmatic of the Bird children, had no issue with Vicky and Laurie being together. Once she'd ascertained that her father was not about to fall apart like an overbaked pastry case, she'd been fine about it. Vicky suspected that Megan thought she was a good thing, a force for the good. What was it she'd said? Yes, that's right. She'd said, "I'm glad she's with someone who cares about her." Precisely. Colin had not been a bad husband. He'd not been a drinker or a liar or a fighter or a controller, but neither, it had to be said, had he really cared a terrible lot. Vicky could hear the little ones next door, through the thin partition wall. Somebody was having a tantrum. She could not make out the details of it, but the general shape was that of apoplectic rage. It sounded like Alfie. She smiled, not smugly, but with some satisfaction that she had passed through that phase. Her girls were 8 and nearly 6. She was in the gentle stage of the parenting journey known as middle childhood. Her children were solid, predictable, safe. They didn't scare her any more as they had when they were small, when there had been the ever-present fear of a public tantrum, a broken night,
a dash off a curb, an unannounced bowel movement in a public pool. And neither were there the fears to come. The failed exams, the bad friends, the late nights and the journeys home in unlicensed taxis. Here, she could exhale for a while, pause to admire the view, think fondly of her babies, but know that she would never have to go back there again. Poor Meg, still at the starting posts. Grumpy, bossy Molly, hyper Alfie, and now another one on the way. A veritable baby machine, a glutton for punishment. She heard the front door of Colin's cottage open and close, and then she heard small fists on their door. She checked the time again. It was 7:25. Her girls were still fast asleep. Good sleepers, her girls. No, she wouldn't want to go back there again, not for all the chocolate in Belgium. She pulled on a smile and opened the door. "Hello, sweethearts," she cooed, clocking Meg's thunderous face behind them. "Have you come for your breakfast? I've got strawberry yoghurts." Are they allowed yoghurts? It was always best to check, especially, Vicky had found, with Megan, who had some very hard and fast rules about the contents of her children's stomachs. "Perfect," said Meg, grimacing. "Anything. Just, please, would you mind keeping an eye on them for a few minutes while I try and have a lie down?" The smile froze on Vicky's face. What about Bill, she thought, but did not ask. What about your partner? Or your father? Or have they both died in their sleep? She kept the smile in place. It was vital that she remain utterly charming at all times when it came to her dealings with Laurie's family, and said, "Absolutely, of course. Come in, lovely little people, come in." And she thought, but did not say, "And please do not wake up my big, proper slumbering children who, left to their own devices, might well sleep through until 9 o'clock, giving me another hour and a half to prepare for the massive family reunion which I have so rashly chosen to undertake this afternoon." Meg's little ones were still in their pyjamas. Alfie's rather soiled already with something garden-related. Molly in lovely and very expensive-looking white cotton things with lace edging. Alfie's eyes were red-rimmed from his recent tantrum, and Molly was looking thoroughly unimpressed with her lot. Meg was wearing a stretchy maternity top that had clearly seen her through both previous pregnancies, and leggings that showed the solid set of her long but rather shapeless legs. Her brown hair was cut shorter than she'd ever had it before, and her eyes were dull with sleeplessness. "Thank you, Vic," she said. "I really, really appreciate it. I'll be back in an hour." "No, no," said Vicky. "Longer, as long as you need. Go. We're fine." Alfie raced through the house and out towards the garden. Molly looked at her mournfully with those big blue eyes of hers. Then she looked pleadingly at her mother. "I also have chocolate spread," Vicky said, not making eye contact with Meg, not giving her the opportunity to grimly pronounce, "Actually, I don't let them eat sugary spreads. Here's a pot of organic sprout paste." "You can have it on toast, or even," she smiled playfully, "on a crumpet." Molly's demeanour softened, so easily bought, and Vicky led her by her small, eager hand towards the kitchen. Molly's mouth loosened with every nibble of chocolate-covered toast. Vicky had made herself a slice too, and they sat side by side outside the kitchen door, watching Alfie forage for snails, quite companionably, almost as though sharing a bottle of rosé. "So," said Vicky, "are you looking forward to your new brother or sister?" Molly wrinkled up her pretty little face, considered the question for a while, and said, "No, not really." "Oh, dear," said Vicky. "Why's that?" Molly shrugged, tiny shoulders going up and down in their sockets. "Don't know. I'm not looking forward to it. I've already got a brother." "Well, yes," said Vicky empathetically. "One brother probably is more than enough." Molly nodded and ate some more toast. She had a chocolate spread crescent bisecting her mouth, which looked incongruous against her serious expression.
"Why is Nana's house so messy?" she asked after a moment.
Vicky smiled. "Ah, well, you see, your Nana is a very special lady. She is really quite magical, you know, and when she looks at the world, she sees it in a very special way, like it's a party bag or a toy shop, and she likes to keep bits of it, and she feels sad when she throws things away." Molly nodded again.
"My mummy throws away everything."
She said this with a roll of the eyes. "Yes, so I hear."
"Really," she emphasised, "everything. It's really annoying."
"Oh," said Vicky, "I can imagine."
"But," said Molly thoughtfully, "I think I prefer it living in a house that is tidy than in a house which is untidy, like Nana's house."
"Oh," said Vicky with a hint of sadness. "Well, everyone is different. Some people like a lot of things around them, and some people like it all put away."
"I think," said Molly, "that I would like it all put away, but not thrown away. When I am a grown-up, I will be tidy, but I will not throw things away. Especially not my toys."
"That," said Vicky, "sounds like a very good compromise. Very sensible indeed." Vicky had not been to Meg's house. Laurie still refused to spend a night away from home, even 12 years after the burglary. But she had heard much about it from Beth. She had heard about the sparkling antibacterial surfaces and the cupboard full of sprays, the storage boxes labelled with stickers and the multitude of coasters. It was obvious to Vicky that Meg's fastidiousness was not a genetically inherited trait, but a direct reaction to the way she felt about her mother. Meg was disgusted by her mother, despised her childlike ways, her dreamy outlook, her love of stuff and things and bits and bobs. All the things that Vicky loved about her. Living with Laurie was like living with a person formed from your favourite grandmother and the kooky girl in the 6th form and the teacher who let you off homework because it was her birthday. It was like living with all the best and most colourful people you'd ever known, all rolled up into one. But then, Vicky had always liked weird people. She'd always happily made conversation with drunks on the tube, chatted to the strange man at the party who everyone else was avoiding, befriended confused old ladies at bus stops, and got to know the homeless guy with the voices in his head who sat outside her office. Nothing fazed her. She was utterly fearless. The only person who scared her was Meg. Meg terrified her. Vicky was 45. Meg was 28. They were both tall women, 5'8", and big-boned. They both had loud voices and strong opinions. They were both matriarchal and bossy. But still, when Vicky was with Meg, she felt like a shrimp. Absolutely ridiculous. The fear was currently manifesting itself into a frantic dash for a wet cloth at the sound of Meg at the front door, and a rather rough-handed removal of the chocolate smile from Molly's face. Meg had taken precisely the hour she'd said she wanted. Not a minute more, not a minute less. Vicky could hardly see the point of asking for time for a nap if you were just going to lie there watching the clock. "Come in, come in!" Vicky stationed the little ones in front of a Teletubbies video in the sitting room. Megan seemed momentarily vexed about this, then looked very tired and resigned, left them to it, and followed Vicky back into the kitchen. Everyone else was still asleep. Laurie, the girls, and Bethan. So, until one of them surfaced, it was just the two of them. Vicky and Meg. She made a fresh pot of tea and opened a packet of croissants. Megan peered suspiciously at them. "When were they bought?" Vicky smiled patiently. Meg always thought that everything in this house was past its sell-by date, festering with unseen mould, wriggling with invisible mealworms, noxious with lethal bacteria. "Yesterday," she replied genially. Meg nodded and picked one up. "This house," she began, looking about herself awkwardly. "Christ, it gets worse every time I come." "Well," said Vicky, in the smoothest voice she could arrange for herself, "it's since the house was split. You know, we've less space now, and you know your mother. She just won't countenance—" She trailed off, feeling her customary surge of loyalty bubble to the top. Although, I must say, in her defence, she has let a few bags of stuff go recently. Load of clothes, to the charity shop. She rubbed nervously at her elbows. Of course, she wasn't being quite honest. She'd done it herself, while Laurie was at a doctor's appointment for her alopecia, a bald spot the size of a 10-pence piece that had appeared virtually overnight on her crown. And she'd felt so terribly nervous doing it, as though she were committing some dreadful crime, as though there were a dozen surveillance cameras focused in on her, beaming her activities directly into Laurie's head, possibly through the bald patch. What had it been in the end? A jumper, a scarf, some old work shirts of Colin's, and a pile of really, really unreadable-looking paperbacks. Not a lot, but as much as she thought she might be able to get away with. "Well," said Meg, "that's better than nothing, I suppose. And how is she? Generally?" Meg pulled down the cuffs of her maternity top and smoothed her brown curls behind her ears, which were decorated with small and annoyingly discreet diamond studs. Vicky, still unshowered, still in her banana print gym jams and matching yellow hair, nodded enthusiastically and said, "Marvellous! Really?" "She looked very thin last night," said Meg, pulling shreds off her croissant and depositing them delicately into her mouth. "And what's with this bald patch?" "Oh, gosh," said Vicky, "I don't know. It's just one of those things, isn't it? You know, it's been a hell of a couple of years for her, all in all. She's been through worse." This was a pointed comment. Meg had never forgiven Laurie for not being more upset about Reese. And Vicky really couldn't blame her. It was the one thing, really, of all the odd things about Laurie that she absolutely couldn't get to grips with. She'd been there, that evening. Oh, even now, 8 years later, she couldn't think about it without being there, you know, actually properly being there. She could taste her red wine breath and feel the dizzy splendour of intimacy, her and Laurie in the snug by the fire, putting the world to rights. She felt a kind of retrospective guilt that she had not said to her new friend, "Where's your youngest? I'd love to meet him," that she had not been interested in the person missing from the lunch table. But that was only now. Now that she knew them all. Now that this was her family, and this house her home. At the time, why should she have cared? And even now she could feel the pit of her stomach contract and expand at the memory of the wee thing, hanging like a forgotten Christmas decoration from his bedroom ceiling. The panicky feeling that she must get the others away, back down the stairs, back to their perfect childhoods. And the sudden, gruesome exhumation of the buried memory. Her first love. Not a boyfriend, as she told them at the time, because she didn't yet know them and she wanted them to think of her as conventional, but a girl called Hazel, with blue eyes and black hair, who couldn't quite come to terms with everyone hating her for being gay. It was a baptism of fire. The quickest journey into the inner world of another family it was possible to imagine. One moment she was just the woman next door. The next, she was a central component of their personal history. Awful, the whole thing. Just absolutely awful. and she had waited for Laurie to do what she herself imagined she would do if one of her lovely children had taken their own life. She waited for her to lose the plot, to scream and grieve and kick and scratch and cry and die a little. But she never did. She just kind of got on with it. Eerie. Unsettling. But also, maybe, depending on your outlook, utterly marvellous. Vicky still hadn't quite decided. She nodded thoughtfully at Meg's last comment. As much as she would like to argue the toss with her on most matters, on this point, she really could not. I still think she needs some help, Meg continued. Honestly, it's been going on too long now. She needs some therapy. She needs to talk to somebody. She's 53. She's still relatively young. She's got another 30, 40 years to go, God willing, and I can only see all this. She gestured aggressively at the space around her. Even the kitchen was now beginning to show the signs of Laurie's rampant over-shopping and refusal to throw anything away, getting worse. And as for the Reese thing, I mean, that's the sort of thing that can give you cancer, you know, sitting on a wound like that, not dealing with it. Morning, girls. She was standing right behind them. She didn't question the tail end of the conversation she absolutely must have picked up on. She just smiled and rubbed Vicky's hair. Maddie and Sophie appeared behind her, bleary-eyed and tangle-haired. Laurie picked up a mug, began to fill it with tea from the pot, pouted childishly when it ran out halfway through, waited for Vicky to get up, refill the kettle and put it on to boil, and then she turned to the girls and said, as she had every single Easter morning since Vicky had known her, and, she was sure, for the many years before, "So who's looking forward to an egg hunt?" Rory and Kaylee arrived shortly after 10. They were staying in Cirencester with Kaylee's cousin, the cousin who'd originally introduced them to each other all those years ago. The only room that was free at the birdhouse was Reese's old room, and no one slept in there. Not ever. It was for the best, anyway, Vicky felt. The first and only time that Lorelei had met Kaylee had been nothing but awkward. Laurie didn't like her, and frankly, Vicky didn't like her either. And who knows what state Rory would be in now, after 4 years in that weird commune. He sat now in the kitchen, with his arm around his mother. He looked, of course, very brown. Brown as a berry, her mother always used to say, although Vicky had never actually seen a berry that was brown. He had turned lean and sinewy, and had 3 tattoos at various junctures up his right arm. His teeth needed attention. He had taken to chewing tobacco, like a hoary old cowboy, and drinking 50% of red wine from unlabelled bottles like a hoary old Spaniard. But his hair, it was a dream. The constant sun had turned his hair back to its childhood flaxen. "He's a regular Timotei boy," Kaylee said, playfully rubbing his brilliant mop. "You should only see the fuss they make of him out there. I think they think he's a film star, you know, the reincarnation of Robert Redford." She arched her eyebrows sardonically. Kaylee herself looked well. She'd grown her hair long again. It was halfway down her back and dyed scarlet. She had a suggestion of a tan, though it was clear that her skin didn't quite have the gumption to go properly brown, and she seemed well fed, or at least better fed than she had been 4 years ago. She wore a faded lycra dress and heavy boots, and had a tattoo on her right arm that directly matched one of Rory's. Vicky had not the slightest idea what it was supposed to be. Nobody had roses anymore, or anchors. It was all Sanskrit this and Celtic the other. It had been just as Vicky had hoped it would be. Like something from a TV show. When Laurie had seen her boy standing there in the hallway half an hour ago, with a bunch of daffs and a black magic egg the size of a head. Meg and Bill and the little ones were next door.
variously having naps and late showers. Colin was in the garden, clearing cobwebs in advance of the egg hunt. Maddie had a phobia of cobwebs. And Beth was sitting next to Vicky, with Sophie on her lap, smiling dreamily at her prodigal brother. The oven was heating up. The lamb was on the counter, draped over with stems of rosemary from the garden. The pastel-coloured eggs were in a bowl ready to be distributed. The sun was fighting its way through some dense black cloud. The scene was almost set for the first proper bird family Easter lunch since Rhys had died. "So," said Laurie, smiling up at her boy with sparkling eyes. "What are your plans, you two? You back for good?" Rory and Kayleigh exchanged a look. Clearly there was some contention there. "For now," said Rory. "Well," Kayleigh interjected, "for a little while. Maybe a week or two. Maybe longer. Maybe, and then—" She shrugged. "Who knows?" "Well, we do kind of know." The sound of Meg and her family arriving saved them the effort of trying to find an account they could both agree upon of their short-term plans. But Vicky already had half an idea. It was in the way Kayleigh was tearing at the skin around her fingernails. The new bloom upon her skin. "Hello, hello!" She got to her feet to greet Bill, who she had not yet seen this morning. She loved Bill. He was the type of man she'd like for one of her daughters. Solid and fun and just sexy enough. He flirted with Vicky in that way that men felt they could now they knew she wasn't going to take it seriously. They were cut from the same cloth, Vicky and Bill. No nonsense, loud, warm, family-minded and up for a laugh. They always got along. He was wearing one of his trademark brightly coloured polo shirts with the striped collar. 501s, trainers. His hair was still wet from the shower, and he had Alfie in his arms, facing outwards, the way Vicky had noticed that men always held their babies, like football trophies for the world to admire. "Good morning, everybody," he boomed in his public school accent, roughened up from his years dealing with artists in edgy corners of London. Meg came in behind him, holding a bag full of Easter eggs and wearing bunny ears. Her mouth opened wide at the sight of her little brother at the table, and she squealed, dropped the bag of eggs, darted around the table and threw herself at him. Vicky's heart sang a little song. Families should always be together, she thought, especially families who'd been through what this one had been through. "Bill," called Meg, holding Rory's hands in hers. "Bill, this is Rory. Look, it's actually really Rory. Molly, this is your uncle. This is Uncle Rory. You know, from Spain." "Uncle Rory," said Rory, looking slightly puzzled by the concept. "Makes you sound like an old perv," said Kayleigh. "Come on, sit on Uncle Rory's lap, little one. I've something in my pocket for you." She acted this out in the voice of an elderly man. Vicky laughed out loud. She felt she had to, as she knew nobody else would. Molly looked at Rory, aghast, and hid her face between Bill's solid thighs. Rory laughed. "Look what you've done now, Kayleigh," he teased. "It's probably for the best," she jested. "You know, in the long term, what with your being a paedophile and all." Vicky laughed again, so loud that she almost made herself jump. "Kayleigh," said Rory, taking her hand in his. "This is my big sister, Meg." "I have heard a lot about you," said Kayleigh, not rising to greet Meg, but absent-mindedly putting out a limp-wristed hand as though handing a soiled stocking to a housemaid. "Likewise," said Meg, taking the hand firmly and smiling slightly, it had to be said, imperiously. Vicky held her breath. Meg and Kayleigh. The queen bees. This was a match worth watching. "And look at the size of you," said Kayleigh, eyeing Megan's bump with a strangely hungry look. "You are the ship in full sail, you really are." Meg squeezed in next to Rory, and Vicky saw Bethan move along to make space for Bill on her side of the table, smiling shyly at him. Bill leaned across the table with his hand extended. Rory met him halfway. "Nice to meet you at last," said Bill. "After all these years." "Same here," said Rory. "We just missed each other, didn't we? Back in... when was it?" 95, said Meg. 1995, just before Molly was born. "You went then?" She smiled tightly and continued. "Literally 3 weeks before my due date." Kaylee pulled a face. "Uh-oh," she said. "We're in trouble." Meg laughed. "Hardly," she scoffed. "It was just a pity, that was all, to have missed the birth of your first niece by 3 weeks. "Ah, well," said Kaylee, answering once again for her boyfriend. "You know, they're all very dinky when they're new. All little, tiny, teeny. But they're much more interesting at this age. Big girls are much more interesting than boring little babies. All boring little babies do is piss and shit and scream. Isn't that right, Molly?" Molly stared at her and then stared at her mother for direction, which did not come. Meg had been rendered speechless. "Ah, bless her," said Kaylee. "She's adorable. Isn't she, Rory?" Meg's face softened, and Rory nodded. And Vicky felt it was time to gently prise the conversational reins from between Kaylee's fingers. "So," she said brightly, slapping her hands down upon her lap, "who's ready for an egg hunt, then?" Across the table, she caught Laurie's eye. There was a hint of dark resentment there. Vicky caught her breath. She'd gone too far. She'd crossed a line. It was always such a blasted balancing act with Laurie. Between caring for her, picking up the slack, and disempowering her, and she was always, always getting it wrong. "Laurie," she soothed, "darling, egg hunt time. Over to you." Laurie's dark look diminished, and she smiled girlishly, delightedly. Clap, clap, went her long, bony hands. Clap, clap! And there it was. Sunshine. Literally, not figuratively. The sun appearing from behind the thick wall of cloud, casting its good mood across the room, across the family, across Easter. Beth lay in the hammock, contemplating her feet. She had never before thought of her feet as alluring in any way. In fact, she'd never really thought about her feet at all. They had just lived quietly on the ends of her legs. A narrow size 6, slightly sinewy, sometimes with coloured nails, sometimes not. But she looked at her feet now, and tried to see what he saw. Tried to see them as objects of sensual, remarkable erogeousness. He had told her that her feet were beautiful. And maybe they were. She wanted to believe every word he said. She turned her head to look up towards the house. She could hear the clatter of things being put into the dishwasher, other things being placed on shelves, children fighting, adults laughing. She heard her mother call out, "Oh, Meg, it was nothing like that, nothing at all." She heard the back door opening and closing, and then she heard the sound of Bill's voice. She heard him say, "I'm off for a smoke, Meg. Keep the kids away." She smiled. Bill's children didn't know he smoked. She looked up again into the sky. It was lilac, veined with jet trails and wisps of cloud. Then she peered down, into her dress, plucked at the top of her bra, gazed at her breasts. Her lovely, firm, youthful breasts. He'd told her that, too. She thought of the way he grabbed them as though they were handfuls of dough, the way he licked them and cupped them and held himself between them. She shuddered slightly, with a kind of awful disgust. And then she heard his feet against the grass, soft and strong. And there he was,
standing alongside her, pulling a pack of Camels from the back pocket of his jeans. He offered the pack to her, silently, with one eyebrow raised. She plucked one out and let him pull her into a sitting position. "Well," he said, lowering himself gently down alongside her, "that was different." "Kaylee, you mean?" "Christ above, what a piece of work!" Beth laughed. "She is that." "Poor Rory," he sighed, lighting Beth's cigarette for her. "She's got his balls in a vice." Beth smiled and didn't say, "Haven't they all?" They smoked their cigarettes in silence for a while, enjoying the proximity of each other's bodies, knowing that there was nothing more for them here than this, smoking cigarettes, chatting in the dusk. There were other places for the rest of it. This was not one of those places. "He's very different, isn't he?" said Bill, bending down to grind his cigarette out in the grass. "Different to the rest of you." Beth put her hand up the back of his T-shirt and ran it up and down the small of his back, his satin skin, the points of his spine. He arched against her touch. "We're all different to the rest of us," she said. "We're like a badly planned dinner party." She turned her fingertips into claws and scratched at his skin. "Oh, yes," he said. Just there. No, there. There, up a bit, just to the left. To the right, back to the middle. Oh, yeah, right there. Right there." Back scratching was one of their things, along with foot kissing and breast licking, and a special position that they honestly believed they must have invented because they'd been through the Kama Sutra more than once and failed to find it. Beth had always thought she didn't like sex. Bill was doing everything in his power to prove to her that she did. She was still only half convinced. She still couldn't really work out what the point of it was, but it made Bill happy. And as long as she was making Bill happy, Beth was happy. Beth quickly snatched her hand from under his T-shirt at the sound of a voice in the top garden. They both sat straight-backed, unnatural. It was Vicky. She smiled when she saw them there. "Hello, you two," she boomed, zipped up snugly inside a purple Bowden body warmer, her strong arms swinging at her sides. "What on earth are you doing out here in the half-dark?" "We're dissecting," said Bill. Vicky looked from Bill to Beth and then back again. Beth gulped and felt her skin prickle all over with guilt. Bill was so good at this, so blasé. "She's a pill, all right," said Vicky, leaning against a tree trunk and tucking her hands into her pockets. "She just told me that I'm not really a lesbian." "What?" "Yes, and I will not attempt to do this in her accent. She said, 'You've just decided to be gay because you wanted your feet under the table here.'" Vicky hooted loudly. "Outrageous! The girl doesn't know the first thing about me." Beth smiled tightly. She had no idea if Vicky was a real lesbian or not, and she was still too uncomfortable sitting here, squashed up against her sister's partner, in a hammock, in the dark, even to begin to join in this conversation. "What the fuck is a real lesbian anyway?" said Bill. "It's all shades of grey." "Well, yes," agreed Vicky. "Exactly. Who's to say? I mean, would you decree that a person was not a proper heterosexual because they'd once had a crush on the head girl?" She tutted and sighed. "Well, anyway, all I can say is that I'm jolly glad she's not a permanent fixture. She adds a certain colour, but with a rather bad flavour, if you see what I mean." She pulled her hands out of her pockets and slapped them against her legs. "Well, I'd better get back inside. Make sure Laurie's okay. You coming in?" She glanced again from one to the other, and then up to the darkening sky. A look passed across her eyes, as though she were doing long division in her head. Beth flinched. "Not yet, Vic," said Bill. "In a minute." "OK, good," she smiled. "Yes, see you both in a minute." They sat and watched her march back up the garden towards the house. "She knows," said Beth, pulling herself off the hammock and scrabbling to her feet. "Don't be nuts," said Bill, lying down in the space she'd vacated, tucking his hands behind his head and staring up into the sky where the stars were slowly starting to reveal themselves like shadows on a Polaroid. "Course she doesn't." "Seriously," she said. "The way she looked at us just now. Didn't you see? She knows, she totally knows. Or suspects." Bill shrugged. "And?" She put her hands against her hips and stared at him questioningly. "Well, if she suspects, then what's she going to do? Unless she actually catches us in the act, she can suspect as much as she likes." "You are so ridiculously cool, Mr. Liddington. I honestly have no idea how you do it. Scary." "It's genetic," he replied. "Runs in the family." "How do you do it? How do you go home to her and pretend that you've just been working late? If I had to lie to someone all the time like that..." She shuddered. The sun had disappeared now, behind the horizon, taking the last caress of warmth with it. "I'm going in," she said, feeling suddenly cross with him. She couldn't find a specific reason for her annoyance. It just sat there on her chest, like a heavy book. "What's the matter?" he called out after her. "Shh!" she hissed. "What?" he called, quietly this time. "Nothing, nothing." She strode up the lawn, towards the glowing lights of the house. On the grass in front of the house, her mother was doing a cartwheel. Her long greying hair swept the tips of the grass as she turned. When she righted herself, she saw Beth, and she smiled. From this distance, in this light, she looked all of 14. "Where on earth have you been, darling?" she asked. "Having a cigarette," she replied breathlessly. "With Bill." Not a lie. Entirely and completely the truth, in fact. "I still can't believe that you took up smoking at the age of 26. Lorelei said this sadly. Beth smiled. "I know," she said. "I'm such an idiot. I'll give up soon, I promise." "Easier said than done," said a voice behind her. She jumped. She'd thought she and her mother were alone out here. Kaylee sat on her haunches on the bottom of the slide, staring at Beth through narrowed, inquiring eyes. "A bad habit. Very bad habit. You need to stop that. Right now." She threw her a penetrating look of understanding. "Do you hear what I said?" she continued. "You need to stop that. Right now. Knock it on the head. For the sake of everybody." Beth gulped and nodded. "Yes," she said, her voice as solid as she could make it. "Yes, I hear you. And I will." "Good," said Kaylee. "Kaylee is absolutely right," interjected Lorelei innocently. "Thank you, Kaylee." "Do you smoke?" Kaylee pulled herself to her feet and smiled. "No," she said. "Not right now, I don't. But I have done. So, I know," she looked at Beth again, "how difficult it is to give up." Beth nodded and turned away. She pushed her way into the kitchen, ignored the scene of social gaiety spread out before her. Colin, Pandora, Meg and Ben, loud and exuberant over a bottle of red wine, elbows on the table, scraped out pudding bowls waiting to be cleared, small children in pyjamas darting about like fish, Rory at the sink washing up and laughing at something someone had just said. She ignored it all, and she ran to her room. Still her room. 26 years old, and still here. The only time she wasn't here was when she was there, in London, having sex with Bill in his office at the gallery, eating dinner with Bill in unfashionable restaurants where he wouldn't see anyone he knew, having sex with Bill in the toilets of unfashionable restaurants. Bill was a family man. There were no overnights, no waking up together. He was unassailable on that point. He slept in his own bed, woke up with his own wife. He'd pick up a taxi, drop Beth off at the station for the last train, take it on home. A 5-hour round trip for 2 hours of him. How do people do this? She thought to herself. And the world seemed to be full of people doing this. Every time you switched on the TV or opened a newspaper, someone was having an affair with a married man. They all made it look so easy. Bill made it look so easy. It was not easy. And now this. Kaylee. She threw herself back onto her bed and mouthed the word, fuck. Then she mouthed it again. Fuck, 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 fuck! Silently. There were too many people in this house. Too many pairs of ears. She punched the mattress with both her fists. Jesus! Kaylee, there, in the dark, listening, knowing. This woman she knew nothing about. Would she tell Rory? Would she tell Meg? It had been worded as a friendly warning, not a threat. How much had she actually heard, anyway? Beth couldn't remember what they'd said. She knew she'd been whispering. But Bill was incapable of whispering. What had he said? She flinched as she remembered that he'd used the words, in the act. If she stopped now, right now, it would be almost as if it had never happened. They'd only been doing this affair thing for a couple of months. She'd only had sex with him a handful of times. If they could stop it now, grow a thick layer of skin over the memory of it, there was no paper trail, no physical evidence. They could pretend it never happened. No one would get hurt. But she already knew she couldn't do that. She couldn't stop now. After all, they'd only just begun. Chapter 6. Wednesday, 1st of December, 2010. Dear Jim. Oh, gosh. I have to tell you that I have not thought about Christmas at all. No, I would say that I tend to float rather aimlessly through the days and months these days, like a child's lost balloon, towards the horizon, never to be seen again. My children all live too far away. And of course I could go and stay with them, but I think I've mentioned before my rather silly fear of spending a night away from home. The last time I slept in a bed that was not mine was at the hospice, in the closing days and nights of my partner's life. Before that, it was the night after the twins were born. And before that, it was... God, before any of the children were born, I suppose. So, yes, I am rather stuck here now, and happily so. My parents, as I mentioned, are long gone. My sister lives in Corfu, so that's it. I'm Norma No Mates. Having said that, my partner's children still live locally. The youngest in particular is quite fond of me, so I may receive an invitation yet. But frankly, Jim, I really don't care much either way. It's just another day to me now. They all are. I hope that doesn't make me sound like an awful old misery bags. I'm really not. Honestly, considering some of the things I've lived through, considering my circumstances, I'm really rather a jolly person. And what about you? How will you spend Christmas Day? Do you have any family locally? Any friends? Or maybe you'll have lunch at your pub. I must say I do like the sound of your pub. I feel I've made a mistake in my life not finding myself a nice local watering hole, somewhere cosy to go to and see friends and have a glass of wine, get me out of the house every day. But I think that boat has sailed. The pubs round here these days are all ghastly gastro-pubs now, all posh Londoners and their loud conversations and silly great cars. And half the time there isn't anywhere to sit and have a drink, if a drink's what you want. Anyway, I should get out more, that's beyond question. But the older I get, the more time passes, the less I feel like there's anything for me out there. Feels like it all belongs to other people, you know. The grubby little face at the window of the smart restaurant. That's how it appears to me. And here, in my home with my things, I'm the queen. In my palace. I belong. Ah. Anyway, I guess at our age, we're all a bit odd, aren't we? How's your dog's leg, by the way? I do hope she's recovering well from the operation. All best love. Laurie. Kiss, kiss, kiss. April 2011. How come you've got signal in here? Said Molly, waving her phone around, pointing it towards the window. No idea, said Meg. Let's go, shall we? Let's go and check into the hotel. Oh, yes, please. The hotel had been half the lure to get Molly up here. She hated skiing and had been angling to stay in London with her best friend Georgia instead. Meg had not been happy about the prospect of worrying about her teenage daughter for 14 days and 14 nights, and had been playing mental tug-of-war with herself over whether or not Molly was ready to be left. Then they'd had the phone call about Lorelei, and Bill had said he'd take the boys skiing on his own, and Molly had said, I'm not sure, when Meg had asked her if she'd come with her. So Meg had found the cutest, plushest, bijouist little boutique hotel on the Mr. and Mrs. Smith website and said, Look, I'll be staying here. Are you sure you don't want to come? And Molly had said, Cool. Yes, I'll come with you. Molly had always loved what she used to call when she was small, fancy hotels. When she was 8, she'd had it all decided that she would be a hotelier when she grew up. She would draw intricate sketches of her hotel. There would be real palm trees in the bedrooms, and buttons you pressed to get champagne out of the walls, and a menu for choosing the exact colour of bath towel you required. Nowadays, her ambitions lay in something to do with television, maybe producing or directing or something, you know. The journey back through the house, like all return journeys, felt shorter and less convoluted. The sense of knowing how long the tunnels were and where they ended up was reassuring, and for a moment Meg could almost feel the security that her mother would have felt, passing about here in the warm corridors of her self-created warren. Meg locked the back door behind them and tucked the key into her pocket. She regarded the door pensively for a moment, and then turned to greet the outdoors. This sweet expanse of space, with its smell of air and its noises of traffic and everything being as it should be. Molly waved her phone about again and said, Still no signal. I'm sure you'll pick one up once we're on the road. Meg was quite glad there was no signal. With a signal, Molly would be lost to her. The car would be filled with the teeth-achingly irritating noise of not-that-bright teenage girls talking rubbish to each other, or the sound of text messages pinging back and forth every 10 seconds. Without a signal, they could sit, side by side, appreciate the scenery, and maybe even talk. Meg started the engine, and Molly stared at the house through her Ray-Bans. So weird, she said. Just to think, you lived there. All of you. You were all just, like, normal kids, going to school and stuff, having friends, and then one by one you all left her and she died, completely alone in, like, the worst house in Britain or whatever. She shook her head solemnly. Weird, she said again. I mean, can you imagine that happening to us? Like, seriously? All four of us just leaving you there and falling out with each other, and Dad going off with some crazy woman and you just going completely mental and not letting anyone in and building, like, tunnels out of, like, newspapers? Think of our house. Our lovely house with all its lovely things in it. And, yeah, okay, it's a bit too tidy for my liking, but, it's a really nice house and we all live there and we're so happy and everything. And when I'm an adult, I want to see my brothers all the time, I want to go to their houses and stuff and have my kids play with their kids. I mean, you haven't seen your brother and sister for, like, 5 years. Your actual brother and sister, who you used to live with and see every day. I mean, I just don't get it. How can things go, like... She turned to stare at Meg with wide blue eyes. So wrong. Meg flicked on her indicator and glanced in the wing mirror, her hands balanced on the steering wheel. Sometimes, darling, she began, pulling the people carrier out into the road, I simply do not have an answer. April 2000. Meg squirted sun cream onto her fingertips and slicked it over the limbs, shoulders, noses and knees of the 3 small children lined up before her by the pool. Molly received the application of sun cream as if it were an expensive spa treatment. She stood straight and solid, fingers splayed out, eyes closed, turning on command. Alfie received it more like a spiteful punishment, wriggling and grimacing and wailing, "Why, Mummy, why?" Stanley, the baby, walking already at 10 months. That had not been the plan when they'd booked this holiday 6 months ago. He was supposed to have been a baby still, portable and immobile, not this toy-sized human running about in proper leather shoes. Took it more as a game, smiling coquettishly at his mother as he tried to avoid her touch. 3 children down the line, a 4-year-old, a just 3-year-old, a very nearly 1-year-old. Meg was military when it came to this kind of thing. Bill, the self-appointed civilian, lay across from them, prone on a lounger, holding a paperback spread wide open above his face to keep out the fierce rays of the Greek sun. "Need any help?" he said, at the precise moment that she had screwed the lid back onto the tube of sun cream. She smiled bittersweetly at him and said, "No, darling, I'm fine. You just relax." He knew she was being facetious, but he also knew that if he wanted to be able to carry on lying there reading a book, he should not acknowledge this. "Can I swim now?" asked Molly. "No, darling," said Meg. "You have to wait for the cream to absorb." Molly tutted and rolled her eyes. "How long will that take?" Meg smiled wearily. "About 10 minutes." Molly tutted and rolled her eyes again. Meg crouched by the side of the pool and dunked Alfie and Stanley's inflated armbands into the water. Then she squashed them up their arms. "Right," she said. "Let's all have an ice cream. By the time you've eaten the ice cream, it'll be okay to go in the pool, okay?" They all nodded. 3 small heads, the pale brown curls of her daughter and the amber-red helmets of her sons. "Can I have some money?" she turned to ask Bill. He looked up at her from his paperback as though he'd just that minute remembered she was there. "Some money? I need some money for ice creams." "Oh, yes, sure. In my shorts pocket over there." She pulled a handful of coins from the warm depths of Bill's empty shorts and took the children to the kiosk on the other side of the resort pool. "Can you get me an espresso?" Meg gazed at him in awe. They needed to work on this, she mused. They needed to acknowledge the fact that they had 3 children, that there was not a network of fairies and elves fluttering around behind the scenes getting everything done as Bill appeared to believe there was, and work out some kind of timetable, some kind of schedule so that Meg could maybe, just maybe, read a book too. The choosing of ice creams turned them briefly into a small circus. Molly couldn't decide and became very cross with Meg about it. Alfie decided too soon and changed his mind the moment Meg had pulled the wrapper off, and Stanley dropped his on the floor and screamed. A woman appeared behind them in the queue, a serene creature in a white dress, tailed by two immaculate sylph-like daughters, all blonde, all legs. Meg glanced briefly at them, then at her raggle-taggle mismatch of screaming infants, Molly in last year's chlorine-stained swimsuit because they hadn't started selling swimwear in the shops yet, the boys in cheap blue things from Woolworths, freckled backs and chocolate-smeared faces. She thought of herself, a size 14 to 16 now. 14 to 16, and all on her hips and thighs, not an extra ounce on her boobs. She thought of her unwaxed bikini line. She simply had not had the time. She'd had to shave instead and given herself a rash. Her sensible swimsuit, her latest, not entirely successful haircut. She'd had the baby on her lap and hadn't been concentrating on what the hairdresser was saying. It was very short. She thought of the past 5 sleepless nights, all squashed into what had laughably been described as a family suite, but was in fact a normal hotel room with a travel cot and 2 camp beds packed into it. And then she smiled tightly at the mother behind her and said, "Oh, sorry about this travelling circus. We'll be out of your way any minute." The blonde mother, with her feline features and long hair and finely turned ankles, smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's fine. We've all been there." And Meg laughed dryly and thought, "No, we haven't. Or, if we have, some of us have taken a very different route through it." She collected Stanley into her arms and helped him hold his replacement ice cream. He was slick with sun cream, and she almost lost him through the space between her arms. But somehow she managed to keep hold of both him and his ice cream, and she carried them and Bill's fucking espresso back past the pool, past the sun loungers full of people lying down, reading books and sipping cocktails, and, more gallingly than anything, sleeping. Bastards. She landed in an ungainly way on her sun lounger, the combined weight of herself and her hefty infant almost folding the thing up in half. Molly had finally settled, much to Meg's distaste, but really, if there was one thing that Meg had learned about dealing with children, it was how to pick your battles, upon a lurid green thing in a paper tube that she did not know how to operate. "Mummy," she whined, "I can't open it, Mummy." Meg dropped the tiny cup of espresso loudly and pointedly on the table between their loungers and snatched the thing from Molly's hand, hissing, "For God's sake, give it to me." Bill looked at her reproachfully. "What?" she snapped. He put down his paperback, finally, and stared at Meg as though appalled by her. "Come on," he beseeched. "We're supposed to be on holiday. Can't you just relax a little?" He said this in his nice Bill voice, the voice he used to remind her that he, at least, was still the good guy he used to be, even if she was no longer the lovely girl. "No," she said quietly. "I can't relax. How can I?" Bill looked at the 3 children, now arranged quietly and happily in a row before him, eating their ice creams. "Just enjoy them," he said. "They won't be little for long. Hands up, who's having the best holiday ever?" All 3 put their hands in the air. Then Molly put hers down and said, "Actually, this isn't the best holiday ever." "Really?" said Bill. "Right. So which holiday was?" "The one we haven't had yet," she replied, looking pleased with herself for saying something unexpected. Bill and Meg looked at each other over their children and laughed. "Oh, yes," said Bill. "I like your attitude, Molly Moo. I like your attitude very much." He stroked her hair and picked up his espresso. He smiled at Meg. "I love you," he said pointedly. Meg smiled back. "I love you too." Come on, then. He jumped to his feet, showing off his nearing middle-aged but still passably fit body in baggy surfer shorts. Having children had closed the age gap between them. These days, Meg often felt as though she was the older one. 29, going on 39. Who's coming for a swim? They followed him excitedly, jumping up and down, squealing. He took the boys by a hand each and bounced them as they walked, their tiny, weightless bodies fluttering at his sides. They disappeared behind a palm tree and then reappeared at the shallow end. Meg watched them keenly, enjoying them from a distance, a little bit worried that Bill would get distracted by the boys and let Molly drown, but swollen with pride for them all. How could she have felt that flicker of shame just now at the ice cream kiosk? Look at them, she thought. Look at my lovely babies. Look at my handsome man. She saw the elegant blonde with the slender pre-teens. She was rubbing cream into the younger one's back. There was no man. Single mum. Doing it all by herself. No one to share a carafe of wine with on the balcony after the children were asleep. Meg smiled. She was feeling better by the minute. She heard Bill's phone vibrating and traced the noise to the other pocket of his empty shorts. She pulled out the phone and saw the name Beth. She smiled. Her baby sister. And then she frowned. Why was she calling Bill's phone? Hello? Oh, hi, Meg. It's me. Yes, I know it's you. Your name comes up on Bill's phone. Oh, said Beth. That's useful. I was calling to speak to you, actually. Oh, right. How come you didn't call my phone, then? Oh, Bill said to use his. He'd got a better rate on international calls or something. He told you that? When? The other day. I called you at home. When you were out. Did you? Yes. Anyway, how are you? Meg passed the phone to her other ear and narrowed her eyes across the pool. Bill was plunging the baby under the water and then bringing him back up again. Stanley was thoroughly enjoying himself, but Meg could hardly bear to watch. We're fine, thank you. Having a lovely time. How's the weather? Scorchio. The kids? Having the time of their lives. Good. Meg could hear a hint of sadness in her sister's voice. That's good. So? Oh, yes, I was just calling because it's Easter Sunday. Oh, shit, really, is it? Meg felt her stomach turn with anger at herself. She had forgotten. For the first time in 9 years, she had forgotten the anniversary of her brother's death. Oh, Christ, yes, of course it is. It's just, out here, you kind of forget what day of the week it is. Yes, I know. It's easy to do. It's no excuse. I'm cross with myself. I'm as bad as Mum. Oh, don't be stupid. Of course you're not, and it's fine. You've remembered now. Only because you reminded me. Are you going to the grave? Yes, said Beth. Me, Dad and Vicky are going later, after lunch. Mum? No. She pulled out the vowel in the word to express the inevitability. She says she's going to think about him instead. Meg sighed. It was barely worth talking about anymore. Anyone coming over today? No, said Beth. Just us. Dad. The girls. She sighed. I wish you were going to be here. Yes. Well, I was going to say me too, but really, how overdue is this Greek holiday? She laughed, and Beth laughed too. I know, she said. It's so weird here now. Everything's so different. I hate it here sometimes, I really do.
Meg took a deep breath. She could hear tears in her sister's voice. She could also see Molly running towards her, looking aggrieved about something.
Mummy, Alfie pushed me and Daddy said it wasn't his fault and it was his fault and he did it on purpose and everyone always thinks everything is my fault.
Meg nestled the phone between her shoulder and her ear and opened her arms to her firstborn. I'm going to be 28 this year. I haven't got a boyfriend. I haven't got a flat. I haven't even got a best friend. I feel such a failure. Oh, that's ridiculous, Beth. Come on. You're the best PA in the county. You're beautiful. You're...
Look, Mummy, look. I've got a hurt where Alfie pushed me. Look, I need a plaster.
She kissed the hurt absent-mindedly and squeezed Molly to her and moved the phone once again to the other ear.
Well, yes, but don't you think at nearly 30 there should be more to life than being a good secretary and being pretty? I just feel so trapped, Meggie. I feel like Gulliver tied down all over with tiny little ropes, like they're all so tiny, but there's so many of them that I can't move. Do you know what I mean? And most of them are in my own head because...
Come in the pool, Mummy. Please come in the pool with me. I don't want to be in the pool with Daddy.
I don't like Daddy. I like you. Please, Mummy, please. Really, there is no reason why I couldn't have been like you, is there? Why I couldn't have moved out, got married, done something with my life.
Please, Mummy, please, Mummy, please, Mummy, now, Mummy.
Okay, she shouted. Okay.
What? Not you, Beth. Not you. Molly. She wants me to take her into the pool. Sorry. Beth sighed. Don't be sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be bugging you on your holiday. I shouldn't be loading you down with all my stupid problems. I'll call you back, she said, in a few minutes. Okay? No, said Beth. You don't need to. Really. I'll be fine. It's just, Easter, getting older. I'm probably just having what is it they call it? A quarter-life crisis. Well, yes, said Meg. Maybe you are. And that might not be such a bad thing. I want more for you than this, too. I do. You're better than this. I'll call you back. 5 minutes, okay? She took Molly to the pool and chased her up and down a few times, made her giggle, made her smile, and then headed back to the sun lounger without a towel, dripping water all over Bill's paperback. She picked up Bill's phone and switched it on. She found Beth's number in his phone book and pressed call. But instead of dialing Beth's number, it brought up a call history. Meg squinted at it. Odd, she thought. How odd. Lots of calls, both to and from Beth's phone. She stared at the screen for several minutes. The calls between the two numbers went back almost to the day Bill had bought his new phone, 3 months earlier. There were long gaps between the calls, but when they came, they were 3 or 4 a day. She tried to apply sensible theories to the matter of the call history. Another Beth? Unable to get through to Meg? An affair? She laughed at the thought. And then she smiled. Of course. It was obvious. It was Meg's 30th birthday next month. They were planning a surprise party for her, discussing gifts. She redialed Beth's number, but Beth didn't reply. Beth stared at the phone on her bed. Bill, it flashed. Bill. Taunting her. She could not believe that she had called him. During his holiday. An idiotic thing to do. But still, 2 whole weeks. How on earth could he expect her to go 2 whole weeks without hearing his voice? The phone call had been agonizing.
All she could hear were the sounds of the life she wanted. Children keening with joy, the splash of a pool, the sound of distant waves caressing distant sand, the sound of foreign, of other lives being lived by other people. Rory in Spain, Meg and Bill in Greece, and Beth still here. Unpaid nanny, aging secretary, companion to 2 eccentric middle-aged women, last vestige of family to a lonely old father, festering and bitter. She picked up the phone and put it under her pillow. She'd handled the call quite well, she thought. And it was true, Bill had said to use his phone if she needed to call while they were away. So she hadn't even really been lying. Lying to her sister. She disgusted herself sometimes. She really did. But Bill... he was all that lay between her and weirdness. Without Bill, without his approval, and she really did have to assume that he approved of her to take the risk with his future happiness that he did every time he spent time with her, she could not stomach herself. She would take an overdose, or slit her wrists, or, God rest his beautiful little soul, hang herself from the beams in Reese's room. Because as long as Bill wanted her, then there was a chance, a tiny, infinitesimal chance, that maybe she was normal. From below, up the stairs, around the dog leg and through her bedroom door, came the smell of lamb and rosemary. She heard someone pull a cork out of a bottle of wine. She sighed. Here we go again. And then she thought to herself, this time next year, I will either be dead or I will be somewhere else. Rory mopped the sweat from his hairline and pushed open the door of the bar. He greeted Ramon the bartender in Spanish and headed for the phone at the back of the room. No está funcionando, said Ramon. What? Said Rory. You're kidding me. He kicked the base of the counter with his right foot. He'd promised his mum he'd call her today. She said she'd be waiting for his call. It was a long walk from the farm to Ramon's bar, and at just after midday in nearly 30 degrees he hadn't enjoyed one moment of it. Una cerveza? Rory shrugged and nodded, and Ramon poured him a small beer. Rory downed it in one. In this heat, beer sometimes felt like a vital nutrient. Gracias, he said wearily. De nada. Feliz Pascua. Yeah, said Rory. Feliz Pascua. He passed his empty beer glass to the bartender, and then he walked all the way back to the farm again. Kaylee was sitting on the front step of their lodge. The baby was on her breast, half covered with a sheet of muslin. Shh! Kaylee put her finger to her mouth and frowned. Then she mouthed the word, sleeping. Rory smiled. Good, he thought. He pointed to the left and mouthed, Owen. And then he mimed smoking a big spliff, and Kaylee tutted and rolled her eyes at him. Owen had arrived on the farm 3 weeks ago. He was a builder and scaffolder from Essex. Until a month ago he'd been married to a model, lived in a big shiny house with 2 cars and a selection of pedigree dogs. Then he'd woken up one morning and decided that he didn't want any of it. Left the house, the cars and the dogs to the model, and turned up here with a rucksack and Ken's address on a piece of paper. Ken had given him the camper van to sleep in. In return, he was doing the place up, building walls, fixing leaks, all the stuff that Rory associated with real men. He tapped on the door of the camper van and took a step back. Owen appeared at the door a moment later. 6'1", topless, tanned to mahogany, his body as solid as a plank, chiselled and intimidating. He scratched his shaved head, yawned widely, revealing huge teeth full of fillings, and said, What? Yeah, said Rory, putting on the weird Mockney accent he was painfully aware of using whenever he was with Owen, but seemingly incapable of stopping. You just woken up? Owen yawned again. Yeah. What time is it? About 1. Fuck, said Owen. Christ. He scratched his head again and said, Fancy a smoke? Rory nodded and climbed into the van. The van was a shithole. It smelled of dusty upholstery and rotting foam, old smokes and Owen's trainers. He and Kayleigh had spent their first couple of weeks on Ken's farm in the van. Then they'd moved into the caravan. Since the baby, they'd been upgraded to the lodge, which was the next best after Ken's house. And the only real benefit, as far as Rory was concerned, to having had a baby. Bad night? Asked Owen, eyeing Rory as he licked 2 Rizlas together. Meh, replied Rory. Baby was awake every 2 hours. Owen slanted his eyes and whistled. The baby's name was Tia. Rory had had no say in naming it, very much in the same way as he'd had no say in whether or not they were going to have a baby. This time last year they'd been in the UK, ostensibly to see his family, but in reality to have an abortion. Until Kayleigh had decided, at the very last minute, literally 24 hours before their return flight, that she did not want an abortion. And they had to fly all the way back again, with the baby growing ever more viable within her body. Rory was 24 when the baby was born. He'd felt as if he was going mad. How the hell had he ended up with a baby at 24? The baby had some problems. Reflux, colic, and glue ear. Small problems in the scheme of things, but problems that made her cry. A lot. Problems that took them to the doctor in town more than was desirable. Problems that required the administering of antibiotics and medicines. Problems that made it even harder than it might have been for Rory to feel as though this baby was something he wanted in his life. He could tell that the others resented it too. They resented the piercing screams emanating from the lodge 7, 8 times a night. They resented the constant background noise of griping and wailing, and the stress that went with it. Ken's farm was a place people came to live quietly, gently, selfishly. Rory and Kayleigh no longer really fulfilled the brief. They snapped and they snarled. They threw barbed comments at each other and created atmospheres. And their baby screamed and screamed, her desperate cries blocking out the preferred soundtrack of humming cicadas, the amateur guitar strumming, the earnest chats about life and its many meanings. They were the ultimate party poopers, pissing on the whole beautiful, blissed-out, hedonistic parade. Yeah, said Owen, pulling open a small fridge and passing Rory a freezing can of San Miguel. Cheers. Rory stared at the small can in his hand. He rolled it back and forth a couple of times between his fingers, enjoying the surprise, and then the numbness of it. It's Easter Day, he said. Oh, yeah, said Owen. Are you into that kind of thing, then? Rory shook his head. Nah, not really. Wasn't brought up into any kind of religion. But we all celebrated Easter. It was my mum's favourite day. Was, said Owen. She dead then? Rory laughed. No, she's definitely not dead, just... He pulled the tab off the beer and sucked up the froth that burst out of the opening. I had a twin brother. He killed himself. On Easter Day. Owen winced. Shit. How old was he? 16. Just turned. He hung himself. Yeah. Rory wasn't angry anymore. He'd stopped being angry at some indefinable point during the last few years, since he'd been in Spain. He was just sad now. Sad that he'd never know what Rhys was doing, or where Rhys was living, or who Reese was going out with, or why Reese had killed himself. Sad that Reese would never meet his baby or his girlfriend. Sad that he didn't have a brother. Sad that he'd been angry instead of being sad. Sad that he couldn't say he was sorry for being such a crap brother. "Shit," said Owen again. "What'd he do that for?" Rory shrugged. "No idea," he said. "Didn't leave a note. Never said anything to anyone." He let his shoulders drop. "So that's just, Easter fucked, really." "Yeah," said Owen. "I can see that. That's tough. Really tough." "How's your mum about it?" Rory smiled. "My mum," he began, unsure where he was going to take this. "Ah," he said. "My mum is unusual. She has her own way of dealing with things, She's not like other people, so basically she dealt with it by dumping my dad for the next-door neighbour." Owen raised an eyebrow at him and poked the roach into the end of the spliff. "Who is a woman?" "No way." "Yeah. Late-flowering lesbians. That's what she says they are." "We're late-flowering lesbians. Like they're trees or something." "What, and they live together?" "Yeah, in my family home. With the woman's children. And my sister. My dad lives next door." "What, where the woman used to live?" Rory laughed. "No, they sold that. Our house used to be 2 separate cottages, so they just put a wall back in and opened up the front door and moved all his stuff across. And now he's the next-door neighbour." Owen chuckled. "I love other people's families," he said. "They always make me feel better about my own." He lit the spliff and inhaled. "So what about your sister? How old's she?" Rory squinted. "What, Beth? She's nearly 3 years older than me. And I've got another sister too, Meg. She's nearly 5 years older than me. She lives in London, has about 100 kids. And you used to have a brother?" "Yeah." He smiled sadly. "I used to have a brother." "Tragic." "Yeah." Owen passed him the spliff. "Cheers." They sat in genial silence for a moment or two. Rory took in the details of Owen's van, the FHM calendar, the pristine polo shirts hanging neatly, the bottle of Kouros aftershave, the designer trainers in a row, the gold bracelet left pooled on the table, and he said, "What about you? What are you doing here?" "Just woke up one morning and had enough of the whole lot of it. Got talking to a bloke in the pub who was going to a festival in a field somewhere. Thought, I like the sound of it. Got talking to this other bloke, singer in a band, said his dad lived out in a commune in Spain. That was that." Rory shook his head. He already knew all of that. "But really, why are you really here? What do you want?" Owen laughed. "I haven't got a fucking clue," he said. Rory laughed too. And then he stopped when he heard the familiar sound of Tia screaming across the courtyard. "Poor mite," said Owen. Rory nodded. It was hard to feel sympathy sometimes. "What about you?" said Owen. "What do you want?" Rory smiled, and then he dropped his chin into his chest. He looked up at Owen and he sighed. "I think," he said, voicing a deeply buried thought for the first time, "I think I want the next thing. I think," he paused, "I want to move on." Owen nodded sagely and took the spliff back from Rory. Outside the caravan, his baby screamed. Chapter 7. Saturday, 1st of January, 2011. Dear Jim, Happy New Year! And what a joy it is to have someone special to send that message out to. Oh, yes, I know I have 3 children, but
and I am struggling to find a way to put this that will not make me sound like an utter weirdo, we are, to all intents and purposes, estranged. Oh, I am shuddering at having written the word, and it is a testament to how close I already feel to you that I am able to do so. Yes, I have not seen one of my 3 children since the day of my partner's funeral, and that was over 4 years ago. I speak to my eldest girl on the phone, although we do just tend to come to loggerheads every time, which is rather tiresome, so it's best we try not to. I email my boy when I can, although his life is rather chaotic, and that is putting it mildly. I will regale you with some terrible tales of Rory when/if I feel able. It's all very lurid and probably does not reflect very well on me as a mother. Beth, my middle girl, well, for reasons I can't quite stomach going into here, we no longer have any contact. I don't even know where she lives. Isn't that awful? My baby. I made her in my body, fed her from my body, lived with her until she was, well, far too old to be living with her mummy, let's put it that way. We were so close. And now I don't even know if she's dead or alive. Oh, Jim, it's all just tragedy upon tragedy. I really am a walking tabloid. And writing these emails to you is making me think about things in a way I haven't thought about things for a long time. About my life. About me. About my role in the way things have turned out. With Reese. Gosh, yes, especially with Reese. There's a metaphorical can of metaphorical worms just sitting there waiting to be prized open and gawped at. Not yet, though. No, not yet. Megan, my eldest, she keeps telling me I should see a therapist. Keeps telling me I've repressed a lot of things and that's why I am the way I am. And I just say, pah, because that's what I always say to Megan. She's such an old bossy boots. But here I am, pouring it out to you, a virtual stranger. I hope you don't mind. Tell me to shut up if you do. Anyway, I am thrilled to hear that Josie's leg has healed. You must be so relieved. Thank God for pet insurance, eh? I hope you had fun last night at the pub and your head's not too sore this morning. I went to bed at just past midnight. Heard the bells ringing. Heard the old lang synes. Thought of you. Thought of my children. Thought of lost ones. And had a little cry. Only a little one. Nothing to worry about. Do you worry about me? I hope not. Bonne année, my dearest Jim. All love. L. Kiss, 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 kiss. April 2011. Molly dashed out of the hotel's ensuite bathroom, clutching a bottle of scent. "Look!" she squealed. "Actual perfume! Joe Malone, can I have it, please, Mum?" She clutched it to her chest and smiled winningly at Meg. Meg glanced at the room menu and said, "It's £39. "No way. You don't even wear perfume." "Yes, well, I would if it was Joe Malone." "It's £39 and you're 15. Put it back." Molly let her shoulders slump melodramatically and shuffled back into the bathroom. "You're mean," she said over her shoulder. But it was meant affectionately. A year ago, the Joe Malone exchange would have escalated into a bloody battle with swear words and pronouncements of maternal hatred and, more than likely, the scent bottle being hurled against a wall and a door being slammed hard enough to dismember a hand. This time, it ended with the soft chink of the bottle being gently replaced on the marble-topped counter in the bathroom, and Molly padding barefoot back into the bedroom. "Look," said Meg, waving a small card at Molly. "A pillow menu." Molly took it from her hand and smiled at it. "Like the towel menus you invented when you were small." "Yeah," said Molly dreamily, stretching out backwards onto her bed and holding the card above her face. Way ahead of my time, clearly. But no live palm trees. I'll make a note of that on the comments form before we leave. Meg smiled and lay back on her own bed. Quality time with her daughter. She'd never thought it would happen. She'd given up hope of ever having a nice time with her daughter again. And it had taken the death of her own mother to bring it about. Her phone rang and she sighed. Hello? Good afternoon. Is this Meg Liddington? Not Beth. Meg breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking. Hello, this is Stella Richards from the coroner's office. Oh, hello, yes, hi. We've had the final results through. The cause of death for your mother, Lorelei Bird. Would you be able to come to our office? Possibly this afternoon, so that we can talk you through them? Meg glanced at the time on the TV display in front of her. 2:35. We're in Mickleton. How far is that from you? Oh, not far. About 40 minutes on the fast roads. Fine then. Yes, fine. But I'll have my teenage daughter with me. I mean, will it be okay? Is it, suitable? I mean. The woman on the other end of the line paused for a moment. Yes, she said eventually. Yes, I'm sure it'll be fine. So we'll see you in an hour, said Meg, smiling reassuringly at Molly. We'll see you in an hour. April 2003. Vic! Oh, Jesus, Vic! Vicky dropped the pile of posts she'd just picked up from the front doormat and turned towards the stairs. What, love? Come quick, come! Vicky took the stairs a pair at a time, quite an effort given her frankly dire levels of fitness. What is it, love? What? She followed the sound of Laurie's plaintive moaning into Meg's old room, the so-called office. Laurie stood on the small patch of carpet still uncluttered by shopping bags and piles of newspapers. She was crying. Someone's been in here, she said. Someone's been moving my things around. Vicky breathed in hard against a swell of irritation. Oh, darling, she said. Have they? Yes. I had a new book. I only got it last week, and it was almost as good as new. I don't think it had even been read. And I came in here to find it, and the whole pile's gone, Vic. All of it. Her hands were threaded through her hair, pulling at it by the roots. What book, love? I don't know. I don't know what it was called. It had a lovely cover, all purple and blue with a rose. But there were more. Books I haven't read. And they've all gone. Oh, darling, I'm sure they haven't. They're probably just not where you thought they were. No, Lorelei snapped. I know where everything is, everything. And I know I put it here. She pointed at an area of grubby, unvacuumed carpet. Right here. And someone has moved it. Vicky put her hand upon Lorelei's shoulder and squeezed it. Darling, take a deep breath. Calm down. I cannot calm down, Vic. How can I? That book was precious. Precious. Vicky repressed the urge to shake Lorelei very hard and scream, No, it was not precious. It was some shitty old paperback that you can't even remember the name of. We'll need to talk to the girls about this, said Lorelei, pulling her hands from her hair and punching them together rather aggressively. Vicky did not appreciate the flavour of the gesture. It looked unseemly in the context of a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old. Why do we need to talk to the girls? Because it must be them. Mucking about in here. They're always mucking about. With my things. Vicky breathed in hard again. Darling, she began, I do understand your feelings. I appreciate how stressful you find it when your things get touched, but you have to bear in mind that there is very little space in this house for the girls to use. That it is almost, darling, inevitable that they will come into contact with your things, when there are so very many of your things for them to come into contact with. Lorelei let her shoulders slump and tutted. "It's just," she began melodramatically, "a matter of respect. Of respect for other people's things. It's one thing to touch. But where are they, Vic? Where are my books?" "Well, if you must know, it was me." She felt her heart quicken with nerves. Lorelei looked at her, aghast. "There was a second-hand book sale at South School, at the Easter Fair. A fundraiser, darling, for their school. And you know how underfunded that lovely little school is. And I just thought, my God, Laurie has a lot of books she's never read and never will, and it's for such a good cause. Without asking." Lorelei's voice was brimming with hurt feelings. Vicky sighed. "Had I asked, Laurie, what would you have said?" Laurie tutted again and folded her arms. "That's not the point." "Well then, love, what is, exactly?" "It's about respect. It's about privacy. It's about—" Her face grew dark and tragic. "I don't know what it's about. But you and your girls, you need to—" "What, darling?" "You need to butt out. Just butt out. Okay?" "Oh, Laurie, really and truly, I wouldn't say things like that." "Why not?" "Because one day you might just get what you want. And I truly believe you wouldn't really want it." She smiled sadly at her love and walked away. "Mummy?" Maddie threw her mother a sideways look. "Yes, darling?" Vicky brushed Maddie's hair off her face, and Maddie pushed her hand away, as she always did. It did not stop Vicky from brushing Maddie's hair from her face. She was still allowed to do that, she was sure she was. "I need to tell you something. Something really important." Vicky nodded. "No, but I mean, like, really important." She sighed and stared dramatically through the car window. She had the loveliest profile, her older girl. So delicate and elfin. "Go on," she said encouragingly, waiting for some tame, prepubescent revelation about a boy or a failed test. Maddie turned to her then abruptly and said, "I want to move out. I want to go and live with Daddy." Vicky felt her stomach propel itself up towards her heart, and she hit the left indicator and the brakes, taking the car off the road and into a lay-by. She turned off the engine, and the silence as the radio stopped talking at them was sudden and overwhelming. Vicky turned 90 degrees in her seat and looked at Maddie. "But baby girl," she said, "you can't move out. You're only 12. It doesn't matter how old I am. I'm not happy and I want to move out, and I've told Daddy and he says I can live with him, if you say it's okay." "But darling, I don't understand. I mean, what exactly—" "It's Laurie." Maddie's mouth was set hard. "I hate her and I don't want to live with her any more." Vicky reeled slightly at these words. She felt as if she'd been kicked in the chest. "What? I used to really like her and she used to be really fun, but now all she does is moan about everything I do, and she tuts all the time and she won't let me touch anything or go anywhere, and she keeps buying all this rubbishy old stuff and some of it smells, and I don't want to share a bedroom with Sophie anymore, and I asked her if I could have Reese's old room and she swore at me." Maddie swallowed these last few words whole, gobbled them up so fast that Vicky was not entirely sure she'd heard right. "She did what?" "She swore at me. She called me a little shit." "Jesus Christ!" Vicky breathed in hard. "When was this, darling?" "Last week, when you were collecting Sophie from Emma's house. But I don't understand what happened. Tell me exactly what happened." Maddie sighed, as if she'd had to tell this story 100 times over. "Well, she was just coming out of her room, and I was just coming out of my room, And she said something about how lovely that me and Sophie shared a room, how she'd shared a room with her sister when she was my age, and how lovely it had been, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, well, I'm getting quite bored of sharing with her now. And it was like, I've been thinking about saying something about Reese's room for ages now, and I've been going to say something to you, but then, she was just there, and so I said it, and she went all weird and said I was a thoughtless little shit. She shrugged. Oh, my God. Vicky clutched her mouth with her hand. But why are you only telling me this now? Why didn't you tell me before? I don't know. I suppose I've just been thinking about it. I mean, no one's ever sworn at me before. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. And then we were at Dad's this weekend, and I found myself telling him, and when I was telling him about it, it all kind of started coming out. The way I feel about Laurie. And I realised that I don't like her. I don't like living with her. I don't like all her mess and her stupid, precious things, and the way she looks at me as if I'm part of some weird dream she's having, and she isn't sure what to make of me. And how I can never invite friends back to my house because it's so embarrassing, and everyone's starting to think I'm weird. It just all came out. And Dad said I could go and live with him, now that I'm old enough to walk home from school. I could do it, and then do every other weekend with you and Soph. Oh, Maddie. Vicky fought back a sob. I don't know what to say. I really don't. Just say yes. But I love you. You're my baby. I couldn't bear it if I didn't see you every day. Maddie shrugged again. I'd be lost, Maddie. Utterly lost without you. No, you wouldn't. You'd be fine. You've still got Sophie. And Laurie. But they wouldn't make me as happy as they do if you weren't there too. Well then? Well then what? Move out. What? Move out. Find a nice flat for us to live in. Just you, me and Sophie. But I can't. Why not? You moved us out of our old house. We could just move again. You could still be friends with Laurie and still see her all the time, but we just wouldn't have to live with her. Vicky bit at her bottom lip. You know, Laurie, she's a very complicated person, and I'm so sorry she was so awful to you. But it's just been the anniversary of Reese's death, and she was probably feeling a bit oversensitive, and that's no excuse, obviously. And I shall have a very strong word with her. But, darling, she's such a sweet soul, and she loves you so very much. Maddie, her baby, her little woman in the making, so composed, so sure of her own feelings, put up a restraining hand as if to say, Stop. This far, and no further. Seriously, she began, I know you love her and everything, but I don't. I didn't choose her. You did. And I don't want to live with her anymore. And if you want to carry on living with her, that's fine, but I don't want to, and I need you. She paused and stared at her fingers before bringing her gaze back to Vicky's, to let me go. Vicky straightened herself and said, No. No, I can't do that. Then let's move out. I can't do that either. Well then, said Maddie. Beth wriggled her dress down towards her knees and touched her hair. Through the leaded windows of the country pub she could see the sky growing dark and bruised. On the table in front of her was a half-drunk glass of orange juice and lemonade. At the bar was a man called Jason who was ordering himself another pint of something local and a glass of wine for her. You sure I can't get you a real drink? He'd said, half raised from his seat. And she'd shaken her head and said, No, honestly, I'm fine. And then she'd watched him heading for the bar, looked at his strong, wide back and his good hair, his well-chosen clothes and pleasant feet in nice open sandals, and thought, This could be it. This could be my chance to be normal. And as she'd thought that, she'd called after him, Actually, Jason, yes,
A small glass of white wine, please. And he'd smiled and looked like he'd scored a small victory. Another small victory. He'd been chasing her for months, ever since he'd started at her company in January. He was Australian. He was only 25. It had taken her very much by surprise. After all these years and years working at the same place, sitting next to the same people, putting money in the same envelopes for the wedding gifts and birthday presents of the same colleagues, having the same conversations about the same things, eating the same sandwiches at the same desk, suddenly everything began to change. Suddenly the succession of predictable moments that constituted every day at work was punctured by new and unexpected ones. Unnecessary visits to her desk to ask for things that could easily have been requested via email or an instant message. Suggestions for lunchtime drinks. Compliments. Endless compliments. About her hair, her clothes, her smell, her handwriting, her shoes, her parallel parking, her taste in biscuits. A walk along a corridor now bore with it the frequent possibility of being stopped for a chat. Questions usually that would begin along the lines of, "So you're a local, where would you recommend for good quality meat?" Or, "Is it possible to get a decent curry around here, or do I have to go to Birmingham?" She had been doggedly ignoring his advances for months. The whole thing was ridiculous. She was 30, for God's sake. 30, and still conducting an insanely dangerous affair with her sister's partner. 30, and still living at home. 30, and nowhere near as pretty as she'd been in her youth. Past her prime. And she wasn't being disingenuous to think such a thing. Even Bill had stopped telling her she was pretty. She'd agreed to a date with Jason because Bill had phoned to tell her that they were going on a last-minute Easter break. All 5 of them. Off to Mallorca to stay in some fancy villa with 2 swimming pools, one for the adults, one for the children. They were going with some friends. Beth had shuddered and brought the conversation to a close. Too much there to digest in one sitting. Family, holiday, friends, last minute. Beth had not done anything last minute in her life. And then Jason had appeared at her desk the next day, all fresh skin and thick hair and wide eyes and tangible lust. And he'd asked her what she was up to at the weekend, and she'd said, "Nothing much." And he'd said, "Fancy a drink?" And she'd said, "Sure." She'd arrived prepared to have a horrible evening. Vicky had asked her where she was off to, and she'd said, "The Black-Faced Lamb." And Vicky had said, "Oh, really? Who are you going with? Friends from work?" And she'd said, "Sort of." And then Vicky had smiled and said, "Is it a date?" And Beth had grimaced and said, "Sort of." She had put on a dress, though. One of Bill's favourites. Pale pink, with wide shoulder straps and a full skirt and a white trim around the hem. She'd pulled her dark hair back into a ponytail and was wearing her black Converse and a denim jacket. "You look adorable," Jason had said when she'd walked into the pub half an hour ago. "Totally." She'd squirmed and said thank you, and he'd said, "What is it with you?" And she'd said, "What?" And he'd smiled and said, "Ah, nothing." He returned with their drinks and placed them on the table. "I got your Chardonnay. Hope that's okay?" She shrugged and smiled and said, "I'm not exactly an expert." His phone fizzed against the tabletop and he picked it up and turned it off without looking at it. "Don't you want to know who that was?" she asked. He looked at her curiously. "Not really. If it's important, they'll call back. If it's not important, why would I answer it when I'm sitting here with you?" She thought of Bill, who treated his phone like a special needs child, fussing over it and caring for it, meeting its every need and demand. She smiled and said, "Oh, right." So, Beth? Bethan? What'd you prefer to be called?
Beth, she said. Just call me Beth. He smiled as though there was some inherent joy in her being known as Beth.
Great, he said, picking up his pint. Thank you for coming out tonight. I really thought you'd say no.
She couldn't respond with any surprise to this declaration, given that she had thought she would say no too until the precise moment that she'd said yes. That's okay, she murmured. It's nice to be out.
Yeah, he said, gazing at her knowingly. I get the impression, and don't take this the wrong way, that you're quite a homebody.
A what?
A homebody? A person who likes being at home, staying in, not going out. She shrugged.
Yes, she said. I suppose I am. It's just... She closed her mouth against the distinct possibility of saying something mad. Yes, I like being at home.
And you live with your mum?
Yeah, I know. Terrible, isn't it? So embarrassing, but, I've never really earned enough money to get my own place.
South Gloucestershire PA of the Year, 3 times in a decade. And you're not earning enough money to rent a room.
She flushed at his words. Of course she could afford to rent a room. She could probably afford to rent an entire flat, a small one at least, somewhere unfashionable. Yes, well, it's more... She inhaled. Just family problems. Just family... stuff. She felt panicky. She wasn't used to talking about this kind of thing with anyone who didn't already know about it. I'll get around to it one day. And what about you? Where do you... I mean, I know where you live, but who do you... He laughed at her, gently. She didn't blame him.
I've got my own place, near the station in Cirencester, he said. Overlooks the tracks, bit noisy, but I quite like the noise. I'd rather that than the noise of flatmates.
She nodded emphatically, as though she too had known the hell of noisy flatmates. And why did you come to the Cotswolds? She was using questions like tennis balls, hurling them at him too fast for him to get one back to her.
Well, I was in London, of course, he smiled, and someone invited me to a house party out this way. I thought it was the prettiest place I'd ever been in my life, so I got straight on the internet and applied for every IT job I could find in the area.
Beth was barely listening. She was too busy thinking of what to ask him next. And where did you live? In London?
Ah, well, everywhere. North, south, west, not east, but pretty much all over.
And whereabouts in Australia are you from?
Tasmania. Hobart,
She did not know. She thought there might have been some connection with yachts. She smiled and said, "Oh, right. And how long do you think you'll be staying here?" Jason puffed out his cheeks and then exhaled.
Good question, he said. A few months at least. My sister's getting married in December. I'll head home for that and then take a view on whether or not to come back. I'll be taking stock of what I've achieved here, what I've invested in, balance it up with family, home, that kind of thing. Make a call.
He glanced meaningfully at her. She flushed and looked into her wine-glass. "How old's your sister?" she asked urgently. She picked up her glass and drank too much, too quickly. This was a mistake. She imagined Meg and Bill sitting by an unlit, rippling pool, abandoned inflatable toys floating darkly across its surface, drinking local wine from blue wine glasses, laughing together with their friends about lovely, normal, middle-class things. She felt awash with hate and sadness. She drank the rest of her wine without tasting it, and realised that Jason had just answered her banal question about his sister, and that she had not heard his reply.
"You're very different," he said thoughtfully, "when you're not at work."
"Am I?"
"Yeah. You seem less A bit more... just kind of different. She smiled rather defeatedly. "Can I get you another one?" he asked, eyeing her empty glass. She eyed it too, staring into its depths, analysing her options. She could leave. They'd had 2 drinks. It was nearly 9 o'clock. She could claim tiredness and leave. Or she could stay. She could have another glass of this average wine and try to squeeze some more conversation out of the evening and go to bed tonight, knowing that she had been on a date, that she had been normal. Or she could stay and drink more than another glass and wring something even more eventful from the night. A moonlit walk, a drunken fumble, held hands, maybe even sex. She looked from her empty wineglass into Jason's inquiring gaze, and he smiled. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," he replied. She narrowed her eyes at him, accusing. "Nothing," he said again. "Nothing. Just thinking how pretty you are, that's all." She saw a pink blush stain his cheeks. It came and went in a moment. She felt her stomach roll gently at his words and at his embarrassment. "That's sweet," she said, picturing Meg, so solid, so matronly. "Thank you. And yes, I would like another one. Please." He got to his feet. "Small? Big?" "Medium," she said. "Thank you." She watched him again, heading for the bar, his body language showing another small victory. She tugged her skirt a little up her legs, showing her shiny kneecaps. She arranged herself into a nice shape. She tried not to cry. "So how did your date go?" asked Vicky, mixing muesli from 2 separate jars into a large bowl and tipping a handful of raisins on top. "I didn't hear you come in. I thought maybe you'd spent the night out." She accompanied her words with a big, wide smile of vicarious delight. "No," said Beth, flopping down heavily onto the bench and putting her elbows on the tabletop. She pulled the sleeves of her cardigan up her arms and yawned. "I slept here." "And?" Beth sighed. "And nothing. We had a drink, we had another drink, we had another drink. We went for a walk." "To?" "To his flat." "Oh, where's that then?" "By the station." "Go on." "We listened to music, we talked. I ordered myself a taxi. I came home." She shrugged and yawned again. Vicky looked at her curiously. "So, a success?" Lorelei wafted into the kitchen then, in her antique silk kimono, her grey hair piled on top of her head, coal smudged beneath her eyes. "Morning all," she said. Beth stared at her as she stood in the doorway, making her entrance, waiting for Vicky to jump up and serve her. But Vicky did not jump up and serve her. Instead, she said, "Morning, my love," took her own bowl of muesli and her mug of black tea, and sat down next to Beth. "Beth's just been telling me about her date last night." "It wasn't a date," Beth protested. "Well, whatever. Your drinks with a gentleman." She brought her arm around Beth's shoulders and clasped her to her for a moment. Beth pulled away slightly. Lorelei stood in the doorway, looking a bit lost. "The kettle's just boiled, darling," said Vicky, and Beth could have sworn there was a hint of antagonism in her voice. Lorelei muttered inaudibly under her breath and shuffled across the flagstones in her lambskin slippers. "Where's the green tea?" she asked distractedly. "Where it always is, darling, in the blue jar next to the normal tea." "So," she turned back to Bethan, "do you think you'll be seeing him again?" "No," said Beth bluntly. "Oh, really?" "Yes, really." She watched her mother, flapping about hopelessly, the sleeves of her kimono dressing gown dragging through the sugar bowl, tutting under her breath. "That's a pity." "Why not?" Beth sighed. "Because," she began, "he's way too young. And he's going back to Australia in December, so there's absolutely no point in me getting close to him." "Oh, sweetness, I'm sure you could persuade him to stay, using your feminine wiles." "I'm no good at persuading people to do things." After 4 years in love with someone else's man, this she was very certain of. "Oh, Beth." Vicky ran her hand around the back of her neck and smiled sadly. "What are we going to do with you?" Lorelei brought her mug of tea to the table and sat down with a ponderous sigh. "Where are the girls?" she asked. "They're with Tim." "But it's not his weekend, is it?" "No, but I thought it might be nice for us to have a quiet weekend together. Just the two of us." Lorelei shrugged and sipped her tea. Beth wriggled slightly. There was a strange atmosphere in here, and she was completely in the way. She imagined that Vicky must have been quite disappointed when she'd heard Beth walk into the kitchen this morning, hoping that she'd be in a strange man's bed instead. She mentally planned a long run and an afternoon movie next door with her dad. She'd get breakfast in the village, she decided, during her run. They did a good granola. Well, actually it was a very average granola, but it was a good excuse to get her running gear on and get out of here. She let her thoughts skirt around the details of the previous night as she jogged along the lane into the village centre. She did not want to dwell for too long on her own bizarre behaviour. The way she had suddenly, after her second glass of wine, started to flirt outrageously with Jason, she who had never flirted with a man before in her life, and she could see quite clearly this morning it would have been fairly obvious to Jason that that was the case. She saw herself, in the corners of her consciousness, her elbows on the table, her hands cupping her face, her eyelashes going up and down like defective blinds, licking her lips, and then, oh yes, after her third, or was it her fourth glass of wine, running her toes along his shins. She pounded her feet harder against the tarmac, wanting to shake the memories out onto the ground like gravel from her shoes. She reached the cafe. The best thing ever to happen to the village, according to Vicky, who loved everything about the place, from its piles of fresh newspapers and artfully arranged mountains of banana and oatmeal muffins, to the handmade oven gloves for sale by the till, and the trendy apron-clad proprietor from Islington called Morgan, after whom the cafe was named. She ordered her granola and berries and hid in a corner with the magazine from The Guardian. She tried to concentrate on the letters page, but her thoughts kept tugging her back to her mouth at Jason's ear, telling him what she was going to do to him once she got him back to his place. She imagined her sour wine breath all over his fresh young skin. She cringed at the thought of her choice of language. She could not, of course, know what he'd thought. He'd said, "Let's get you a strong coffee," which is what you say to someone who's unpleasantly drunk. Nobody wants to sober up a fun drunk, do they? She remembered, my God, trying to give him a blowjob in the pub car park, tugging at the fly on his jeans. The waitress, another Australian, brought her breakfast with a cheery smile and a tiny piece of apricot and vanilla tart they were testing out. "Tell us what you think," she solicited. "Chef's keen for feedback." Beth smiled tightly and said thank you. And Jason laughing and saying, "Hey, hey, hey," and pulling her up from her knees and tugging his flies back up and saying, "Will you be okay to walk, or shall I call a taxi?" She couldn't remember a taxi. Not at that point in the evening. They must have walked. All through those dark country lanes. She spooned thick yoghurt onto her granola. It came back to her. She'd felt herself young and girlish. She'd thought herself Bridget fucking Jones. She remembered twirling round and round, letting her skirt fill up, fancying herself a prom princess. She remembered him pulling her back to the curb, laughing again, saying, "You're going to get yourself killed." And there it was. Proof, if it were needed, that there was nothing funny about Bridget Jones. And then, a lift. Someone had given them a lift. Someone yeasty and woolly with a Gloucester burr. She remembered making off-colour jokes about Fred West. She remembered Jason apologising on her behalf. She could not remember what the driver of the car had looked like. In these awful half-memories, she saw him just as Fred West, even down to the brown jumper. And then they were in Jason's flat, and she was trying to open his trousers again, trying to pull him onto the bed. Oh, God! She tipped the berries onto her granola and angled a spoon towards it all, as though she had any intention of eating it, as though she would ever be able to contemplate eating again. And then she remembered biting his earlobe and him yelping. And all the while she remembered thinking of Bill, thinking of him in his holiday bed with his fat wife. And she imagined all the while that he was watching them, that this was all a show for Bill, that she was a porn star and Jason was her co-star, and that they were making porn for Bill. She'd done all that stuff. Squeezed her breasts together, made ludicrous noises, asked to be fucked. Christ. But Jason had not gone along with her plans. He had peeled her away from him and held her by her wrists and said, "Stop, you're drunk. You don't know what you're doing." And she'd said, "Oh, but I do. I know exactly what I'm doing." And he'd said, "Beth, seriously, stop it. I'm getting you a coffee." The coffee had done the trick. 2 thick shots of espresso from a little silver machine, like a shot of adrenaline to the heart. He'd offered to let her sleep in his bed. He'd sleep on the sofa. But she'd been adamant that she needed to go home, sleep in her own bed, be away from all this. So she'd sat sheepishly on Jason's sofa, waiting for a taxi that never seemed to come. She could not now remember much about Jason's flat. She never wanted to see Jason's flat ever again. She never wanted to see Jason ever again. Her stomach lurched at the hitherto unacknowledged fact that she would be seeing Jason in less than 48 hours. That she would walk into her office on Monday morning, South Gloucestershire PA of the Year, and he would be there, in all his Antipodean 25-year-old glory. And he would know what she was really like. South Gloucestershire Weirdo of the Year. And she would know what he was really like. A totally decent man. She would have to leave. She would have to find a new job and a new place to live. And it was all Bill's fault. She pushed away her uneaten granola and untested apricot tart and unread Guardian magazine, and she left some money on the table, and she plugged her earphones back into her ears, and she smiled as normally as she could at the nice Australian waitress, and she left the cafe and she ran. She ran all the way to the cemetery, and all the way to her brother's grave. It was a bright Saturday morning, busy and safe. Not that she cared if she got raped. Not this morning. Bring it on! She was numb. His grave was dusty and neglected. She ran her fingers over the engraved words. Rhys Arthur Bird. 1st of March, 1975 to 31st of March, 1991. Sweet 16 forever. Today was the 12th of April. More than 12 years ago. He'd be 28 now. Older than Jason. How peculiar. She tried not to think about that day. She'd spent 12 years trying not to think about that day. Maybe that's why she was so weird. Everyone else had dealt with it. Meg had been so strong. Rory had been so angry. Vicky had been so practical. Dad had been so normalising. And Mum had just... Well, Mum didn't count. And no one, and she didn't mean to feel sorry for herself, but no one had needed Beth. No one had even really noticed Beth. No, that wasn't fair. Meg had noticed Beth. Meg had noticed that Beth had stopped eating and said, in that patronising way of hers, "I was the one who found him and I'm still eating. We've all got to stay strong, even you, Beth. Even you." Even her. As though she was a special case. She felt a surge of anger. She thought again of fat Megan sitting on a sun lounger in a sensible swimsuit shouting at her children. Then she thought again of her own fingers at Jason's fly last night, and his howl of agony as she bit his earlobe too hard. Then she thought of her room at the house, the room she'd never left, and the sour atmosphere between Vicky and her mother, and it was Easter next weekend, and she'd vowed, hadn't she, vowed to herself that she would not be here for it, and it looked as though she would be. She'd discussed it with her mother, she vaguely remembered, the possibility of making a simnel cake. She brought her lips to the warm stone of Reese's grave and kissed it long and hard. And then she ran on. She'd bought 3 rolls of extra strong refuse sacks and 2 pairs of plastic gloves and cleared out the boot of her car. She'd got a quote for a skip which could be dropped off on Monday if she could persuade Laurie into going through with it. Vicky heard Colin tapping at the kitchen window and jumped to her feet. "Hello, lovely man," she said, greeting him with a kiss to his unshaven cheek. "Thank you so much. You have no idea how much I appreciate this. You're an absolute star." Colin shrugged and said, "We've got a long way to go yet." Ever the realist, dear Colin. That's why he hadn't been able to hack living with Laurie. You had to have a core of pink fluff and fairy dust to hack living with Laurie. "Where's Beth?" "She went for a run," she replied. "And some breakfast in the village. Said she'd be back later on. She went on a date last night." Colin raised an eyebrow above the frame of his spectacles. "Really?" he said. "Yes. Man from work. Didn't tell me much, you know what she's like, but really, her first date since she split with Simon. I think she might be finally moving on." The ancient water pipes that ran throughout the house inside dusty wooden cladding squealed, juddered and creaked, signifying the end of Laurie's morning shower. Vicky and Colin smiled nervously at each other. "Have you said anything?" he began. "Anything at all?" "No," said Vicky. "Just been a bit frosty with her. I mean, honestly, Colin, I have managed to steer my way through 12 years of parenting without ever having to swear at one of my children. As much as I may have wanted to, on occasion. But it's more than that, Colin. I could forgive that, just about. It's the fact that my daughter is too embarrassed to bring friends home. I always thought maybe she was just not that interested in having friends home to play, but..." She sighed and held back encroaching tears. "Anyway," she brought herself back to common sense, "it has to stop. And she'll have to accept that. Otherwise..." She broke off as she heard Lorelei's bird-like footsteps crossing the landing upstairs, from bathroom to bedroom. "Otherwise," she lowered her voice, "I'm not sure I can justify living here any more." Colin flicked on the kettle and nodded. "Absolutely not," he said. "It was fine when our lot was small. Just a bit of clutter then, bit of eccentricity, but this..." He spread his arms out. "This is not tenable. And, as you say, not fair at all on your girls." They both fell silent at the sound of Lorelei overhead. Voices carried in this house.
Colin made his coffee in silence and then joined Vicky at the table. When Lorelei walked in a few minutes later, she balked at the sight of them. "Good grief," she said. "You two look terrifying. What are you both doing sitting there, staring at me like that?" Vicky smiled at her love. "Sit," she said. "We need to talk." Lorelei narrowed her eyes. "Where's Beth?" "She went for a run. Sit." She tutted and sat. Vicky smiled at her again and held her hands in hers. Lorelei's hands were so thin now, the skin so silky and fragile, like those little sheets of powdered blotting paper ladies used to carry in their handbags. Big blue veins bulged up under the thin skin, and her nails were far too long. But still, they were her hands. Laurie's hands. Vicky swallowed down the sadness of knowing that she was still madly in love with this woman. This woman who had called her precious child a shit. "Now listen, sweet girl. You know I love you. So much." Lorelei moved her fingers to her sinewy throat and tutted again. "Heaven knows why," Vicky continued, "but I do. But we have a problem here. Maddie says you called her a nasty name." "I did not." Vicky sighed away her frustration. She'd known Lorelei would deny it. Like a child. "Regardless," she said, "let us just say that relations between you and Maddie are not good, darling, are they?" Lorelei shrugged and tutted. "It's not that," she said wearily. "It's just my things, Vic. All my things." "Well, yes, precisely. I do think, Laurie, that if we could just get to the bottom of the problem of all the things, then we might be able to sort out all our other little problems too." "Yes," agreed Lorelei, sighing wanly as if finally someone was trying to help her. "Exactly. So, darling, what I thought we could do this weekend, while the girls are away, before the big Easter weekend, you know, and while we've got an extra pair of hands," she patted Colin's hands affectionately, "is to maybe make a start on dealing with your things. Start to, you know, get some kind of order to it. I think," she smiled encouragingly, "if we put our backs into it, not to mention our souls, we could make a real difference. I truly think we could relocate a substantial amount, maybe even half of it." "Relocate?" Lorelei's lips pursed. "Yes, I think we could probably do quite a lot of good work for the local charity shops. Don't you think, Colin? She turned and smiled at him, winked at him conspiratorially. My God, they both needed to handle this right. Use absolutely the right language. No talk of junk or rubbish or getting rid or throwing away. Only positive words. Otherwise Laurie would lose the plot, throw her toys out of her pram and nothing would ever change. Plus, I've been talking to a nice man called Paul, who said he can help us. Relocate some of your things. If we get them all ready for him, on Monday morning, he'll bring along a big pink skip. Isn't that marvellous? A pink skip? And haul it all away for us." She flinched and bit her lip. Haul it all away. Uh-oh. That had blown it. I mean, you know, rehome it. "No, you don't," snapped Laurie. "You mean get rid of it." She sighed sadly. "Yes," she said. "You're right. Fine. Let's do it." Vicky gulped as she saw a sheen of tears glaze over Laurie's sea-green eyes. "Darling," she began. "But," Laurie interrupted, "not one thing goes without my approval. You understand? Particularly you, Colin." She narrowed her eyes menacingly at him.
Don't think I won't know, because I will.
She laughed then. A delicate shred of a laugh, but a laugh nonetheless. Laurie had always had the most glorious laugh. Vicky still remembered that first night with the Beaujolais, before that great fissure of tragedy had rent the whole dream in two. She still remembered Laurie's lovely laugh, in front of the fire, her long fingers around the stem of her glass. Colin laughed too, under his breath, and cracked a smile. The atmosphere lightened momentarily. "Right," said Vicky, capitalising on the sudden, unexpected mood of positivity. "We need a plan. And I think the first priority should be the hallway and the staircase." Laurie sighed. Vicky squeezed her hands again. "Good girl, darling," she said. "You're such a good girl." "Right. Let's get to it." When Beth returned from her morning run and her visit to Reese's grave, she could tell immediately that something was afoot. Vicky's car was parked up on the curb with its hatchback gawping open, and the curtains on the street side of the house had been drawn open for the first time in years. She brought her face down to the low windows and peered inside, her hands cupped to the filthy glass. Inside, she could see the shadowy figures of Mum, Dad, and Vicky in a three-headed huddle on the floor at the foot of the stairs. It looked as though they were fighting. She watched, mesmerised for a moment. Vicky had hold of one end of an old bath towel, and Mum had hold of the other, and Dad was trying to stop Mum hitting Vicky, and Vicky was looking exasperated, and Mum was crying and looking like a crazy old witch, and all around them were bin bags and old clothes, and... My God, was that? Yes. It was Beth's old pink polka-dot raincoat, and there was Meg's old school duffel coat, the grey one with the fur-lined hood, and there, she squinted hard to see, there was her old duvet cover, the one with the blue and pink squares on it, the one she'd thrown away when all the popping fasteners at the bottom had finally fallen off. What on earth was that doing here? She remembered distinctly taking it to be recycled at the charity shop in the village. How on earth had it found its way back into the house? She let herself quietly in through the back door, and then tiptoed through the kitchen and towards the hallway. "You utter fucking bastards!" she heard her mother wail. "Reese used that towel, you know. It was his favourite. It still smells of him, for God's sake, smell it, you bastards, smell it!" Her father sighed and said, "No, I don't want to smell it, because it smells of mildew, like everything else in this bag. Okay? It is mouldy and it smells of mildew, and as long as there are bags full of old towels smelling of mildew cluttering up the house, Vicky and her girls are going to find it very hard to live here. Do you see? Stop threatening me." "Colin's not threatening you, darling," soothed Vicky. "He's just being absolutely honest with you. And it is true. If we can't sort out this mess, or at least go some substantial way towards sorting it out, then really, well..." She trailed off. "Well, it doesn't bear thinking about. So that's why this is so important. So incredibly important. And we have been doing this for..." She consulted her wristwatch. "Nearly 2 hours, darling. And all we have is one tiny little bag of things to leave the house. We have to do better, Laurie. We have to do much, much better." Lorelei sank backwards against the wall and put the heels of her hands into her eye sockets. "Take the fucking towel," she said softly. "Just take it. And take my fucking heart out of my fucking chest cavity while you're about it." Beth inhaled quietly and waited to see what would happen. "Good girl," said Vicky, making her way towards Laurie on her knees. She encircled her